Can you just like give him a minute? Give me a minute, Deepak, and you can continue if you want.
Deepak, real fast in the chat. Less smart Ethan said that he added a Substack for you.
A Substack for me?
Yeah. Less smart Ethan. Sully.
Refuting fine-tuning.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. That is actually a good post. But like, I would say that like, I think it's the best argument of its category, right? For theism.
Yeah, for injunctive argument when it comes to probability, yeah, that's a strong argument. But there's a deductive argument for God's existence. That's obviously going to be a stronger argument. Obviously, fact.
Look, hang on. Look, we're talking about fine-tuning. So, like, Sam, is that? Do you have a follow-up?
I was curious about your thoughts on it, but you didn't really answer that yet. So.
Well, no, I told you. I think it's. I don't think it's not a very persuasive argument for me. Like, why? Because I think that. So first of all, like, the data that it's trying to explain, like, I don't think the puzzle, the phenomenon that you need to explain is life. It's just something like complexity, right? Because I think once you have like a complex enough system that can evolve in complex ways, there's good reasons to think that something like life evolving isn't surprising, right? So the only puzzle left is like, why is the universe like complex? Why isn't it as simple as like like a single black hole, right? Or like 5 protons dancing around? And I do think it's conceived. So first of all, like even and so there like you look at like the argument that physicists have given for like why they find it surprising that the constants of the standard model have the values that they do, and that like it's possible that like they could have been otherwise. I sort of concede that at least in an epistemic sense they could have been otherwise, right? But I think if there is something to explain there's much simpler explanations based on things like I don't know, like I think the most likely explanation is like selection effects, right? That these values that are fixed for the universe that we observe actually vary across like some sort of metaphysical spaces of universes or like bubble universes and so on, and we just happen to like inhabit the one that's like suitable for life. So basically I'm saying like I think an anthropic kind of explanation is the most likely one, and there's independent reasons to believe that that's true. And then finally, like if you think that's not possible, right? If you like ignore that possibility, then I would say that look, I think all these sort of stalking horse kind of objections do actually work to block an inference to a god. Like there might be some reason to think there's some sort of teleological explanation, right? That the universe has some mystery. There must be some principle explaining why the universe tends towards complexity, right? Over and above just the laws of physics. But that's a long way short of like being a god hypothesis. So,
what's the stalking horse objections? What does that mean?
The stalking horse objection is just the idea that look, if you think like there is a god that whose intention was to create like a complex or a life-sustaining universe, right? I can just sort of dispositional explanation, right? Meaning like there's the laws of physics, and then there's this additional sort of metaphysical principle saying something like, the universe just has a tendency or a disposition to have like complex states, right? Or let's say life-sustaining states.
That doesn't explain what God is, though, right? God is the fundamental principle. Hold on. God is the fundamental principle. 1 second. Why are we cutting off?
Yeah, but you're responding to. You're not understanding the point I'm making. I'm not trying to explain what
stalking horse objection is. Stalking horse objection is just like there's going to be a stalking horse hypothesis that's naturalistic that can.
Yes, I understand the
taking
point.
it to its prior to say, Sam was asking what again.
But Deepak, what do you think about these two arguments? I'm just curious. So, first argument is that the universe looking fine-tuned is actually evidence of naturalism, not theism, because God can make life and humans in any universe because he's omnipotent. So the fact that we only find ourselves in the tiny sliver of universes where only natural law could do it, where there's like quadrillions of possibilities of everywhere else where God could do it, is pretty strong evidence that we're in the naturalist world. And then the other question is, how can we even be very confident that the constants are very fine-tuned if we've never tweaked them, so we don't know how they interrelate to each other, and like what would actually happen if they changed? So those would be my two.
Well, I mean, okay, let me answer the second one first. Like, I think the idea is that we have we're thinking about we're sort of reasoning about the possible values the constants can have epistemically, right? Like, even if the constants are like brute facts, it can't be changed in any metaphysical sense, right? Those brute facts could have been otherwise, right? And so then you like search around for an explanation for why they have exactly those values, right? And then you should prefer explanations, right, that have like sort of simpler hypotheses, right? Like that God intended it to be that way, or like there's like some simpler metaphysical principle from which like you can actually derive the value of those constants, things like that. You don't need to necessarily like tinker with the constants to know whether they can be changed or not.
And then what about the other point about the actually, if they're fine-tuned, it would be evidence of naturalism?
Yeah, like this is like there's this divine fine-tuning or like electrons and love argument. I think that it does do something, right? Defeat the likelihood of theism being the best explanation, right? Because you can't say that, why this universe? Why not idealism? Seems like.
Well, no. That's not the point of that. The point is like, okay, well, suppose God does make a physical universe, like make any physical universe, and he could instantiate life in any universe regardless of its constants and parameters, right? So the idea is like, of the sorts of universes you might find yourself in on theism, right? It's actually pretty unlikely that you're going to end up in the one that looks just like naturalism could be true, right? Whereas like on naturalism, yeah, that is the one you strongly expect yourself to be in if you exist.
Right. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, that's kind of I was trying to. That's what I thought I was addressing, right? But like, I think I don't know. That seems too much. If you're saying actually literally that actually strongly, I just think then you're restating the case for naturalism, right? Which is that it's the best explanation for the data is the one that like just explains
the
everything.
The point is that it seems kind of implausible that God would put us in a universe where it's like, it just happens to look like naturalism might still be the case, right? Given there's all these other universes he could have put us in where we would almost like immediately know that like our existence is a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, there's like one thing. I think I mostly agree with that, but I will say that there is like this epistemic distance objection, right? That I think actually sort of makes sense. So the idea is that like God's intentions are to like create life and so on, but He doesn't necessarily want life to like want living things
to be obvious. No, I've heard this too, and in fact, like I go through like all this stuff in that blog post. Although I'm not strictly making this argument in that blog post, but like I go through that where it's like, okay, well maybe there's like this epistemic value or aesthetic value or whatever. The point is that like even though we would have evidence for a miracle if we were in a quote unquote non-life permitting universe, it wouldn't like entail theism. It could be some other kind of supernatural metaphysics that explains that, right? So it's like, even if God wants there to be like some epistemic distance or something, he can still have that. It's still going to be strange that he achieves epistemic distance by making the world look like naturalism specifically might be true. You see what I'm saying? So it's like naturalism isn't the only other option from theism.
I think it depends on what other options are and whether like obviously you can have different laws of physics, right? You can even have things like a dualist substance that obeys some sort of regularities, and we can sort of empirically investigate and okay, so dualism ends up being true, but like that's just in that world that's just what we would end up calling quote unquote naturalism, right? But
I'm not quite sure what that's doing. The point is what I'm saying is like we could get like what you're saying is, hey, if we were in a non-life permitting universe, that would like be really, really good evidence against naturalism. Right? And what I'm saying is that like, yeah, it would, but if God is just trying to maintain epistemic distance so that like theism isn't obvious, right? Naturalism isn't the only alternative, right? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's it's still kind of odd that he would make it look like naturalism might be true, right? See, like he could make it obvious that naturalism is false without making it obvious that God exists.
Well, yeah, but like I'm saying, there's no real difference between a world where like naturalism is false in the sense of like, you know, okay, there's like some, you know, dualism about the Bible. Like the only kind of like symmetry breakers are between worlds where like there are phenomena where the only possible explanation is like intentional like some intentional agent like intervening, right? If like there are things happening,
yeah, but that's still not enough for theism. Even if that were true, it's not enough for theism. But it just has to be like, if we were in a non-life permitting universe, then we would know naturalism was false, or at least we would strongly confirm naturalism, right? But that doesn't mean that, you know, theism or classical theism is therefore obvious.
But at least there is at least in those worlds, you know, there is like a stronger inference God, right, than in the current world.
Yeah, exactly. And that is exactly why finding ourselves in a life-permitting universe is not evidence for God.
Well, no, but like, so I'm going to get to the thread of this. So like, yeah, I think I agree with you, like your general principle. But I'm just saying, like, that's only with respect to like worlds where there are like clear inferences to intentional explanation. They're not to like worlds that are different in the sense of just other laws of physics or like metaphysical laws that have regularities that don't like seem to, you know, warrant intentional intervention. Yeah, I think I have to go.
But with fine-tuning, we're just talking about like permitting constants and parameters given the formula laws and stuff. Like that's what we're considering. We're like, does theism make that more likely? Never.
Hello, I've come to contribute to this cancerous storm of repetition and redundancy. People repeating their assumptions for years. It's like Sully says the same shit every room over and over and over again. So I've come to help make it even more toxic, more cancerous, more revolting by simply saying the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're gonna get. Hello?
That's not Rich, that's someone else. It's John Kitover. People.
Would you like to propose a new topic, universe?
Talk about more to come, that universe.
I'm just saying, if you've never jerked off and taken a nap or eaten a cheese pizza or had a beer or smoked a joint, well, you haven't lived yet till you read a book. And then you come on Clubhouse and you waste all your time talking and repeating your assumptions over and over again. It's the same show every time. Don't you guys see it? I don't think you see it because I record it all and I observe it. Some of you don't even have ears anymore. Did your ears fall off, Sully? Did your ears fall off from your... Oh, they did fall off. Okay. Well...
Hello. How are you?
Yeah.
That was a bit much. Anyone got a non-schizophrenic point to make?
Well, for the record, he was kind of telling the truth, man. Like, it is kind of boring to hear people talk about the same stuff over and over again.
Okay. I'll repeat my question. Wow.
Got them good. Got them real good. Got them real good.
All of our discussions here might, in some way, improve what's going on in the world today. I don't think they do.
Of course you don't, Frenchie, because you're a dumb twat. And everybody actually hates you. The fact that you're a fucking mod is impossible. But it's not, because it's indicative of the world that we live in today. Retards run the world. Oh, it's around the world. Hello! Hello!
Oh, he got out, man.
Just taking one of his, 3-day naps. He naps every 3 days and then comes back.
Hey, Sully, what gamer tag? What's your gamer tag? Like Xbox?
Quantum Zone 9. Same as my Discord.
You get on Discord? See, I've got a Discord. So I'm gonna hop on Call of Duty Warzone. And I'm gonna play Warzone. You wanna join? We're going to Nuketown.
When we saw, which have to talk about you guys that follow Jacob Frank followers and shit.
Jacob Frank?
Yeah, that's really that's really our orders. Jacob Frank and that little Zebby guy.
I don't know who those people are, sorry.
That's see, you don't know the whole Jewish history. Jacob
I
Frank.
don't know every Jew that ever lived.
These are the people that consider themselves the Jewish messiahs back in the 1600s, and then you have and then first was that Zimmy guy, and then the Turkish people arrested his ass and made him convert to Islam. They asked him, you either kill you or you convert to Islam. He converted to Islam. He was like a Jewish messiah, and all the people believed him, and he had the most taboo beliefs and satanic bullshit, and all people followed him. That's what they made him. They made him convert. Yeah, they made him convert to Islam. It was 1666, 1666, and then they made him convert to Islam. Then a century later, Jacob Frank comes along and say, "I'm the reincarnation of that nigga."
Yeah.
And basically, these are Jewish people, and then the most
The religious authorities, the Jewish community excommunicated Frank and his followers due to his heretical doctrines. There you go.
Now, see, so they had to do that because he had followers, and that's when you get why we say this shit. Because these followers, they didn't just stop believing him. They just kept on doing shit in secret.
I can't believe
people just stop believing their fucking leader because their leader gets killed.
So Jacob, he said that he was not. He was excommunicated by the Jews.
Let me play
more than
Why are we doing this? I thought we were talking. Listen. I thought this was not an interesting topic to move on from.
Can't all be saints. We're not listening to you, just playing recording. Sorry.
Hey, Sully, so what you said, what was your Discord again? Mine is yeah, it's Mystery Evaluator 2626. Yeah, we actually talk about verse battles. Yeah, just to have the time go by.
Hold on, why did I get kicked? Because I'm documenting all the.
Because we don't have any play recordings. That's
also, y'all don't want.
Don't frame even up. Oh my God, just no. People have no desire to talk to intelligent people. Because you know what? Why would you not want to talk to smarter people? I would kick half the people off this.
Can I have a same mod? Can I have a same mod that has integrity? Yo, Sully, can I talk to you real quick? Let me ask you a question, Sully, and I'll leave the room after this. So, if I make it
just move on immediately.
Sully, if I make it claim,
you're a fucking retard, bro.
I just grab the sources to prove this claim.
Alright, I'm just gonna ask you random questions.
Why is it that I get kicked?
I just want to see if you're dumb or not.
When
did William the Conqueror invade England? What year is that?
Scared of the truth.
When did William the Conqueror invade England?
How about you just talk about it instead of playing clips or whatever?
Why would you play
So Jacob Frank, he was like a Jewish messiah back in the day, and all his teachings were basically the reverse of what the true teachings of Judaism is and all of that, right? So he was telling people that have sex, eat a lot, all types of shit, man, and pedophilic shit. That's the origins of this shit, right? And look at this, right? And if you want to ask for proof, well, I was saying that and I got kicked, but I'm just gonna tell it how it is. So this is the origins of all of the taboo shit. Now, what did they do? They just climbed up the rankings and they got kicked out of a lot of places, right? Because nobody was fucking with that evil shit. Nobody was fucking with that shit. So that's why we tell y'all, some of these Jewish people.
Yeah, okay, I'm actually tired of this.
It's as simple as Mein Kampf.
Yeah. You know, Jews bad is not very.
Oh, now you're tired of it. Oh, I'm glad. Oh my god. Come on, let's hear it out.
I'm sorry, I'm so fucking.
Not really going. You thought you had to find
Stop doing
excellent child act. It's boring.
Playing the refs. It's really.
Yeah, I'm a father. I also get bored by your excellent child act. Do you think we should give months? Okay, so you'd rather which is more annoying, a Nazi spreading libel or my petulant child? You want to go like, you car kick the Nazi child. I kick the petulant child. Yeah, which one? I pick the petulant child over the Nazi. Say both of you. That's not an answer to my question. You're still a petulant child. Okay, so then that's why I was trying to stop the Nazi by being the petulant child. Yes, I am. But that means I'm trying to stop the annoying than the Nazi. So you should support it because it's a lesser evil. So shut the fuck up and say.
Hello, moderators. I just want to say that anti-Semite, you
They meant to move me down. Plus, suddenly, all I'm doing is sharing. I really don't have
You've been given, like, we all know what we said, which is Jews bad.
No, it's deep.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
You're cutting me
No, it's
off.
not deeper than that. You're actually quite a shallow person. Actually, I think you have my idea. And I just don't know a lot of people want to hear that. If anyone does, please.
It's just an opinion.
That's just opinion. Your opinion sucks.
You have.
Just shut the fuck up, you worthless retard. Go away. Go away.
Look at the Jewish man.
Look at the stutters.
Yeah, there's all kinds of bad people all around the world. You know, they say about the Christians' crusade, they're killing a lot of people. So, in the name of Christianity, you know, I used to hear that a lot from the Black Hebrew Israelites. So they say, if you are a Christian, you are a bad person because that happened. So, I mean, people do.
Does anybody know the debate is tonight between Gavin, John, Ehrlichman, and Piper?
No way.
The one debate I refer Piper in. Jesus.
That's tonight. Oh, could be tonight?
I think so. It's supposed to be Thursday, 8 p.m. Central Time.
Okay.
Sorry.
Gavin.
Tomorrow I'm kind of.
Okay, isn't it Wednesday?
I don't know why Piper's debating someone with brain damage. I mean,
Why the heck would you debate Gavin?
that's what I'm wondering.
Oh, they debated Gavin? That's funny.
Yeah.
It's like your fourth time. Oh, wow.
Shut the heck up.
That's just funny.
This is not even real.
Gavin's hilarious. I love Gavin.
Just to give you guys
I wonder how Reggie feels about it.
just to give you guys heads up, the Piper is about to be decimated.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin's never lost. Gavin is legally under oath said that he has brain damage, so this was legally. Yeah, I think how embarrassing it is. Yeah, if I were losing to that This is a win-win.
What's the topic? What's the topic?
This guy Fighton knows a lot more than Gavin about physical. Holographic universe or something.
You don't even know what the holographic principle is, so that shows how much you know.
Well, that doesn't change the fact that that's the thing Gavin talks about all the time, which is my claim.
Holographic principle just says we're wrong that there's a physical universe which exists, right? Physicalism can't be true if the holographic principle is correct.
Yeah.
Well,
The problem is that Gavin just reads from like
okay.
a 10-page rather than explain it in his own words. Which I
Oh
don't.
my god. Well, what about the rebuttal? Do they have like a back and forth?
I think it's going to be a 15-minute opening statement, 20 minutes of crime, and then opening dialogue for like half an hour, and then 5-minute closing statements.
Mike, did you hear? Formal debate between Gavin and Piper tonight.
It will be blood.
It might also just be really boring.
Yeah, probably.
Piper's demise vibes.
They remake another Street Fighter.
See, that sounds interesting.
And it looks a lot better.
Are you good?
Yeah, like I was confused. Like back in the '90s, I thought Ryu was a American guy. I didn't know he was Japanese. Yeah.
Because the trailer came out.
Oh my god.
Yes, man, and they got some.
Looks good. They're
New
competing with
things.
Mortal Kombat. It's Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter. The '90s all over again.
Oh, yeah, freaking. I don't know what happened, but freaking.
How did it not go over you? Well, like the finish him, get over here, all that stuff is like, what's that famous thing?
They didn't necessarily have the best sound card. You know, like they had iconic characters, you know. And they've got Hayuken. Everyone knows Hayuken. Hayuken. Hadouken.
Yeah,
And Chun-Li with the crazy thing. Like, they have good visuals. They don't really
John
have the
Cena.
sound.
Popular.
Now, Blanca, did you see in the trailer they had a freaking Blanca? You gotta see how they pull off a Blanca. That's ridiculous.
Wait, Blanca was a Street Fighter? She was a
Yeah, he was Street Fighter, right? He was the one monster guy they had.
something about to do with the orange hair.
Yeah, green skin. He almost like Hulk, basically.
Is that
Was he a Street Fighter, or was
That's
it
another one.
Mortal Kombat that had the Indian guy with the long arms?
Yeah, that was Street Fighter too.
Yeah.
Street Fighter got iconic characters. With the blades and the mask.
Zangief or whatever.
Zangief, yeah. Crazy Russian
But you know, I saw the facts inside. It didn't look. I know what they were trying to do, but like, is there?
Yeah, they were trying to match the video game aesthetics with a lot of iconic shots. And like,
Yeah,
what cinema's for? Yeah, let's see how they do.
yeah, it looked pretty cool, but I mean, it's like they're just doing it too much. Like, you know, you don't gotta jump all the way up in the air to do the Hadouken.
Listen, if it looks good, then all is good.
I'm counting on it to be better than the last Street Fighter. You know, the last.
Right, that one's kind of an embarrassment. It's got campy charm to it.
You know, I can't believe they put Robin Shaw in there, man. I'm like, why would they do that? Oh my goodness, man. They're making this one look more, you know. See, that's the thing about the video game adaptation films. Like, You know, a lot of these games back in the 90s didn't have, of course, they didn't have no story to them. So, you know,
Right.
that's why it's so hard.
They're different art forms. That's why there's like a bit of a stereotype of cinema failing to adapt video games. They're good with books or novels or articles or history or old plays. They're good with plays, but like video games, it doesn't translate well yet. And most times they try.
Yeah, because I know the Mortal Kombat, the first Mortal Kombat movie they did was like, I think it was like in the early 1992. Yeah, around 1992 or 98. I might be wrong. Nope, it was 1999. Yeah, it was the late.
Oh, 99. I didn't realize it was that late. So it came out the same year as The Matrix? Really? Are you sure?
No, because the Matrix.
That's wrong.
Yeah, the Matrix came out in like 2000.
The Matrix one came out in 99.
Who's that?
That one I know came out in 99.
No, the Matrix came out in 2000. No, the Matrix came out in 2000.
No, it's 99. It's cool to see it. I remember it vividly.
The thing is, you probably remember in the 2000 because it wasn't really popular. It didn't take off for a while.
99.
No, because the freaking they didn't have HD in the 90s.
Came out 99. I would bet my balls
Yeah,
on it.
in 99 they didn't have high definition. They got high definition like in what 2000. Yeah,
I love how we're all
I know.
super
Came out in
convinced to have the answers to all of our questions.
But yeah, at the time, you could just look it up. I'm looking at it.
Rita, do you think it's terrible that Muslims will kick you out of the room for saying that a woman's deficient in mind, even though it's in their scripture?
No.
Yeah, it's crazy. Some ladies came off, was a mod, started screaming at me, and I said, I understand that you can't track the conversation because you're deficient in mind. And she kicked me out. I'm like, literally quote their shit to you.
It's not in the scripture.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the hadith. Yeah, it is hadith. And hadith said by Muhammad that you have to accept the words of the Sahabas. And if it's Sahih rated strong chain of narration, then you have to accept it. So, yes. It is equivalent to scripture.
Said it was in the scripture, and it's not in the scripture.
It is scripture. It's scripture when it's equivalent to scripture when Muhammad says, if you accept the words of Sahaba.
True. I agree with you.
Yes, I know.
As a woman,
Yes, then women are deficient in minds. You could have just said women are like the bell curve says otherwise. I mean, there's more at the outliers on the left and right for men, but like you can say women are more emotional, and that's my opinion.
not a real
You can say when a woman's on her rags and she's bleeding out of her vag,
I drew
then they're more emotional. They're rational, neurotic.
Yeah, men
What else can I say about women?
angrier than women, therefore they're more emotional because
I didn't
everyone
know
has
that.
an emotion.
I'm only talking about biological women who can have their periods.
Yeah, and I'm
Only
talking about. Do you think
trans women,
anger
that's
is
not
an
real women.
emotion? Do you think anger is an emotion?
Like Sasha and Piper are not real women.
Josh, do you think anger is an
I didn't
emotion?
mean it, bitch.
I would just say.
So mean, bro.
How's it mean? Darkest attacker. I can't wait till like Sasha and fucking Piper die, and then they excavate their bones, and they're like, "Oh, this is a biological."
Do you think they think that? Oh, it's gone. Right, all right.
Thank you. Thank you. She's a lunatic.
There's a lot. We've had a lot of lunatics today.
I know. What did I get up to? Who's
I
rude?
didn't think it was a full moon.
You guys let Agamemnon get away with saying some bullshit about the holographic crystal.
Why? What is he saying?
Not for another 9 days.
I know. So why are all the crazies out now, Rabbi?
That is
How do I know?
physicalism.
It's people.
I don't know. At least there's somewhere in this room. Like when it was really bad when I got in here.
Did you figure out what objective means, Sam?
Independent of minds.
Yeah, I think that's a stupid answer. I think that's a dumb answer.
Humans made their definition. It's not objective.
No, I would say
It's our subjective definition of objectivity, no?
yeah, that's exactly right. We decide what's objective. Right?
We don't decide what's objective. We make a definition and then see who decides what's objective then is the judge.
My God, Caleb,
Here's what I think actually, Sam. Right? I think it's like this. When I'm talking about look, a mountain exists whether or not anyone sees it, right? That we might say is objective. But the way we describe it is stance dependent, right? And requires an agreement and so therefore the agreement will be what we call objective in that sense.
That's wrong.
No?
There's certainly wild whether they're true or false depends on people's attitudes about whether they're true or false, right? And those are subjective or stance dependent propositions, right? And that's it's kind of this like stance dependence, my independence, whatever. Those definitions are confusing.
Try this sentence. Let's see if you agree with this. Even if objective truths are stance independent in themselves, we might say like metaphysically, our ability to identify, describe, and understand them is always stance dependent. You might call that epistemically.
No, I wouldn't say it that way.
Okay.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's just kind of I think it's a confusing concept.
it's all how he's using it. You know, Caleb, who else had a huge problem with objectivity and subjectivity? Normal. Because he was arguing for beauty is objective. It took a few hours, but he kept to himself.
No, I mean, again, like if you want to say that there are some kind of standards of beauty, those would be decided upon.
No, Etu, not you. You can't be doing this, Caleb. This has to be a Jewish thing.
Duh.
Wouldn't you say that like Citizen Kane is objectively more beautiful than Dude, Where's My Car?
Dude, Where's My Car movie I ever walked out of?
I prefer the novel. It's a lot better.
It's very sad.
Yeah, this is
No
starting to
worries.
sound like you talk about trans or gay people so much, you must be secretly gay or trans loving.
But that's not a new generation.
Argument. That's what this is starting to sound.
No. It's starting to sound like that from I would say.
Back in the day.
Did you guys talk about how
Drivers are on the highway. Thank you.
No. Wait, I have something to add. It's important, okay? There was this chick, she caught her man on Grindr, talking to trannies, okay? And so she asked the man what he was doing, and he said he was going to rob them. And so my question is, what's worse? Your man's robbing the trainees or meeting up with them to sleep with them?
I think it's worse that you believe that he was going to rob them. Because I don't think that is what it's the masculine thing to say, but it doesn't. I would never believe that. Doesn't make sense. There's so many people you can rob, but you're choosing to rob the trainee that you're flirting with to get no. That man is interested in training. And to what somebody said, yeah. And to what somebody said earlier, I definitely I definitely think you have a point here. There's this two types of people, right? There's the ones that are going out and trying to look like these images of men that men are pushing forward, like that's what they're like. And then there's the group of women that see this and are like, fuck you. Like at the end of the day, it's the reality that the woman body, and I think this is a real thing, the woman's body naturally as it is the 80s women with right, the proper curves, not these ridiculously created curves. Like it's typical. That is, oh my God, the ant bodies. It is the real woman's body. We got guys out here that saying, literally, when you say, how do we know? Because like they say it. At this point, women, we have such power. We can just sit on our ass, sit back, and listen. Why? Because they're gonna tell you. They're telling you they don't like women.
Yeah.
They're telling you.
What you were doing.
Hold on one second.
We can't say it like that because he knows he's prescribed to nut.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What are you making, an omelet this morning?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to someone on Clubhouse?
No, I just had to turn the volume down on the other phone.
I'm on conference of more stories and some more clients and police reports and all that kind of stuff. But the reason I'm calling you is, you actually think the elections are real?
What was that?
You actually believe the elections are real?
No, I think that like the database somehow is using like the registration role. Like you said, it's like programmatic. It's like they're using software, yeah.
No, I think it's a centralized program. And then like just like it's the art of fraud. Because you have to kind of make it look cool and like, it doesn't look natural if you get 0 votes. Right? Because you would have voted for yourself. And so I think it's just a total computer election program.
I don't know. My numbers seem real to me though, and Joe's at 900 because, well, actually, if you look,
it's going to be more or less. So that's just a guess. I think it's my 100. No one. I only told like 5 people I was running. How the fuck did I get 126 votes? I didn't tell I was running. I tweeted about it like after the election.
yeah, you got thousands of followers though. That's
what?
You got thousands of followers in Cook County.
9% vote.
But the
one 50% of
one,
those were Democrat Party.
the Max Solomon one is like the giveaway though. There's no
That's what I'm
way,
saying.
no way, no way.
Freaking way. No, but I just know from because I used to cook numbers like when I was a Democrat operative in 2007 and statute of limitations, I could talk about it. But that's kind of the art. Like we were faking polls, and you gotta you can't if we're faking a poll for Dan Seals in this case, and I want to show that he was running in a primary against blanking on the girl's name, Julie Amos. He wants to show that he's up by 6%. If I said the polling says he's up 90 to 10, that doesn't look believable. Everyone's like, what the heck? It's like it's reverse. And so you intentionally try to get it close. And if you show that in the Max Solomon case that 20,000 people were smart enough to write in a Max, but none of them chose me, that just looks bad. So I think they threw me 126 to just the artistically it makes more sense. And same with you and Jolly. I think your write-ins is to prove that Jolly are legit. And we might have gotten somewhere the way I think the program works is they say here's the number, because you can do this electronically. And you say here's what we want the results to be. If the result, because you're feeding the shit into the machine, if the results are too far out of bounds, then start doing voter switch. That's a very easy thing to program. Say, hey, we need the outcome to be 55-45, margin of error 3%.
if your tabulations are too far out of bounds, start doing switches. And I think that shit happens out of sight. There's like something actually hacked on election day. You have to have someone like at these schoolhouses with a laptop, internet connection, and white vans. I don't think that's happening. I do think there is some manual voter fraud. Because when I voted, and when you were an election judge, this time I fucked up when I was doing the write-in. I forgot to write in Joe or something. I forgot. So I asked for another ballot. And they're like, sure. And they're all just like, kids, lazy, don't care. And I could have grabbed a whole stack. And I could have had someone like you or me be an election judge and just every time someone's not looking, just like laundering some ballots. No one would know. But yeah. But there's an Aaron Delmar blackmail scam. I'm not sure if we talked about that. That's my next article.
So there's supposedly 600,000 plus voters in the 16 districts. 600,000 plus. Only supposedly 90,000 people voted. So that's like an 18% turnout.
That makes sense.
I mean, I think my number at 110, less the districts that didn't accept me as a
Okay, that's real. That's a very impressive number. That many people went out of their fucking way. Because like most people don't vote for that election. There's 30 different elections going on. So for those 100 whatever people to go out of their way to write in John Kitover is very impressive. Yeah. But I think it's a computer number. You could have gotten more or less. You could have gotten 200. You could have gotten 50. You could have gotten. We know you didn't vote for you.
So what they do is if it's a write-in candidate, it doesn't get scanned in. That means they have to manually look at the ballot, whether it's a printout from the digital or it's a hand paper, and then they have to tabulate and literally hand count 110 across all the counties, collate that, transmit that to the Illinois state. So it's like there's just no credibility. There's no transparency.
There's no transparency. How do we know that? Like, I'm really pissed off. I can't prove that one, I voted for me. Because I think it says I got 0 votes for U.S. Senate. I voted for me. How is that possible?
We need a ledger. We need like an unbreakable. We need an unbreakable ledger. Like this is just.
Every ballot needs like a receipt. Every fucking thing needs to say I can go back.
Yeah, we need a double accounting entry system.
It's not a Fourth Amendment issue. I want to see my ballot. See my ballot to make sure that my vote is counted correctly. That's not a Fourth Amendment issue. They can suck my dick. But regardless.
I love how Christine Maxwell and everybody's like the hottest new thing in politics is Max Solomon, a schizophrenic, homeless person.
Just totally bugging out. Were you there when he said he wanted to subpoena me? That was hysterical.
Oh my god.
I was being nice to him, and he's like, why don't you drop your case? I'm like, there's 2 cases on you, like, you know. He's like, oh. I'm like, I'm not even doing it. I just put my name on it. You know, someone else is paying for this. And he's like, I'm gonna subpoena you. I can't talk to you. I'm gonna subpoena you. I'm like, you are such a fucking clown. Did you hear about his story that he did to poor Ashley Ramos?
Mm-mm.
So he claims he had enough signatures for governor, and Ramos told me she believes this, that he was carrying her signatures because he was her lawyer, you know, and he was going to submit them to Springfield, save her a trip. And he claims that his car hit a deer, and all the like a bunch of his signatures and her signatures burned up somehow. Isn't that wild? And so Ashley Ramos got kicked off the ballot, and she believes that shit. And he hit a deer and his car blew up.
I'm here. So what was your Aaron Delmar blackmail scandal?
So Dave Pritchard is the guy that ran for Palatine GOP, and has been a long-time Aaron Delmar hater. Has been a big-time record leaker, and he was one of the very few success stories. He beat Aaron Delmar's guy 2-1, like 70-30. And so like he beat Aaron Delmar's guy. Dave Pritchard's running for the 5th District State Central Committee. And he said he wanted to remove Aaron Delmar as a stain that must be removed from the Illinois Republican Party, is his quote.
Wow.
And so he's running against Del Mar. It's him, Ken Jokum, a wheeling guy, and Del Mar running. And so I talked to Ken. Him and Ken made a deal. Say, hey, we'll just vote for one of us will drop out. Del Mar will be gone. We have no votes. Pritchard had 18% of the vote. Ken Jokum had 15. Like, they had enough votes. And everyone thought it's all over. Aaron Del Mar's going to lose. Then day of, Dave Pritchard decides to vote president, and Del Mar wins. And everyone was wondering why. What happened, Dave? What had happened was, after the primary, Dave Pritchard goes to the Palatine office because Aaron might have been blackmailing has some deal with the Palatine office because the rent was going to go from 1,000 to 2,800, and he lost the election. So he's like, "Fuck off, Dave. Pack your shit." And so Dave is going to the office late at night to get his retrieve his stuff, and then the guy Aaron, the guy he ran against, this guy named George, who's like he's like in his 50s, 60s, but is very strong. And Dave is like a retired, like a very like tubby, out of shape. You're the one that said he had a deviated septum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You saw the video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then the next day so then out of nowhere, the guy that got arrested decided to vote president, and then the allegation is that Aaron called him up and said, "Hey, we'll drop the charges if you let me win."
Mm.
Yeah. And then the other one that I'm talking to Shia Kapos later today, because you look at her playbook article she wrote about Aaron. It's the biggest fucking joke. She wrote she releases a 5 days a week newsletter, Politico, and it's just about everything going on politically. And the title of today's article is like Aaron Del Mar, the fighter, and it's just like the biggest puff piece about how great a person he is, and he's doing things different for Bailey. And she knows all the bad shit about Aaron, covers up for him all the time. And my other journalist friend says he's working on a expose on Politico in general. Because apparently, like in other states, like the journalists will either work for a staff or get paid and then do favorable press. So I'm trying to see if there's something there too. So I'm going to talk to that journalist. She's going to call me.
Did you look at Darren Bailey numbers versus like Ted Dabrowski and
Yeah, it was really funny.
So like based on those numbers, you could statistically forecast Pritzker's victory. Like they don't stand a numerical chance.
No, of course not. They have to win like every independent and then clone them a couple times. and then so the independent clones show the vote.
Bro, that video of Aaron Del Mar acting as Darren Bailey's
barbecue chicken sandwich, everything on it. Thank you. Which one are you talking about with the slap and the ketchup?
Yeah, dude. Like, could you be any gayer and weirder and like?
Shia Kapos says he's a fighter. He's a fighter.
Like, how the fuck Darren must be being black?
Have you ever done cocaine? I've never done cocaine, so I have no frame of reference.
I don't like cocaine, and I don't like the way
it's done it before. So you have a frame of reference, though.
I have a frame of reference to association with that chemical.
So I think I was diagnosed to, but I heard it's very similar, Adderall and Coke, but Coke's more intense. Is that correct?
No, actually, I would say that Adderall is far more of a powerful stimulant.
No, quick though. I heard like Coke is like an hour and like Adderall
No. It's pretty instantaneous, but there's different types of Adderall. There's the instant release.
No, I'm talking about the lasting effects, like once it hits your system. Am I wrong? I heard Coke is like it hits you fast, it's out fast, and that's why they're always doing it all the time. I could be wrong. It's never done. It doesn't matter. Moot point. So point being is that it's I think a lot of it is just from my dealing with people that work cocaine or whatever got better. Is it seems like when you're cocaine, you're delusional, and it's just everything is success, and I want more, and I'm a brilliant. And Max, I have the funniest joke ever. I have the greatest idea. We're gonna take over the world, like that kind of shit.
Yeah, for sure, it creates euphoria.
But like delusion, right?
Yeah,
like you temporarily think it's like a good idea to get in a fight right now, or like.
Yeah, it's definitely like you become like a rabbit bouncing around, uncontrollable. It's because it's all just chemical enhancement. The brain just starts overacting. Yeah.
But that's how Aaron to me seems like he's just like coked out. And like thinking like in his mind thinks what he's doing is like brilliant.
I agree.
And that's why he's like Guy's a piece of shit. He's like lying about, he said Christian Mitchell's gay. And then did you see that fake quote he made about Brandon Johnson? Brandon, he posted a quote of Brandon Johnson being like, I hate white people, like that kind of thing. He never said it. He just made up a race baiting quote. But to me, that's like some cokey shit where he just saw that and he's like, oh, awesome, and he doesn't have a team, so he just goes straight to the Facebook or Twitter. But
yeah. Anyways, they're losers. He's a loser, and it's just so funny how like one loser, can control the whole thing because there's just like no way to stop somebody's malicious like personal activity.
The man was one-eyed king.
Yeah, it's like how does one guy just keep managing to control everything? And it's really just because of his environment. It's the people around him.
It's alpha. I think if you or I wanted to do that, we could do the same. We just don't want that. He's like this in the world where no one has balls. The man with no testicles king. Facts. And in the land of the castrato, the man with a single nut is king.
Yeah, I think it's so funny how he's like showing Darren and his wife around. It's like they're the real losers because they don't know they're played by this loser using them.
No, he's blackmailed them. I don't believe that they don't know.
Could you imagine?
Most of my negative articles about Darren came from the Darren Bailey shit he would talk about last campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Darren Bailey was the first one to criticize him publicly for the blackjack and other stuff, showgirl. Because Aaron Del Mar was the lieutenant governor candidate against his opponent, Jerry Rabine. So Darren knows, but I think so I wrote a whole article, and it basically was a huge fight because basically Darren Bailey's team was throwing a party with Aaron's team, and there was like teenagers there, and they were drinking, and DeVore's ex-girlfriend got in a fight with her, and the cops were called, yada yada yada. Anyways, there was a lot of like instances of like drinking and two gay young men who are like flamers now, like possibly three, not even including the Greg Horton guy who like there's rumors on, but not confirmed. But the other two are like just very flamers, and they were Bailey employees. And then there were some party guys.
So that's where the blackmail's coming in. Because
he's just saw one time.
So Bailey, you think Bailey's bisexual?
Well, he seems so gay. But like, even if he's not gay, it's just reason that like Aaron could have snapped one picture, get one comment of him saying something off color. But I think Darren's gay. Do you think so?
He seems like Liberace gay.
He seems so gay. Like, I don't think he's bi.
Oh well, he's got fucking kids. I mean, a lot of gay men get married and have families. I'm just saying, like when it comes to Aaron Del Mar even getting the position, yeah, I mean, but anyways, this is the funniest thing is it's like they know
they could do the same thing. Like you or I, if we were bad people, I could just call Bailey. Like, hey Bailey, I'm gonna go know your fag. I want you to give me $5,000. I want you to like. It's not. Support my Congress campaign. I do it.
See, if you're blackmailing somebody, you're basically like on good terms with that person because they've agreed to essentially join your evil conspiracy. Like they're like, fuck it.
It's mostly mutually assured destruction. It's usually not blackmail. It's usually like a wink.
Yeah, I would say the MAD theory is more accurate.
That's what I mean. That's the same. It's just kind of like when I say demonic, I mean evil. Like when I say pig, I have a lot of phrases I use are catch-alls. But yeah, what I mean is more like implied blackmail. Like imagine if we would have like really did some shit that see if we like really partied hard, and like we stole something.
All right, I gotta get going, but enjoy your sandwich. I'll call you later today.
All right, sounds good, bye.
Bye. Hello?
there's a story, I forgot how it goes, but he was basically going to pray at their grave, you know, and Muhammad told him, no, you're not going to pray towards your. This is for all these pets.
For the record, I love what you said. No, it's not. I just take care of the cats in the neighborhood. I don't have them in my house. I'm just the neighborhood cat colonel, okay? Unofficial neighborhood cat colonel.
That's wonderful, Ryan. That's amazing.
Listen. Dr. Adams has a fair point, which is that we really should limit every 4 legs of animal that you bring to your house. It should be every 1,000 square feet.
Oh.
Keegan, I happen to agree with Keegan. Probably 3.5 years. That is just amazing. Ain't God good?
What a great idea. I never even thought about it like this. 12:03. That'd be a huge.
So like if you're living in a studio, if you're living in a studio that's like 450, you can have a bird, right? You can have a fish. You can have 40 fish. I don't care. But once you start putting these cats and dogs, you better have 1,000 square feet for each cat and dog you got.
Barry, what's going on with the water from above? Any fix on that?
Oh, it's done. They fixed it. Doesn't happen
Oh,
anymore.
amazing.
They completely fixed it. Fucking finally. I'm very happy to hear about it too.
Good.
Good. I know. I'm sending a gift basket or something.
Because it's not even just a problem in apartments, right? It's a problem in even my community where there'll be a house with 2,000 square feet and they got 14 dogs and 10 cats and they just live outside. And I got a problem with that. I want to kill them.
Yeah, because it's the water runoff from it. Runoff from it is toxic. I completely agree with Keegan on that. There's a lot of people that have hoarding problems in general, but once they start throwing animals in there, it can turn it to a neighborhood public health.
You do realize when Keegan says he wants to kill innocent animals, that's a Ted Bundy type of statement. That's a sociopathic, psychopathic intention. Congratulations, Keegan. You win Psycho Clubhouse Award of the Day.
Keegan, please don't kill the animals. I hope you don't have a.
Listen, I'm not actually going to kill them, but I want to. I want to, but I'm not going to. There's a difference on acting on it or thinking about it, right? These are intrusive thoughts that I'm saying out loud. So.
Okay, let him vent. Let him vent. Let the therapy comes. I would rather him vent than act.
Right. You got it. Let it out, sir. Just let it out. Get off my chest, man.
How raving cat did you Keegan?
Don't forget your power wipe, boy.
Raving rabbit.
Listen, about 2 years ago, I was mowing my lawn, and a little chihuahua ran up on me and started barking. Now, was I scared? No. Was I feared for my life? Did I hurt it? No. But was I annoyed? And did I have to grab it and have it bark at me while I carry it back to the house that it came from? Right?
I thought about raising the 2 wheels of that lawnmower.
I thought about it. I truly did. I really thought that this would just be an easy little solution, but I didn't do it.
He was probably running for his freedom. Shit.
And you're probably right. I probably returned to a bad spot.
Next time, let him free like I'm a star. Give us free.
That was the right thing to do, Keegan. Just pick him up and return him home. That was smart.
I picked it up by the fat of its neck, though, and I carried it like it was like a grocery bag that was leaking. I mean, he was a little mad about it.
This eating been violent. They'll get a little, that defense is to just make a lot of noise. I like short guys, right?
The Los Angeles Fleet Week is happening May 22nd through 25th, if anyone's close and cares.
Now, here's a hot take about animals. If you have a cat, now if your cat's already been declawed and you're just like it's a rescue or whatever, I don't care. But if you have a cat and you declaw your cat, you are inhumane and you don't deserve to live, in my opinion.
Of course. That's awful. Don't deserve to live.
Yes, you don't deserve to live. We should declaw you.
I mean, maybe that's fair. They should lose the tips of their fingers, but yeah, they got a little cat smell. There's no excuse. I did.
Are you fucking ladies retarded? We kill 2,000 babies in this country a day. Maybe you got your priorities upside down. Cat paws versus baby heads? Hello?
Talking about earlier, well, we're obligated to have activations and be protesting against every little bitty thing that we can't even protest about multiple things at this point.
John, you know what moving the goalpost is? That's what you just did. You moved the goalpost. We weren't talking about babies. You brought up babies.
We were talking about babies earlier, actually, like kids and shit, little girls, so.
You know, I love it when people say, like, you have to be connective or sequential in communication, meaning that, like, if I move the goalpost, to call me out on moving the goalpost when there's no, you know, prior conditions that you can't move goalposts. It's like, that's still a nothing burger to say, oh, you're moving a goalpost.
Okay, great. So y'all did nothing. Great.
You care about the babies, John, but why don't you care about the children in Palestine, John? What the hell's wrong with you?
First of all, there's no such place as Palestine. There's this place called Israel. And secondly, I am concerned about all murder, not just baby murder. Hello?
Dang, we're moving a goalpost. Just I can't even keep up. And not anything else. Like, it doesn't even make sense what you're saying. But all I know is they keep cutting down trees in Brazil. Amazonian trees that have been around forever, cutting them down daily en masse.
Do you know underneath the Amazon rainforest is the oldest living creature on planet Earth? Do you know, and they're immortal, do you know what that creature is?
No, what is that?
They're really snake or what?
Termites, actually.
Oh, termite queens are so scary. They lay like one egg every, I think, what is it, like one egg every like 3 seconds or something, just for their entire lives. And that's too much. I don't know. This was a few weeks ago. I said that I was at the gas station, you know, those little ads, and it was like a little factoid. It was like the oldest living land animal, some turtle, 192-year-old turtle, and I forget his name. A week later, I saw that he died. That's crazy. So he's dead. Yeah, I think the oldest animal in general that we've ever found was some kind of clam that ended up being like 500 years old or something. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not for cutting the trees down in Brazil.
God, could you imagine what that clam tastes like in some butter with some garlic and a little bit of lemon?
Probably pretty crusty.
Yeah, like I can only imagine Yeah, because they oh God, I can only imagine.
I just learned the other day how large Brazil is. Like Brazil is almost as big as the United States. I didn't realize that. Do they have like states in Brazil? Like
Yeah. Yeah, they have all those things, counties and states and large cities and rural areas. And even, that Brazil, Rio de Janeiro has more diverse restaurants than New York City.
Interesting.
Interesting. Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about going to Paraguay. I was just thinking about it. Nothing more.
I figured out how to use some of these Waymos to my advantage. If I'm trying to make like a right turn and traffic is just coming, I just see a Waymo and then just inch out and then it stops. Yeah. Exactly. So, I love these things.
I miss being in India. I haven't visited since 2013.
You say India?
Yeah.
Where in India do you go though?
Usually on the west side. Some rural places here and there, but mostly on the west side. Yeah.
What kind of shit do you like to do there?
Usually just
Oh, that's nice. Okay, I see it then.
Yeah. But there's a lot to do there.
Isn't that where that big ring is? You know what I'm talking about, cars?
They're around car ring? What are you talking about?
It's like this big old car cylindrical fucking infrastructure that cars will go, they drive sideways, right?
I don't know about sideways, but there's a highway that's like sort of like a ring.
No. Okay, let me show you. Hold on, let me show you.
If you come close to the wall, touch your heels with your hands and stretch your body like this, then your hip flexors and...
Italian food in India is so cute. I like that.
We'll see this.
No, seriously. Like I personally don't like Indian food at all. So like if I ever went to India, because I would like to see Taj Mahal. If I ever went to India, I would just like to know if I could get Italian food.
Most likely, probably the best of it you can get it.
Oh yeah, they have like Olive Garden, right?
Most likely,
Yeah, they have Olive Garden in Bahrain too. Abu Dhabi, Bahrain.
McDonald's, then they have Olive Garden.
McDonald's, yeah.
See, I don't have a problem with that. Like, I really don't have a problem with, like,
What do they do? Curry pasta?
I haven't been to an Italian restaurant.
Oh, so you can still get, like, normal, like, American food.
Yeah. We usually don't mix pasta with Italian food.
They have like hamburgers and stuff,
Hamburgers are tough.
Yeah.
If you go to
Canada, missing some other countries.
That's true.
Most states in India don't allow.
Oh yeah, you can't eat cows, or some places, right? They don't eat cows.
There's only one place. There's one state. There's a Kerala if you go to the southwest.
So then that's why I mentioned Italian food, because that's one of those things where it doesn't really offend too many cultural delicacies.
I don't have Chinese food. We have Indo Chinese fusion. So yes. The food is good, yeah, that's for sure. Almost hard to find. What do you guys think's gonna happen? Do you think you guys are gonna become like Russia? Like censored and everything?
No, I think in 2 years we're going to get a new president, and some things are going to change, and the world's going to sensationalize it, and we're just going to live amongst it and hope for the best.
You do realize that if Kamala Harris would have won, it would have become a closed society. We were living under censorship, and if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz became president, everyone would have been issued a vaccine ID tracker. It would have gone digital, not paper, so there could be a full accounting that everyone is mass vaccinated with an experimental mRNA spike protein gene modifier. You do realize Kamala Harris would have ushered in the end of America. Donald Trump is liberating America. Kamala Harris is a domestic terrorist. She should be arrested along with hundreds of other corrupt politicians. Hello?
Trump, that's for sure. I understand the job. Definitely, it's a lot of demands, but I have a favorable view of Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what I can do? I can still go on the internet and speak freely now. X has been bought by Elon. Meta has de-restricted. Zuckerberg is no longer a protean fascist, vaccinologist, hosting a Dr. Fauci. Maybe he learned he was scammed by Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Operation Warp Speed. Yes, Donald Trump may have delivered it to us, but he didn't create it. That was created at the Pentagon in conjunction with Pfizer and other military industrial war research. But Kamala Harris and what was happening with the censorship, it would have been total communication lockdown control, full vaccination. It would have been a horrible nightmare.
Yeah, what should have, it didn't.
Yeah, I agree with you. And here's the thing. Like California has its culture and its things with technology, but that doesn't mean the entire U.S. needs to bow down to what I mean. That's why I agree with you. And that was actually my concern too. After post 9/11, I was like, shoot, I have all these tech giants in California. What's gonna happen? So here I'm in Michigan, by the auto industry, using embedded systems and not like operating systems. So something's going on.
Hey, I'm back once again.
Welcome back.
Hey, girl. Thank you. Everyone have a nice drink of water.
Yes, drink your water. I'm actually going to walk. I'm going to go move my damn hair.
That's a great idea.
I'm gonna start going to the pool at lunch, y'all.
That's a great idea.
Right?
Yeah. All body activation.
Yes.
We're gonna get to your swimming pool.
I think the swimming pool is exactly what I need every day for lunch.
Have you heard of a sliver pool?
A swimming pool?
It's mainly for people who are swimmers, like Olympic swimmers, but it's a sliver of pool. It doesn't take that much space, and you can pull.
I swim laps.
Yeah, well, not laps. It pushes water at you. So it's like a constant.
Oh.
You're swimming against the pressure, but you're not really moving. Like that. It's called a sliver pool, but it probably has a technical term.
It's like a swimming trainer, type of Olympic trainer something.
Yeah.
Cool.
Made of wood.
Is it really?
Yeah, a little bit for the boat. Yeah, that's where you get your slivers from.
I'm gonna start walking to the pool every day for lunch. I think it's a great way to break up the workday.
I wish I was swimming right now.
Why don't you try doing some basic yoga moves like a hip stretch, rotation, hamstring pull? You got to move that body, take some deep breaths. Don't just go to the pool and drink a cocktail. Can't drink on the job,
I want to get sunshine. I want to get vitamin C and vitamin K and
breath work, girl.
Yes, I want to do some breath work.
Love that.
It's a great lunch. And I work from home, so I don't have to worry about coming home and jumping in the shower.
That's good. That's a new breath. You can't eat fit. It's good. Do it more. We should all
be a little more fit. Yeah, exactly. We should all be a little more fit.
Instead of doing it, that is how I'm going to spend my summer, y'all.
Yeah, well,
walked a little bit yesterday. That's all I got right now, but I'm gonna walk more today.
I'm gonna start Monday. I want to give the pool just a few more days to warm up with these warm days.
I'm going full hot bath with my aquatic system in my house. It's going to be freaking nice.
What do you got? What are you doing?
Well, it's something that won't freeze me.
Is it like landscaped or something? Or is it like
a gas chamber? What is it?
stop?
Autism was anti-Semitic. That was a joke.
You're just derailing. Anyways,
I think I'm gonna stop being a chronic sufferer of idiot fatigue. I think I'm gonna stop.
I went to Claremont College, which is the university of my friend. She's a librarian at, and she does like archival shit. It's a very beautiful university or college or whatever it may be. And there's a bunch of, it's like multiple colleges. Like there's a men's college, a women's college, and then some others. But anyways, the campus itself had so many fountains and water features and just these botanical areas that enclose in like the Spanish style of the facade and all that jazz. But rose bush, it was just so gorgeous. I was taking so many pointers for when I get my forever home. I'm gonna have like a promenade and flowers and roses and vines.
I love this.
Cherry trees and grapevines. Oh, I can't wait.
It's the vines for me, like that. Oh, me too. I love the vines. Okay, so my brain is. I'm sorry. I'm not to digress. I'm trying to find out my hair turning green. Is there something I can plan before I put on my hair to keep from turning green?
Yeah, you wash with purple shampoo. Actually, you get purple shampoo, you put it a little bit in your conditioner, so it's kind of like a soft conditioner. Then you take out the rest. I also wear a hair cap. I actually wear hair caps all the fucking time.
I don't like to wash my hair every day. That's the only other big pain in the ass deal with us. But it takes me less than 5 minutes to walk. So that's 10 minutes of my lunch hour. How long do you think I gotta swim for it to be physically beneficial? At least a half hour, right?
No, like 10 minutes, especially if you're just starting out, if you're not like a strong swimmer and you're just.
I am a strong swimmer.
Okay,
I am a strong swimmer, though.
Okay, then maybe, I guess like 15 minutes. You just gotta get your body.
Honestly, half an hour is good. You just have to last maybe like do like a certain amount of
It's
time.
only we can run to join with Christians across the country.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, girl, test your body. See what works for you.
You could probably do like the pool and sauna after or something. Like kind of mix it up.
Yeah, so that's from one side. It's very body shape. It's kind of like a
Oh, yeah. So you can do like a little from here to there to there to here.
yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful pool.
Yeah, it's plenty to get a good enough workout in and be like all the freak over it. And then
Just
20
doggy
minutes.
paddle.
20 minutes to shower and clean up. So okay.
Doggy paddle, keep your hair
Right.
dry.
Right.
Yeah.
That's nice pool.
Well, I think it's really good that you're doing that. I actually want to start martial arts. I didn't know. Well, maybe jiu-jitsu. But I think I will start with maybe like something else.
Hey, glasses can work.
I'll do my Wing Chun and/or I'll entertain Taekwondo. I don't know. But then later on, I'll go to jiu-jitsu.
I just want y'all to be the best version of yourselves.
Me too. Me too.
And speaking of working out, Liberty, you started bouldering, huh? You did a boulder sesh? What you thought?
Yeah, I mean, I've been bouldering for like a couple weeks now. It's
Oh my god!
it's like the most fun exercise I've ever done.
Oh my god, I'm so happy for you. That's fabulous.
Yeah, my second favorite way to exercise is racquetball. But racquetball is like so cardio intense where like you feel like you're gonna throw up, you know, when you haven't been in it for a while. So the nice thing about bouldering is it's like you can kind of go at your own pace.
Right, you can take nice constant breaks. It's really nice. I'm happy.
What's up? Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised though, like how long
What's up, Rafi?
just sitting in the boring gym. Yeah, just sitting there, just trying to get your legs back together, right?
I didn't notice I was mic'd.
Because I don't do that. Like when I go, maybe it's because I'm a newbie, but I'm just like, I'm here to climb, I'm gonna climb. I'm just like, I climb one, and then I climb another one, and I climb another one. Like these other people, I'm like, they just sit there for like 20 minutes talking like things are there. Are they like you though? They're like slender, and they probably maybe have like, you know, some weight on them. It's difficult for me because, like, you know, I have a little body on me and all that jazz, and I have like little arms and stuff. So when I try to boulder, I do need to take a little bit of break here because oh my god, my hands are so red, and my arms. And stuff. I'm like built for bouldering, you know, where it's like, this is you, girl. It's like really long arms, long legs, like no 0% body fat, you know. Yeah, this is your sport.
You're a joke.
Have you tried the jump climbing and all that jazz where you have to leap from one handle to another handle? Have you tried doing things like that? Yeah. Not other than to the extent when I went to Sky Zone once. No, Sky Zone. But I would. The one thing I wish I had near me is like an American Ninja Warrior gym. I would love that, to be able to like swing around and climb on things and do the warp wall and all that. Try a bungee room too. If they have those, the one they have here in New Jersey, you can like suspend and then jump into like trampolines and shit. It's fun.
What they have, I mean, I don't know if it's near you, but they have like LA Fitness and what else? Lifetime. They both those have those like walls you can climb.
Equinox too. Yeah, we had one on ours. But when you go to a rock climbing gym, you know what I'm saying? When there's just so many different styles of climbing, it's really fun. But it is a lot of chilling. So go there and expect to chill, you know? I don't have shit for lunch. I guess I'm having ramen noodles and some fried eggs. Not the ramen noodles.
Yeah. Are you guys doing the whole thing with like saving for a rainy day type of thing? Like, you know, for like 3 or 6 months of food and stuff?
Like,
No, I don't have the space for that.
Food? Yeah, no, me either. Not food.
Yeah, I don't have the space for that. It would be nice, but you know, it's just not reality for a lot of people.
I think I have that.
All those systematic election fraud, all those to be pressed to each of the seats, auditors, and
Now you have the ultimate shield, the Cook Island.
I figure I can use them tomorrow too.
I want to plants too.
I have some resistance about the seeds because
Lover boy.
in my experience, seeds don't last very long. Like depending on the seed, you know, like spinach, for example. Like if my spinach seed packet is 2 years old, I'm throwing that thing away. Like there's no way any of those are good, you know.
Oh, see, I read up on that, Liberty, and it says to keep them in the refrigerator.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that helps, but I'm also just like, I don't know, I think when I actually put myself in the perspective of like,
Says that 79-year-old John Abensheim was found dead last night in the Dover Marsh Nature Preserve in Lake Forest. Last week, he was charged with possessing child pornography. I'm Sheehan. I owned that Home Alone house rather during the movie's filming in the 1990s. An autopsy is scheduled for today.
For the most, I would say, for most of the first 3 to 6 months of that world, you would survive primarily off of raiding old grocery stores, raiding warehouses,
Yes.
that.
Do you know what Texas, Florida?
If I was going to stockpile anything, I would.
I'm Troy Aikman. In live entertainment, venue is a winning team. That's why I invested.
I should have benefited both of them. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I know it's an immediate fix, but I feel like it would be a long-term.
I would steal Z-Packs. I would go straight to the clinic and steal Z-Packs crazy. Like, oh,
Right. Yes.
China just built an army full of agents. The Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was on Capitol Hill Wednesday, where he was
have a huge garden plot. You already have meat rabbits. You already have a population of chickens with a rooster. In that situation, you're going to be okay. Because you already are kind of in a cycle where you probably already have food canned. You already have rabbits that are ready to give birth. I feel like if you're it's true that they don't take up much space and there's really nothing wrong with saving heirloom seeds, but I would say if it would probably, I don't know if you do a lot of gardening, but I feel like it would be beneficial to at least practice gardening them to make sure that
Yes.
how to do it.
I want to grow my own herbs this year, in little flower boxes.
Because I was shook by how hard.
You better get those seeds in the ground. You ain't gonna have enough time.
wow. Yeah, gardening is very difficult, actually. I do it. And then it's like a constant watch. I have a celery that's
Why is
covered in
NPR
water right now. So I have an avocado
discredited?
seed that just split. My avocado seed just split, y'all. You know what's coming up next. So a little sprout, a little boop. You can buy yourself a little avocado tree. It's happening in New York City, too.
Yep. And too, just because you learn to grow in your area doesn't mean you'll be successful in another area too, either, because growing changes by climate, by soil, there's a lot of different things that come into it.
Love that little sprout on top of the avocado. I'm so excited. It just so I came back from LA.
I know I'll be attacked by the left, I'll be white supremacists, but I have one ask for them. It's just when you give me my hood, make sure it's got the little slits and not the circles so I can see better.
I'm trying to probably get a funnel. And my cilantro is doing really good right now. I have an onion. I have 2 green onions. My basil is fucking killing it. Killing it so much it's taking over my other plants because it's so invasive.
This is great. I know I'll be attacked by the left.
Space. You know what I can't grow is dill. Yeah. I can't grow dill.
At the end of the day, I have 3.
But yeah, I liked growing mint. I had a chocolate mint one, and that was fun. I never heard of that. Yeah, and so I would, when you have your mint, and you have to slap it.
Something that I saw.
Make it so that it releases the oils really well, and you can put it in your drink or whatever. So that's what I would do for cocktails and stuff. It's pretty cool. Oh, that's kind of cute. I like that idea. I think I want to grow mint. That's nice. It grows really fast and it grows a lot everywhere. Oh, okay.
Time to build.
Like if you were to do biological warfare. Sprinkle some mint in the backyard and let it take off. Honestly, instead of having grass, I'd be down with
in Miami with the owner of 11, Mark Roberts, due to popular demand for fat rap. How we doing, Mark? A little nice one. Mark, I shit up. It's nice to have you here in the greatest city in the world, Miami. Mark, I shit. You've helped develop that. Now, how much real estate you developed out here? 40 acres. 40 acres? How many thousand?
Why do you think you're having a hard time with dill? Is it because you're trying to grow it down?
15,000 acres.
It was a pretty shady spot,
There's a place in Monterey, California called Lovers Point. The original name was Lovers of Christ Point, but now it's become, they took out the Christ, it's Lovers Point, and it's really, Monterey is a very dark place now. A lot of witchcraft and the there's a place
One that I had a hard time with was peas. I just felt like I got all my peas all at once, you know, and then it was just like, okay, like what am I supposed to do with all these peas? And I guess I gotta like blanch them and freeze them, but then it was like, I don't know, and I felt like it was so much work, you know, to like de-shell them and whatever, and you'd get like one bowl's worth of peas, and they were amazing, you know, like they're definitely better than like the store-bought ones. But it's just like, well, this is not worth it.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, actually. What's up, Kelly? Oh, I'm tending to personal affairs today, and it's so good to see you all and be in this room with you while I'm doing that. We're talking herbs. Hello. Herbs. Can you grow herbs in a window? And yes. I probably didn't research this because I came into the conversation at the end, but I want to grow something, but I need to research it for my two cats.
Yes, you should do things like parsley and oregano and rosemary is really good. Basil, yes, that's another really good one. Cilantro, yes. Yes, coriander.
I think I'm gonna start growing some lavender and then drying it and hanging it in my house.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
It's nice.
Does it attract
Lavender's good for keeping lavender's good for keeping other stuff away too, I think. It's that, and there's another one. Why can't I remember? Marigold. Maybe it's marigolds.
Yeah, I think marigolds are good for like rabbits and deer, I think.
Yeah.
That's right.
My problem is woodchucks. That is my enemy number one in my gardens.
You don't like woodchucks?
Wait, let me preempt King. Now, I'm sorry to hear that.
I have a live trap this year. I'm gonna try and catch him and release him somewhere. But yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that.
he eats my kale all the way down to the base.
I'm sorry to hear that.
How many woodchucks? Good woodchuck, chuck, wood.
And drops at one end, and then you flood them with water at the other end, and they float up in the little trappy trap.
You can, but in this case, I don't know for sure where he lives. He just like comes into my yard, so I'm just gonna like set up a trap with something he'll want to eat, and then
Like a squirrel trap, yeah.
The hard part is I gotta not catch my own cats.
Everyone give a heart to King Nav.
The Bolsheviks should be held accountable for what they did to the Russian Empire.
Why is everyone giving a heart to King Nav?
Because he did his one joke per day, and now the clock starts 24 hours until his next attempt.
Oh, is that how that works?
Where did this one joke a day? Hey! Yeah, I'm not buying into it.
Yeah, sounds like a joke to me.
Prediction markets like calcium.
A full-on investigation that proceeded by the Bolsheviks. What they did.
Has anyone heard of Leonardo Joni? And last thing though, she's a comedian. She's been banned from a number of clubs. She's being I watched an interview or part of it with her and Jesse Lee Peterson.
What'd you think?
Well, I like her comedy's funny, but she's also quite knowledgeable as to the, most of her jokes would be considered anti-woke. So she's actually pretty knowledgeable about what's been going on, etc., battle between the left and the right. Pick a word to describe all of that.
I stopped going to comedy.
And last thing, did you hear there's also a grinder?
It got boring.
And last,
Well, what's her name? Oh, Jesus.
and last,
Hannah Gadsby. Yeah, she was awful. And I think I know the kind of comedy you're talking about. And yeah, it's not funny at all. It's like, oh, isn't it funny? I mean, what comes from the left, like Hannah Gadsby, is like, oh, isn't it funny that men are stupid? Ha ha ha. Oh, isn't it funny that Christians are stupid? Ha ha ha. There's no actual joke there.
That's what it's becoming. And
Yeah.
I have a hot take about like old head kind of comedy too, like Dave Chappelle even Dave Chappelle by name. I went to go see Dave Chappelle live for a comedy maybe a couple years back. And the entire, I think like the first maybe couple times it was jokes, a couple, sentences, a couple, whatever, anecdotes he was giving was jokes. But then eventually it just turned into lecture and like how the industry screwed him. And it just continues to be kind of that. Now we watch a stand-up and it's still that. I don't know. He's just jaded, maybe. I've noticed something that old head, like Arnold, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, he will still make me laugh, but yeah, I mean that's exactly it. I forget Chris Rock. It's funny. 20 years ago, Chris Rock in his specials was talking about stuff, and it's funny how what he's talked about never, like, it hasn't gotten any better. But I haven't seen his special. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, they gotta move on. And even Bill Burr, I think Bill Burr, some of his comments on his podcast lately, or in the last year, have gotten, people are like, where the hell did this come from? But he's still finding the jokes. Like he might say something political, but he still makes a joke out of it. So it's not like the Dave Chappelle, oh, I'm just going to sit here and lecture people.
Well, Alan, what did you think about George Carlin toward the end of his career?
I hated George Carlin. I really never.
He was the same way.
Oh, I love Carlin. I do too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it.
Footballs.
I get it. But he became more of a social commentator. Some of his stuff.
Okay, gold is down, and I'm here to buy something back I sold to you a while back.
I'm so happy because a lot of the stuff we don't have.
You get a makeup box? Still?
What do you mean? Makeup box?
About how we use language and change the way, but it wasn't necessarily you know, in that. So, we can have interracial dating and something like that. That would be important. There's something along those lines. The point is, like, she just made the point. The problem, like, women comedians often get criticized for not being funny, and her comment is, she said it's actually easier for women comedians because if you're just a little bit funny, people will laugh. The problem is most women comedians aren't funny.
You get him, Alan.
Yeah, that's right.
Women are funny.
So separate question. Has anyone seen the Michael movie?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
Michael Jackson. I don't know. I'm seeing all these reviews on it. No spoilers, but obviously it's his life story, so we already know the story. But people are saying Jafar Jackson did awesome.
Don't fall for it.
George Carlin, I thought, was like a brilliant comic, and I don't use that term lightly. And toward the end of his career, he certainly like changed his style and became, more of a commentator who used a little bit of comedy thrown in. Unlike Bill Maher, who's always a comedian first, and he has actually become more famous as a political commentator, but he always kept the core of it. With comedy as the baseline. But George Carlin, if you watch some of his older sets, not like the sets toward the very end of his life, but maybe 10 years before, I liken him to like the Eminem of the comedy world, in the sense that like the words he uses in the comedy are so like tactile and calculated and exacting, and like every syllable and breath is planned out in the way it's delivered. It's truly like taking that art form into like its extreme end.
I would agree with that. I can appreciate what he did and the way in which he did it, and everything you're saying is true. It was just, again, to date myself, but I remember seeing him as a kid, early on, and then at a certain point it's like, yeah, but you're changing, and at first it was fine, but then ultimately for me, like, I go to a comic. If I'm listening to a comic, I want to laugh, and if I'm not laughing, well, then you're not a comic.
I have another one for you. What about Jackie Mason?
Wait a second. The Jewish comic?
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing him a lot. I know who you mean. He certainly had a shtick going. And
Beverly Hills. The only place in the world where embarrassed to have a Cadillac. My sister came over, she pulled that thing in the driveway, I said, get that thing out of here.
Yeah, see, if you really want Jewish humor, you've got to go to, look up an album, When You're in Love, The Whole World is Jewish. And it's an album entirely Jewish shticks. And then Jason Alexander, I'm going to guess 5-6 years ago, recreated it in Hollywood. And I actually went to it and ended up sitting next to him. He was in the back watching it. He produced it. And so I had a conversation with him about, because I said, yeah, I remember, like my parents bought the album in the 60s and, talked to him about it and talked about some of the skits that I remembered. And, parts of the album are funny, but yeah, Jackie Mason was funny, as I remember. A lot of the comedians in those days came from New York, and they all did the Catskill Mountain circuit. Did you watch, by the way, The Wonderful Mrs. Maisel?
I watched part of it and I liked it, and then for some reason I didn't continue it. But I did like it.
Yeah, it was. This is. No, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, it was really well done. Really well done. The costumes, the music, everything, the amount that went into it. I kind of didn't like the end, but that was a.
Hi, do you guys do a walk-in clinic, or do I need to make an appointment to try to see a psychiatrist? Yeah. No, I don't. That's why I'm calling. Okay, so. So I have to come back. It's not like I can't get a prescription. I can't get my prescription filled the same day. Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
The Wonderful Mrs. Maisel is not a Game of Thrones ending episode. Let's put it that way. Not that I ever watched Game of Thrones, but the fact that everybody hated it, and it's certainly not a Seinfeld last show either. So.
What happened with Seinfeld? I never watched it. What was the?
The final episode was. The premise was some guy was getting robbed, and the four of them did nothing while he was getting robbed. So they get arrested, and they have the trial, because they're actually, there is some New York law or something that you're supposed to help people who are in trouble.
They weren't in New York, Alan. They were in another state.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a two-part ending. It was a two-episode ending.
Yeah, and so the whole final episodes was them being in court, and of course Jackie, whoever it was, the lawyer, black lawyer, who was a spoof on Johnny Cochran, was defending them, and then it was a parade of past celebrities who had, guest stars coming in and testifying how bad they were as people. And then in the end, they ended up being convicted, and the four of them are sitting in a jail cell together.
And the part that was so unsatisfying to every viewer was that the last scene is them just like, okay, we're in jail now, and then they kept saying, Okay, so we got a year, and we'll be back. 1 year, and we'll be back. People took that as a coded message to mean they're taking a year off, but then they're going to continue the show. Like, that wasn't the case.
Huh? Because that sounds kind of funny to me, like wrapping it up with lots of past.
It wasn't bad. I didn't hate it as much as most people. So
it was hella funny. It was just basically a trial about their moral character. Everybody who they've ever wronged or shortchanged over the years and shit. The Soup Nazi and Wayne Newman.
Soup Nazi.
Yeah, all of them came back to testify against them.
Right. He's like, I lost my business. Yeah.
There's also How I feel like How I Met Your Mother was another one that people really hated the ending of. I haven't watched it though.
Yeah, I think I saw that, and it was like, but really, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, and when I watched the Seinfeld one, I thought, oh yeah, this was okay, I got it. But I think the disappointment is they expected, I mean, when you consider that some of their episodes were absolutely brilliant, and you know, really, really funny, it wasn't that. Like, I think maybe people expected some especially wacky plot twist or bizarre, you know, whatever, and it wasn't that. So,
Hey, Alec, did Man Hands ever testify against them?
I don't think so.
That would have been fucking hilarious. I love that fucking episode. That is still the funniest fucking episode ever. Fucking Man Hands. She got hands like a doctor. Sitting there busting up the lobster and shit.
Yeah. Oh, wait, there's no bottle opener. Here, I got that.
Right.
Yeah, I think that they not probably thought of it, but that was all done with, you know, close-up cuts of the woman's hands. I don't know how they would have, you know, done that for the court.
You talking about Seinfeld?
Yeah.
Oh, I like the Soup Nazi one because the Soup Nazi still, or not the guy itself, but the spot is still there, and the directions of where you're supposed to stand are still there, and how you're supposed to move. That's my favorite episode.
Right, and of course, like the most famous relic of Seinfeld is that diner on the Upper West Side that they always went to.
Andy's, yeah. I've been to it. I think it's 87th or 86th, 82nd? 82nd?
Something like that. And the sign is this because in the show, they just took an image where it said restaurant, and that's like half of the sign. You know, I think it's something restaurant, but yeah.
Oh, they're opening a Central Perk here, an actual coffee house. They should have already, but they're actually going to build one.
I think depending on an used coffee shop could do well.
How did they get the naming rights to it?
Say again? The naming rights to it? It's probably owned by the studio. It's probably owned by the studio.
Or licensed.
Or licensed to shapes. Or something.
The bar, I think I've been to the bar that Cheers was filmed in before Cheers ever was a thing.
I believe you.
Mm-hmm. Alan used to play in the grass fields in the area that eventually became the Erie Canal when it was still grass.
Yes, yeah. Well, I've been to the Lexington, where the first Revolutionary battle was, where the Revolutionary War started. But anyway.
Oh, you were there for that?
Yeah, I was there for that. But
anyway, you take responsibility for exterminating the mass.
Yeah, see, I was actually behind the guy, and I bent down to polish my shoe, and I hit his arm, and that accident was shot off with the
Oh my God, you were the one that knocked off the nose from the pyramid guy, right? That dude.
Yeah, that was me.
Wait, Alan, where
I was trying to clean it, and I had a chisel. I said, "Well, let me get that chisel out."
So you were one if I live, two if I see, right? That was you.
Hey, Alan. These pretzels are making me thirsty.
These pretzels are made. Is that supposed to be?
Like an infection or something?
Wait,
Pretzels are making me thirsty.
I'm literally gonna sit here and see who's cultured and who's not.
Kramer.
These
Yeah, that
pretzels are
sounds
making
like
me
a
thirsty.
norm.
Wait, let me throw something at you to see if you know it. If there's a random zero.
Am I right?
We were just talking about it.
Oh wait, I missed it then. What were we talking about?
Wait, we were insulting Alan by calling him old, and then Adrian comes in with a Seinfeld reference.
I think that's a Cheers norm.
No, it's
Kramer.
Oh, Kramer.
Yeah, he had a cameo or something, or a small speaking role in a Woody Allen movie. And Woody Allen? Yeah, Woody Allen was shooting a movie outside of Jerry's apartment. And they casted Kramer to be in the movie, and he only had one line, and that was, "These pretzels are making me thirsty." And he just kept rehearsing that fucking line.
Oh, the episode?
Yeah.
Yes, I kind of remember that now. I learned an interesting. Someone had mentioned knocking a nose off of an Egyptian thing. Yeah. I learned a thing recently because I just love to, debunk crazy facts. Where someone, it was when I was at the. Actually, technically, I'm debunking Cheyenne because she was the one who said it. But we were at the Met and we were at the Egyptian exhibit, and like everything had no nose, right? Like at least half of all of the figures had no nose on them. And she was like, "Oh, I actually heard about this on Instagram or whatever, that this is because of like white supremacy, that like the Greeks or whatever didn't like it when the Egyptians had Arab looking noses, and so anytime an Egyptian statue had an Arab looking nose, they would remove it because they wanted to preserve the idea that the ancient Egyptians were like white adjacent." And I was like, that sounds off to me. And so I did some research, and it seems like there's two things that happen, or three things that happen. One is that noses and ears are very easy to break off and are like subject to erosion. Two is that actually there was a practice in ancient Egypt of breaking the nose off of statues, because the idea was that the mouth was closed, and so the only way that the statue could breathe was through the nose, and that the statue was meant to contain the spirit of the person who died. So they would knock the nose off to kill the spirit that lived inside the statue.
Oh, wow.
And that tomb raiders actually did that also because they had heard that.
They wouldn't get cursed.
So they were trying to prevent being cursed, so they would also knock the nose off. And then the last thing was, maybe that was it. I swear there was like a third thing where there was like a culture that was knocking the noses off or something. But yeah.
Alexander the Great.
That was
Sounds like
his people used to chop the arms off of statues and things. So maybe Alexander the Great might have pulled up and been like chop. But yeah, definitely not flimsy.
I hadn't heard that.
So what did she say when you told her that you're finding?
I mean, she's not like a libtard or anything, so she was just, she likes to hear facts as much as I do, so she didn't.
Yeah, I find that interesting.
Nice.
So I saw on Instagram is an automatic red flag for me.
Right? Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute, is that elitist snobbery? Because I'll get that one. I saw it on X, and you saw it on X. That's just funny.
What's amazing is the different reactions. There was this video of this woman, she was in a bar. She said she overheard three guys talking about how to cheat on their wives. And she said she sat there taking notes so she could describe these men so she could put it on TikTok. I looked at the video on TikTok, all the comments were like, oh my God, you're the best, and you're a girl's girl, and even though my husband wasn't there, I put him on the couch for the night. Twitter, they're all like, mind your business, shut the fuck up.
I was saying, why is that bitch not minding her business?
I posted, I said, my friends were at the same bar, and they overheard Scope average white guys. You can consider that twice. I said, my friends were there, and they noticed some average white lady was listening to them. And they made up a story about cheating on their wives.
You know what? When I hear wild shit like that, I always say, they're probably writing a script. They're probably writing a script.
Yeah, I said that. We used to tell my friends all the time. Say the wildest thing. Like imagine some fucking asshole listening, like, oh, I'm gonna fucking call her out on TikTok, and she,
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that was a Seinfeld episode as well.
Could be. There were so many. If you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, you like that one too.
Yeah.
Oh, my husband loves that.
I like her.
Adrian, you're outside too. I can hear the wind.
Oh yeah. Leaving the golf course.
Yeah, I got a brand new Canadian tuxedo.
Wait.
Oh, go on.
Adrian,
What's up?
I've heard you speak for years on this app.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first I've heard. Do you play golf?
Yeah, I play golf.
Dick?
Adrian, why does O.J. Simpson play golf?
Why is that fascinated that Adrian saying this song? Where are you going, actually?
Alan goes to a country club. They don't let those people there. Create an image of a person based on what they say on this app. And everything you've said, Adrian, does not jive with, oh, I'm walking back from just playing golf. I'm just sorry.
Golfers are not a monolith.
Alan,
sorry.
You know what I have in my garage right now?
What?
I have a station fucking box with about 1,000 golf balls in my goddamn garage, right? And when I'm not in the course, I take my club, I just go out on the river and just turn it into my own personal driving range. Like seriously.
You know I'm teasing you, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of activities would you expect, Adrian?
But think about it.
Plays basketball.
Does it jive with the kind of political statements and gotchas that you have made? You know, I won't even try to recreate them. But yeah, you sons of bitches. I'm sorry, I gotta go. I've got 18 with my other pals at the country club.
Nice.
You've got to go take the cultural sensitivity course first.
Yes.
So, Alan, my joke is, why does O.J. Simpson like golf? It's because he gets to hit something white.
I'm with a black man playing golf, you know.
Actually, the balls are multicolored, so I got some orange balls, some white ones, some red ones, some green ones.
As long as you still got your balls.
Only balls I don't
So
have.
are you trying to say with the choice of colors of your golf balls that you're supporting the rainbow community?
Hey,
Is there a subtle message that we should get from that statement?
every ball is equal to each other.
He's an
Equality.
equal opportunity
Yep.
whacker.
Yep.
Oh, Whacker. Yes, thank you.
Equal opportunity. Each ball get bop.
Well,
You get the whack. You get the whack.
Adrian, I can't promise that in the future, that if we disagree on a point, that I will resort to ad hominem attacks and call you a golfer. I'm sorry. It's just too funny, actually.
Deal.
It's onomatopoeia that is a word that sounds like a sound, right?
Yeah, onomatopoeia is. Yeah.
Monica, do you know what an alliteration is?
So sad. Simply say so.
Funny face, Freddy fell face first, 5 feet, 55 freaking floors.
I have big news, everybody. We just got something in the mail. We got a new Canadian tuxedo. All right, everyone, PTR. Got a new Canadian tuxedo in the mail, guys. We're collecting them.
Why is Canadian significant?
I don't. That's just what I know them to be called. I don't even know why they're called Canadian tuxedo. Just
that's the one that's cut.
I know it's the set. The denim set is considered a Canadian tuxedo.
Oh, look at you!
No lie,
Thank you.
You thought you meant a literal tuxedo, and how funny.
It's a Canadian tuxedo. It's denim.
That sounds like a slur to me. You're definitely rocking the cute housewife look.
You love it, right? It's cute.
no lie, I thought you were talking about you ain't got a new cat.
Yeah, Jarl's a Canadian tuxedo. Oh, also Canadian tuxedo. Jarl himself is a Canadian tuxedo. No, but a tuxedo cat is also very cute. That would be cute.
Yeah, tuxedo cat.
A Canadian cat. It'll meow like
another tuxedo cat.
It's too funny.
What was the joke I forgot?
It's gone, baby.
It was a white joke. It was probably yeah. As long as they're like gonna dance like a lot more.
It's a Canadian joke, honey. We're saying like if a tuxedo cat came from Canada, it would meow like hey. That's all he said.
Meow me.
What are you talking about?
I was talking about like lawnmower stuff or something like that.
That's cool too. We can talk about that.
Alright, this Clubhouse Karma and I are gonna fight.
Actually, now, excuse me, Monica, I have the definition of a Canadian tuxedo. A Canadian tuxedo is a slang term for wearing denim jacket or shirt paired with matching jeans, creating a denim-on-denim outfit. It originated in 1951 after singer Bing Crosby was denied entry to a Canadian hotel for wearing denim, prompting Levi Strauss to create a custom denim tuxedo for him.
Nice.
That's a great story.
So we can give Jarl a hard time about how prejudiced Canadians are that they don't let Americans wearing denim into their hotels.
Wake it up!
I think the credit is due to marketers at Levi Strauss who used comedy as derision in a super effective way that lasted generations.
Well, absolutely. They saw. Bing Crosby was huge, and they saw an opportunity to make money off it. Thank God for capitalism.
And Vero's supple breasts continue the tradition to this day.
I'm fucking screaming! Shut up,
Derisive, you stole that.
Hold on, Derisive. You're about to get removed from the room because A-Check called Vero a cunt earlier and he got tossed. So be careful. Too much flirting.
A-Check needed that though, honestly. He was doing way too much on me.
He was doing a lot.
Wait, the Sudanese guy?
Derisive, would I be correct in saying that you stole the supple breast comment from the original Airplane?
I did see the original Airplane recently, although I don't remember that line in particular, so maybe, through, my subconscious.
Yeah, you remember, what's this, Robert, I forget it. Robert is sitting down, the steward, he's sitting with everybody, telling them his life story, and the one
Adrian, it's the anger-based.
My bad.
Yeah. Those golfers, they're such snobs. They just.
Don't get derailed. Airplane joke.
Yeah, but in any event, yeah. So at one point, the woman looks at her, and she goes on, and that with her comments. Oh yes, she's very attractive, and something. And the comment is pouting supple breasts.
Okay, yeah, that movie's good. And that word is just so funny anyway. It's so awkward.
It's funny. I didn't know how to feel. He said supple breast.
So he called you that name? I don't hear the word supple used in any other context. Am I wrong?
Let's look up the actual dictionary definition of it.
Yeah, HI called me a cunt in the chat. I have a screenshot of it too.
What did he do that for?
I think he got moved down or something, and it's just because, like, I don't know, he just started getting kind of rude after a while, and so when I pulled back, as politely as I could, I didn't call him an asshole, I didn't call you, I was like, you bitch-ass motherfucker, nothing. I was like, you know what, I don't let it.
Kissing of the dogs.
It's like with the French kissing of the dogs, and I was like, I would never go to your house. He's like, my wife would never let you in. I was like, oh, you just made that fucking weird. I'm just gonna pull back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull back.
He's used to doing everything his way. When he can't have it his way, he doesn't know.
Yeah.
You're the obstacle.
Okay, it's definitely. Anyone want to guess what like the denotative meaning of the word supple is? It's not what you think. By the way.
No.
It's not how it's used. It's not how it's used connotatively.
Soft and cushiony. No.
No. So. Okay, I'll read a few definitions. Readily adaptable or responsive to new situations, capable of being bench folded without creases, cracks, or breaks.
That's my breast.
Able to perform bending or twisting movements with ease. Easy and fluent without stiffness or awkwardness.
Yeah, that's not my breast.
Alright, okay. No, I see with that athletics, aerobics, and stuff. She was very supple.
Sorry for the answers.
Answers for sure. Thank you, Derisa.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
That's funny shit, bro. It's okay. Oh my god.
Submissive. Callie's got a definition in the chat too. You want to read it or me too?
Supple.
You read it, Veronica.
Go ahead,
Supple is derived from the Latin word supplex, which means submissive, kneeling, or humbly begging.
It's more like y'all are more supple for these breasts.
I'm trying to remember. Isn't suplex a wrestling move?
Suplex?
Yeah, isn't it when they turn upside down and drop them on their head, the suplex?
Yeah, that does sound familiar too. My goodness.
Hey, can I discuss the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, real quick? I don't want to move the goalpost. I know I'm moving the goalpost.
I want to talk about this too, John. Go ahead.
So I asked Grok, has anyone from Southern Poverty Law Center been arrested yet? Have any trials been set? Has anyone officially been arrested? Not one motherfucker arrested. Not one motherfucker. Why aren't their doors being punched in, kicked in? Why aren't they being dragged out on fucking camera like they did at Mar-a-Lago and to Stone down in Florida? Where are the fucking arrests, Cash Patel? Oh, it's almost Friday. He must be getting his drink orders ready. Hello?
In their pajamas with the like busting down the doors, the midnight raids.
Well, see, the problem is, Alistair, is that this DOJ and FBI are competent, so they're not just going to rush. They're not just going to rush in, as they said in the news conference. It's an ongoing investigation. So they've now served the indictment, and they will now continue to build their case and to get more facts, interview people, etc., etc. And when they're ready, we hope we expect that they will make specific arrests with specific people. But I share your urgency and I can't think of another word, but I share your passion in this particular case. Yeah, it would be nice if we saw the Republicans do to the Democrats what the Democrats did to Republicans during the Biden administration.
Well, hold on. I don't want lawfare. I don't want persecution or vengeance or revenge. I want justice. The Charlottesville Unite the Right rally that Heather Heyer was killed at and over, like, it was funded by the group that says it's anti-hate. Right?
Correct.
Southern Poverty Law Center has records that indicate it paid leaders of the Unite the Right rally.
Yes, Monica.
It's validating, Alan, because we've told people all along the number of white supremacists. The demand for white supremacists exceeds the supply. Gavin McGinnis said that.
Say that again.
The demand for white supremacists exceeds the supply.
Yes.
Right.
They have to manufacture them.
Everyone on the right learned about this one day ago, and of course instantly had a fully formed opinion about it, which I find not intellectually robust.
Hold on. Well, make your point, and then I'll refute it.
So I mean, there certainly is the narrative from the right about it's a problem reaction solution thing. Yeah, they created the problem so that they could justify the existence of the organization to keep existing, which seems a little too convenient. I'm going to sit back and wait until the details come out about this. But, it's another one of those things where the left has one version of the truth and reality, and the right has another, and they're both so dug in after learning about this issue for literally 5 minutes and knowing nothing about it. It's anti-intellectual all around.
Okay, so Charlie Kirk posted before his death, the Southern Poverty Law Center is a hate group. They've targeted fellow Americans for abuse and scrutiny because they didn't like that they had so much power and influence. 8 years ago, PragerU did a video, a 5-minute video, on the group, the anti-hate group that is a hate group, calling out the Southern Poverty Law Center and their shenanigans. So this is not something that's new to many of the conservatives that were paying attention, even though there are indictments that came out yesterday.
Okay, but can you admit that that has nothing to do with what the charges were that came out yesterday? Like, you can say it's a hate group all you want. You can say you're that group. I don't disagree with any of that, but what you just quoted has absolutely nothing to do with they're paying people to pose as patsies in these groups or whatever. Nothing.
I'm a big fan of
Except for the second prong of their attacks.
Soldier Boy triggered the mechanism. A strange love suddenly filled the room. He told me it was a rich uranium. While they've been locking superhumans in this chamber for experiments, testing whether they can survive the radiation from an atomic bomb detonation. An ordinary person would be dead within seconds of entering this room. I no longer feel together by the securities trying to blast open the cell with my laser vision, hoping to discover that the door had been specially constructed to be used to damage.
Where are you going? I'm gonna go destroy any B1 that I find. I didn't but much I can't fucking save it.
It was only then that I finally understood who he truly was. I had assumed Soldier Boy was accompanying me to the lab to search for the original compound V as a matter of father and son loyalty. What I never expected was that the whole thing was a trap made specifically for me. The moment we had walked in, I had noticed the bodies, countless of them. What neither of us realized was that the moment we entered, some unseen force had quietly begun to take hold of our actions, guiding us without our knowledge. Under its influence, I had spent the entire journey torturing Soldier Boy relentlessly. I had dug up the search for him, bribe his way into Dr. Vaughn's experiment. All that time he told his own
gives to us, which
You don't know shit about something. And I'm going to try to inject you right in the line.
started mocking him, completely oblivious to the fact that he was leading me straight into an experimental chamber. By the time I realized what was happening, it was already too late. Soldier Boy knew that radiation couldn't kill me. He simply wanted to teach me a lesson. But what I never anticipated was that at my most desperate moment, Butcher suddenly appeared before me. He guessed in an instant that Soldier Boy was behind it all. Looking at me writhing in agony, he started to laugh.
Did you think Butcher would turn up? Let's go to stay. Knowing he'd rather spend eternity all alone than with the likes of you. If you did get the juice in you, I think that makes you a good Butcher.
I could see exactly what he was doing, using this wing to drive a wedge between me and my son. Butcher sneered that I was nothing but a pathetic wretch starved for love, that I lacked the spine to do anything except beat my own son Ryan half to death. Only a worthless piece of trash would stoop to something like that. When he finished, I laughed. Fighting through the pain, I forced myself to my feet.
He's a liar. Because he's strong. Because he's my son. The son of God. You ain't not good.
I told Butcher one day I would get my hands on the original Compound V. And when that day came, it would be the end of all of them.
I promise you, before I die, I'll fucking have you.
And that therein lies the problem. And then that's compounded by the fact that they opened up fake bank accounts or bank accounts with made up names in order to anonymously funnel money that they receive from donations into the hands of those white supremacist groups. And then worse, we're directing the leaders of those organizations on what to do and how to protest. It wasn't like, okay, we'll pretend we're someone else and we'll just give them that money and hope that they do it. They said they were telling them in Charlotte, do this, do that, do this. They helped them organize that. And so the moral outrage on top of everything else, which I think is warranted, is the fact that they propped that organization up in order to increase their donations and to increase a narrative that helped benefit their donations.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's what the charges are. All this will be adjudicated in court by armies of lawyers. So, yeah. I mean, I anyone who knew nothing about this topic 24 hours ago and then suddenly became a legal expert in nonprofit banking laws, I find very suspect.
Listen, all I know is that if there's anyone who knows anyone in the Southern Poverty Law Center or any other nonprofit, I am looking to make some money. I am willing to be the informant. Please and thank you.
Keegan, you stole my joke. You beat me to the punchline. I'm very upset.
But you're Armenian. They might not even take you in, Alvin. They'll take me in.
No,
listen, they'll take me in. Please give me money.
Actually, Keegan, Armenians and African Americans have worked very closely together.
That's my point, Alan. Why I'm saying white nationalist groups won't take you in, Alan. I'm saying I will be the informant for the white nationalist groups. They love me. They will take me in. I am their brother, and let's make some money.
Yeah. You know, you just rained on my parade. Here I thought I was going to get to like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're right. I'm Armenian. They won't take a dirty Middle Easterner like me. It's so depressing.
All right, let's bring some new voices to the stage. Cowboy, Othello, how are we doing?
I think we're really in the twilight zone. We got SLPC funding white supremacist groups at the same time that we're finding out that Netanyahu funded Hamas. Crazy.
And the CIA has funded so many others. I mean, Othello, when are people going to wake up? Because I know you're one of them who's already awoke to the idea that, guess what? The federal government and all their proxies, whether those are nonprofits or whether they're the three-letter groups, are not for American interests. They are for division. They are for control, power. We have to get rid of them, dismantle them.
I'm not so sure Othello was actually being serious or
No, he wasn't. And no one talked about Israel for the last 2 hours, so we're not doing that bullshit.
I'm very serious. Big conversation, I think that's right. What do you guys do with the weather?
Just follow the money line to the Qatari banks.
Yeah, I heard that UAE, they're trying to put a wrench in the US dollar dominance. They're saying they're going to accept the yuan, which is going to create like a difficulty for the US dollar to remain constant.
Wait, what? Don't use innuendo. If you're going to say something, make a specific claim.
Sure. So I heard that the UAE, or Dubai, basically, they're trying to accept, they're giving, I guess, people of countries the option to use the Chinese yuan instead of the dollar. So they're trying to open up the market for the yuan. And in the process, it might be a little bit of a difficulty for the U.S. to remain dominant, especially for the petrodollar. That's what I heard.
Okay. I would like to, find a link to say specifically what you're talking about, because you're talking about a general idea. Dubai wants to be the Singapore times the Hong Kong of the Middle East. So I'm sure they want to be a completely open, laissez-faire capitalism for any financial instrument. So that would be their interest.
Do you think the U.S. government should bail out Dubai and the Emiratis by giving them a cash infusion for a taxpayer expense? Hello?
Is that on the table? I don't think they...
Yeah, it's on the table. Also, Trump is bailing out Spirit Airlines, our new national airline. Isn't that exciting? Go Spirit!
No, I just heard that the deal fell apart with JetBlue, and now they're going under. I didn't know that.
No, that was years ago. Now there's a new deal. But guess who owns Spirit Airlines? A bank. They owe the money to the bank. So the bank is looking for a bailout. It's not the airline that needs a fucking bailout. It's a bank bailout.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, the other thing I've heard is lately there's been this big resurgence about how Gaddafi was actually a good guy, and the reason why the U.S. killed him and went against him is because he was trying to undermine the petrodollar. And what this particular person in this video reminded me of, and reminds everyone else, is that he was funding terrorism throughout the Middle East. He attacked the Lockerbie jet crash. He was responsible for that. There was some other flight that they hijacked, and another plane that they brought down. He was cruel to his own people. They had the police. If you spoke up against the government, they would arrest you, torture you. You might be killed, or you might be let out as an example to anyone who spoke up against the government. The list goes on and on and on. And he openly declared war against the West.
God, it sounds just like what the Biden administration did to all the January 6ers who are just trying to protect their liberty. Hello?
Yes.
They say that about Saddam also. They say that he was threatening to sell oil to Europe in euros instead of dollars, and that's why
Yeah. I mean, and it's all, well, they really didn't hate him. They talk about how benevolent he was, that you could get free education, you could get, all of the benefits, quote unquote, but looked at another way. The only education you could get was through his administration. There weren't competing colleges. You got your education through him. The population was entirely dependent on his programs. And and everybody knew it, and anybody protested. In any event, the point is he's being painted as this benevolent leader now, and really what's behind it is his son wants to be brought back to power and wants to be the ruler of the country again. So this positive PR campaign is being brought up.
Alan, I hate to break the bad news to you, but his son has been killed. You're not up to date with your news about Libya.
I know they killed one of his sons. Now, did they kill the other son?
No, the other son wasn't in political contention. The son that was trying to become the next leader was murdered.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let me Google that for you. We came, we saw, he died. A.K.A. Hillary Clinton, a.k.a. Caesar.
Yeah. I'm gonna send an email to the University of Wisconsin for a potential program I want to do. I'm not sure if I want to go for my higher studies, but something tells me it's if I want to do it, I should do it now.
Yeah, never wait on education. Just, if you finish your undergrad, go straight into your graduate degree. Just don't wait. There's no reason. Just go all the way until you reach the limit.
I should have done that when I had the chance, but I did. I just got my couple bachelors to try working. But you know what it is? I want to do my higher degree now, especially with the whole this AI and everything. You know, I want to be able to integrate it properly. I have a really good use case for a lot of stuff. So we'll see.
I, have been doing a lot with AI, and Meta has recently acquired an AI company called Matu, and you can build apps in it. I mean, with a prompt, and they're good apps. You can build websites, flyers, sheets, anything with basic prompts, and it'll extract the information from your website, from your Facebook profile, from your Instagram account. So, I mean, like, all these software developers, all these web designers, graphic designers, those jobs are fucking dead. Dead. Do you know how big of the economy that is for people for the past 20 years that have been working in digital marketing, etc.? It's over. I mean, you just can't compete.
You know, there's a creativity factor in taking away, right? So yeah, totally.
You know, on the hardware end, Alistair, there's a guy, Rick Beato, beat with an O. And now he does music videos, but his claim, which I kind of agree, and I'll tell you why, that eventually the technology used to run all of those AI models, that the computer powering for the home computer will increase to the point where you won't need these huge data centers, and you won't need their computer to run the AI models. Right now, in a separate channel not connected to him, there was a guy who bought 4 Mac technology engagement. Now, granted, they were tripped out at about $10,000.
Only some attention.
But using
Prime Minister Modi hosted every single one of the dominant technology companies, every single one, for 3 full days. He gave
his response with the 4 of them linked together. It took about 2.5 seconds to get a response, start getting a response from the AI he was running on those 4 programs. So what that means is ultimately it'll go the way that music studios went. You had to go to a studio with $500,000 of recording equipment to get a quality recording that was ready for the market, ready to be released as a record. Now now hardly anybody goes to a real studio anymore. Everybody does it in their home studio, and it's this guy's playing.
Have you heard the John Kitover band, Alan? I started my own AI band. It's called the John Kitover Band. I'm publishing on all major platforms. Suno.
But thank you. You're not the only person.
See, Alan, this is, as like a music consultant, I talk to musicians every Friday, Saturday night at my favorite bars, and I show them how to create AI music and how to create different brands, either associated or to completely create new music brands. And so this is the problem with complainers, is they don't understand that they're already behind they're behind the times, and they need to become more creative and expand their creation and stop complaining. Hello?
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? It's all about the creativity aspect right now. And then the other part will be integration with our lifestyle, right? So for example, I work in the auto industry, and there's a company called Nuance. There's something, I don't want to say the name, but there's a specific way of where you sit in the car, you hear a specific audio tape, or audio, if you listen to one station, other one listens to another station on the radio, you can hear different things. So now the next part will be adapting this technology for the users, right? The user interface with AI. But right now it's all about the creativity. They said, and a lot of people are talking about do it now so you earn your name and you earn your fame and you earn your wealth. Because whatever reset or whatever is going to happen, at that time you'll be in a higher position than the average person. So I don't know. So everyone's running for this. It's sort of new gold rush. But putting into work.
Yeah, I mean, I see. This is why I kind of in 2026. I'm you want to go to college to do a master's degree? Why don't you just do something? Because you're going to spend a lot of money putting money into the school and the teachers' salaries, and those teachers are already behind because AI solves basically all problems. It's just really a question now of organizing the people to use the AI for productive purposes. For example, the Iranians, if 100 senior scientists in the Iranian regime had a team of, let's say, 3,000 sub-junior, scientists and developers, researchers, chemists, etc., they could actually probably go fully nuclear within 30 days and actually prevent a ground invasion and a full regime change. But they're too stupid to actually do that, because, we've killed all their leaders. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is, Alan, let's go into business and start the new Alan AI Music Corporation. What do you say, Alan? Because you spend so much time here talking. While we're talking, we can actually be creating product and distributing it and hypnotizing hundreds of thousands and millions of people with Alan AI music. And we could usher in a whole new era of recloning old music and just making it our own exclusive IP and delivering advertisements with our incredible AI Alan derived music. What do you say, Alan? Are you ready to make more money?
It's a tempting offer. But I'm tempting offer, but I'm going to have to say no to you. And I'll tell you why. No, I can't. I don't have my Don Corleone voice right now.
So, Alan, I don't know. Do you know what the Charter of Medina is?
No.
It's the Constitution of Islam that Muhammad put out. You should look into it, and you can realize that it's the exact same recipe and instructions to start a mafia gangster, organization with a don at the top, with 10 captains, your sub-captains, your soldiers. It's an org chart. That's what the Constitution of Medina is. And it's so easy to debate Muslims now that I finally figured out what the Islamic Constitution is, the Charter of Medina. Once you know that and you realize just how unfair and ridiculous it is, it makes Muhammad look like the biggest fraud and scammer of religious history of all time. Just look into it. Go to Wikipedia, type in Charter of Medina.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. I'm really interested in seeing that. That makes a lot of sense. Because when you look at it historically, when you had like the Mongols, you know, in interaction and their attack on the Mongols, they were successful because they were always directly at like 1,000 soldiers, 10,000 soldiers, etc. Well, like when you look at why is that? This ways to the organization, the organizational strength that they have is really nothing more. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Well, I always understood what Islam was before hearing about this, but but thank you. That only confirms what I already knew. Did you read the Godfather book? Not itself. Rich. I mean, John. No, Rich, John. Have you read the book? You there?
Who, me?
Either you or him. The Godfather.
I have, yes.
Yeah, so you, then, I don't know if you remember, but at the end of the book, Michael gets the Bible from Tom gives Michael the organization's Bible. And what he discovers is that a lot of the businesses that the Don is helping and giving protection to, that the Don would initially go, and he was the one who would be threatening those businesses anonymously. And then he goes in, he would go in, like they would start giving this shop a hard time, and then the Don would go in and say, I hear that, this other group, you're having a hard time. We can make that stop. Just pay us protection money. And then they would get protection money from that group. And that's how he built up the business. You create the problem, and then you provide the solution for it, which is exactly what the Southern Poverty Law Center did. Here, we're going to fund these groups, and then we will be the solution for it. Look at all of these racist attacks. Give us money. So it's a shakedown. That's all it is. But yeah, I gotta read it. It was cool. What was it called? The Congress of Medina? Well, that's here. Anyways.
Well, is Vic Zed still here? No. Oh, everybody left. Anyways, I wanted to say one more thing about the Charter of Medina. The Quran is the propaganda of Islam. The Medina Charter is the political science apparatus of the Ummah, or the in-political group against the world. And all you have to do is read the Charter of Medina to fully debate a Muslim, and you don't need to go any further with your life. You could stop right there and feel completely content. Because let's say you're at a city council meeting and there's a group of Muslims in the community that now want to build a giant mosque and get special taxation or some type of special accommodation. If you want to debate them legalistically, all you need to do is pull out the motherfucking charter, the 66 amendments of Islam, or the 72 or whatever the number is, and go line by line and show how it's a mafia organization that uses blood money and intimidation and no legal judicial system whatsoever, no jury trial, no judge. It's just God and Muhammad. They decide. And if you don't like it, it even says in there, you have to abide by the fact that you don't like it. It's so fucking insane and stupid. And when you compare and contrast it with the historical legacy of jurisprudence, the Magna Carta, the Constitution, etc., all these incredible like Enlightenment documents that the West has created to value the self as opposed to Muhammad's Ummah, it just makes you realize that Muhammad is a fraud, a scam artist, and that the entire religion is based off of mafia, gangsterism, intimidation, principles, and tactics. It's just fucking right there in the charter. So you could debate all the religious, spiritual, historical stuff like Ezekiel. You could go into all the bullshit that's in the Quran, but every Quran should have to have the Medina Charter in the beginning to explain the historical, legal, and political science legacy that Muhammad set up in his scam. So, I would love for Migzad or a lawyer to actually use the charter against Islam legalistically in like a debate, because a Mohammedan can't stand up to the fucked up laws and the dictates and the all or nothing statements of the Medina Charter. I rest my case. Hello? Aurora. Are you prepared to be my sorceress's apprentice?
I'm really good at being the sorcerer's apprentice, but obviously I've done it before. Actually, I've had princesses myself.
So I just want to say something about the title of this other room that I'm in. It's called Our Relationships on Clubhouse Real. And I just want to say, no, they're not. And in fact, many real world relationships that you have in your own personal life are also superficial and not real. And there are a lot of highly annoying people out there. I'm one of them. It's called a HAP disorder or a HAP syndrome. Highly annoying person syndrome. And that's one of the reasons why we're not successful in life, because it turns out that highly annoying people get shunned and pushed away because they're highly annoying. But it doesn't.
He's actually not highly annoying. You just need better marketing and the right partner. That's the truth of it. Maybe a little bit of like softening the extremely masculine energy that you exude, calm it down and make you more successful. But
I don't think the thing is, I don't think that'll work, because it's a very crowded field of very general bland people. And I think if I want to be successful, I have no choice in this environment but to be super stimulating and make all or nothing statements that supersede. Oh, my friend is here. So what did you think, my friend, yesterday about that interaction with Sam Rosen? Like, I thought that was, pretty interesting. What did you think about my projection analysis about ad hominem projection?
Yeah, I think it's very true. And I think that I will say this, the more that I love myself, the less desire I have to be a jerk to others. In high school, in college, in my early 20s, even my early 30s, I think that I was much more of a jerk. And I think that I often did project. And I think that, we do project onto others. And
I think that's true. I heard Sam this morning. He was flying off the handle again, and I think that he's just embraced that character at this point. He's just like happy to be a clubhouse crash out boy, and it's sad, really. I like Sam. I don't really have a negative thing to say about Sam. So I like Sam. He doesn't like me, and that's all there is to it. He might even like me. Like you said, he's not even talking about me. He's probably talking about himself. He doesn't even know me well enough to like me or not like me. So he's just projecting. It's just pure projection.
And I'm gonna say thanks. I was there for info, the Medina stuff. Congressman Medina, I don't know what that.
Yeah, be sure to read it line by line and then think about it through like Western lens or just what's fair. Meaning, like, if you get a proclamation from your new warlord that says you will contribute to our wars or we'll kill you, but couch it in like mystical verbiage in the last sentence, it's such a scam. It's historical and it's shocking. Where you're like, what? This is the real Muhammad. This is the Constitution. This is the law. This is Mohammedan law. This was his first attempt at declaring law. And when you realize that this is what people in 2026 are still going off of, the Medina Charter, you're like, oh, just figured something out. Because I like to argue about God and the prophets and the stories, etc. But no, now I'm just interested in the law. Let's talk about Mohammedan law, and everything else you say, you can just shut the fuck up right now until we get through the law. Shut the fuck up until we get through the law. Done. And then you realize that's the only debate. All the other stuff is just spam. It's just spam.
That's about trying to get the upper hand in power. Like when you're talking, debating about them, there's always trying to get the upper hand in power. And like you said, it's just like the same thing, over and over. They have the same statements of a lawyer, 100%. It makes sense what you're saying. Is what I'm trying to say. Like because like I'm coming from India, so we have this like whole philosophy, culture of question and answer. You can ask questions, you get your answers, and you can debate. Like that's inherently Indian, and also Western too, from like the Greeks, So like
Yeah, there's no parliament. It's only Muhammad and the Allah. So that's the other thing, is in the charter it says if there's a conflict, Muhammad is the sole arbitrator, or his believers. All non-believers, it's just incredible, the claims, the all or nothing statements, and how like a Muslim today will never even actually read it. They don't know it. It seems to me like if you want to be a Muslim today, you have to know nothing about the religion and the history of Muhammad. So that's one of the defining characteristics of faith, is to just be ignorant and stupid. See, I want certainty. This is what science gives us: certainty, not faith. And I'm not saying that faith doesn't have its place in religious practice and in creating fun and joy. But when you realize that Muslims are all or nothing bullshit artists, fraudsters and scammers that want to make you an out group to their in group, they're ignorant. They don't know that there is no in group, out group. There's just the one group. It's all connected. And that's why I say it's a fraudulent, terroristic, mafia, gangster religion dedicated to pernicious jurisprudence. No justice, no transparency. Here's your fucking blood money. Now shut the fuck up or we'll fucking kill you. That's what it says in the Medina Charter. Hello?
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. I just love having the fattest pussy in all of America. It makes me happy.
Are you sure about that? I thought I had the fattest pussy.
You might have me beat. Can you quantify like the fatness? I can do that for
you. Want me to PTR?
Oh, we are. Is this who we are? Is this where we're at? as a culture.
Is this who we've become as a people?
It's crazy. Is that a mood statement or mood statement?
The statement is mute.
I really want some Parmesan, like something Parmesan-y.
Have you thought about scratching your scalp and then licking your fingernails? Hello?
That's
gross.
That's crazy. Whoa. Head and shoulders. They're knocking at the door.
You know when you see those people out in the life, and the dandruff is just all over their shoulders and their back, and it's like all over their jacket.
They could be itchy.
It's like, yo, are you aware of this? Like, who in your household let you leave the house like this in the morning? This is not a good look. And they're like working in Macy's, and they're like wearing a suit. They're wearing like a suit jacket in Macy's, trying to help you buy jeans, and they're covered in dandruff. And you think, excuse me, sir, if I needed help buying jeans, you would be the last person that I would ask. It's funny. I thought Jose was going to be into that statement, but he left.
He was off to get his Parmesan cheese.
He went off to get his dopamine.
Hello, Monica. Well, thank you for letting me bring up the Southern Poverty Law Center today. I was shocked because I knew that none of those people, the photo of all those employees in the meeting room at SPLC were arrested. I knew no one would be arrested. So I wrote up that grok query this morning, and sure enough, not one fucking arrest. So isn't it kind of ridiculous? The fucking FBI will come on television and tell us about the fraud, the theft, the money laundering, the criminal activity of leftists funding right-wing extremist groups so they can conduct operations, but not one fucking arrest. I'm getting really angry. Like that the FBI is not arresting anyone of note. Nobody of note. I mean, and we want to see the tears flowing from the eyes of these leftists crying out for justice when they themselves are hardcore manipulative criminals. Hello?
Hello. We have Anne in the audience.
It was an honor to do that. What if you're the client that went on to commit mass murder?
So, Rabboni Shalom, it's Thursday, and I'm the worst procrastinator I know, but every time I try to do what I need to do, I'm always met with this voice and the sound that is like, you know, basically Clubhouse in the real world, you know. I hate to say it, but it's always like a black woman saying, well, what the fuck you want to do that for? It's like, well, why the fuck you think I'm calling you? Hello?
What are you gonna do that for? Why are you doing that? Oh, I don't have to be here until 2:30. What a relief. Maybe I'll go buy a doobie. Should I go buy a joint from the joint store?
You know, I gotta tell you something that, like, if you're gonna just smoke cannabis, which does absolutely have major health ramifications, smoking does, whether it's a vape, a cigarette, a pipe, it doesn't matter. But if you don't mix your psychedelic experience with a good psychedelic book, well, I hate to tell you, you're wasting your body on an experience which isn't going to get you as high as you could get if you read a mystical book. Am I right or am I wrong? Hello?
I think you're right, but I feel like I just use it as normal medication to like remain calm. You know, I have to
No, dude, That's not what it is. It's the same thing as Clubhouse. People here who are sober, they use Clubhouse to generate the dopamine, and cannabis users use cannabis to generate the dopamine. That's why I'm saying if you kill 2 to 3 to 4 birds with one stone, Rabboni Shalom, you spell the name YHVH, or YVHW. Hello?
Yeah, but I don't have time to read a book right now. I have to go teach a driving lesson.
Then don't smoke. We save it. That's what I'm saying. It's the conservation of mysticism and energy. If you're gonna use cannabis and flood your brain with THC, save it for an invocation for a book reading session. And you're gonna be like, this motherfucker is really thinking about some shit. He's actually thinking about time management and personal responsibility and how to get the biggest bang for your buck.
You're probably not wrong about that.
It's an honor to do that. We had a client that went on to commit mass murder. Did y'all miss me? I'm back.
I did miss you. You left when I was talking about the Dangerfield Nation.
One of my demands of our releases. Did you love me?
It was like your type of conversation. I thought you were going to clap back and be like, yeah, the other day when I was at Gray's Papaya getting a hot dog, something like that.
I'm vegan.
Did that place shut down?
I think it's still around. They have the best papaya juice in the whole city.
Oh, that's great.
Is it Hawaiian or some shit?
No,
it's papaya.
No. Like what ethnicity?
Danny, did you take your mood stabilizer today? Are we in a good
No.
mood?
I have, I'm very, very sick.
With what?
I don't know. I went to this discount place to look at the makeup, and I was halfway through the aisle when some obnoxiously tall woman, maybe 6'3", showed up and kept sniffling, and she was in my space, and I just missed COVID, and I think that she got me sick. I was thinking
So you tell people to you don't know how to open your mouth and tell somebody to open their mouth.
I'm telling you, she was 6'3".
Oh my God. Wait, what's going on, everyone? I've got a question. Pap smear.
I'd like to jump in real quick.
Yeah, you can go ahead and jump in. But wait, Mr.
Oh, here we go. Keaton's here. Oh my God.
Wait, Pappy. Have you been to Boston?
Yeah.
Have you ever been north of Boston to New England?
Yes.
Because up here they don't tell people to move. So when you're in the grocery store and you're debating what type of ice cream flavor to buy, you might look over your shoulder and there's another person behind you looking at the ice cream just breathing down your neck, wondering why you haven't moved. And you, Pap smear, you might turn to them and say, "The fuck is wrong with you? Tell me to move. Can you tell me, hey, excuse me, I'd like to access the ice cream. Can you make I have no idea you're standing behind me, but they just stand behind you and they breathe down your fucking neck. And a New Yorker would never and could never.
Can I tell you what they do here in the Midwest, my friend? We say,
I can't do it. You need personal space.
We say, oh, we say, oh, excuse us, excuse me. OPE is a common phrase in the Midwest when we are in someone's way.
Keegan, did you wash those dishes in your sink?
I did not wash any dishes. Thank the Lord.
Don't yell.
I am so sick.
He is so something about Keegan, you're just so mean. I've overheard your wife in the background a few times. She seems lovely. You should give her the phone so we can talk to her.
She is very lovely. She is very lovely.
She seems so patient and so nice to speak to. You, on the other hand,
that's why she's not. That is not made. It is not made for her kind. Sweet, lovely little women. Sweet, lovely little women do not deserve to be on the top. They deserve to go pick their pies, go make their sourdough. She's not go make her sourdough and read her book and knit her sweater. That's what she likes to do. She doesn't like to go on social media and yell at strangers. That's a me thing.
No, because
she's not on payroll.
What? He doesn't get paid for any of that. What do you?
I get paid by the SPLC. What are you talking about?
I don't even know what that is. You over here using acronyms like I know what that is.
Poverty Law Center. Have you checked the news?
No, I haven't, girl. I think we watch totally different news. What was it? Your connection is spotty. What's your body connection?
Hello?
Is it on?
Thanks, everybody. The only reason I know about the Southern Poverty Law Center is because somebody said on here, but apparently they sent money to people who were involved in white nationalist groups and stuff like that. They're claiming they were infiltrating these groups, but remains to be seen whether or not that's true. And even then, they still probably be charged with wire fraud because they didn't disclose what this nonprofit money was going towards. The nonprofit, so that's what they're. And I'll say it again. I'll say it again for anyone listening. If you know any nonprofit group that is giving out money for some.
Yeah, actually, I'm giving out money today. Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm going to give you money right now. Do you have Cash App? I'm going to send you money right now. My nonprofit will send your racist, bigoted, low IQ, white trash, stupid person money right now, Key. I'll send you that $1. Right fucking now. I know you're not going to send me. I will. Put your Cash App in the chat.
Listen, it won't be life-changing because you're asking for Cash App. Maybe if you asked me for Zelle.
Yeah, Zelle, Cash App. You want to send me your routing and accounting number? You want me to wire transfer you money? No problem.
Wire transfer me money.
No problem. No problem. What are you going to do for it, though? You're going to read all you got to do is read a book. I got a nonprofit called White Trash Low IQ People Read Books to Schwarzers. They can't read books so good no more. You want to get started? We're going to go into business. Marcus Aurelius. We're going to start you off on Marcus Aurelius, one of the best philosophy books on human behavior ever fucking written, which nobody ever reads. And can we get Mixed up here? And can you mod me up? Because we are going through the Charter of Medina today. And we need Mixed's legal analysis on Muhammad's proclamations in Medina. Oh, we got some winners in the room now. Let's start at the Medina Charter with Muhammad. Hello?
Dick said we got Diogenes, fucking gay boys up in here.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. So this is the life that we live.
And we got Pete Keegan.
What's, did Monica or Serendipity say if they were coming back? Who are the real?
No, they're just floating in and out. Everybody's doing stuff. So I put a link in the chat. I really want Mixed's analysis on this. It's the Charter of Medina. It's the most ridiculous Mohammedan set of laws ever issued in 622. And we're going to go through the text of it. For example, it's all about blood money and intimidation. And if we kill your husband or your child, there will be no trial for anyone in the Ummah. Any believer will never be tried. You just have to take the blood money and shut the fuck up. And then there's so much stuff about the Jews in here. I was absolutely shocked. And there were so many Jews living in Saudi Arabia. Some of the most ridiculous things in the charter, which is like a believer will not kill a believer in retaliation, in quotations, for a non-believer, and will not aid a non-believer against a believer. Also, the protection squad. See, this is all basically mafia tactics. This is what I realize, is that Muhammad is the biggest scammer in the world. He did what Don Corleone did in The Godfather. The protection of the Dhimma of Allah is one. The least of them, the believers, is entitled to grant protection, the Ujur, that is binding for all of them. The believers are each other's allies, mawali, to the exclusion of everybody else in the outside group. And that those who will follow us among the Jews will have help and equality. Neither shall they be oppressed, nor will any help be given against them. But listen to this. As soon as they go on to make that false claim, this is the true claim. and the peace of the believers shall be won. If there be any war in the way of God, no believer shall be under any peace with the enemy apart from other believers, unless this peace be the same and equally binding on all. So they're compelling Jews to fund and fight in their fucking wars of conquest. That's not fair. That's mafiaism. That's gangsterism. That's tribalism. That's not jurisprudence. That's not Magna Carta. That's not Constitution. I want my fucking human rights. Hello?
Diogenes, you are in the Matrix.
Is that Diogenes?
Yes, Diogenes, you're in the Matrix.
I love guys, Diogenes.
Whoa. Diogenes, you're still in the Matrix.
I love good guys who are men of conviction, men of courage.
Diogenes, you are in the Matrix. You are in and out of it.
I'm so fucking deep in the Matrix.
There we go.
I'm so deep in the Matrix, brother. Oh, shit. Am I out?
You're good now. Yep, you're out. We didn't hear a word you said before, but you're out.
Hey, Alistair, first of all, shut the fuck up, pack it up, go read about your fucking goy slap somewhere else. We don't care. Alright?
So take my goy slap, aka a link to Wikipedia describing Muhammad's Ummah and his jurisprudence in 6.6. Okay, no problem, Diogenes. Whatever you say, Doctor.
Thank you. Alright, thanks. Anyways, not to...
What's so ironic is that you are actually probably a descendant of some of these people from the Ummah. Because you are the most Ashkenazi-looking one of us. And so I'm convinced that you are actually, were maybe probably subjected to the tyranny, abuses of Muhammad and his bullshit laws of oppression. Hello?
No, I do not look like an Ashkenazi Jew.
You do look like an Ashkenazi Jew. I've seen your photo. You look like an Ashkenazi, my friend. I think you got some Ashkenazi in your genetics. Have you done it, 23andMe? Hello?
Topher grease.
Okay. I don't think that. Thank you.
I literally can picture your face in my mind, but I can't really picture. I can't think of it. It was an honor to meet you too.
Why can you picture my face in your mind?
Because I've seen a picture of you.
What if you had a client that went on to commit mass murder? Okay. What was I doing in that picture?
I think you were smiling, and I'm picturing you wearing a white T-shirt and you have brown hair.
A white T-shirt with brown hair, blue eyes, English, Polish.
Yeah, you're like kind of skinny.
Kind of skinny.
Fairly attractive.
Don't tell people that I'm skinny. They think I'm obese, and there might be some money to be made in the arbitrage.
No, you're not obese. You're not jacked either. You're like a little string bean.
I'm not a string bean. That's not true. Maybe.
Do you even lift?
Slender. No.
You don't even lift?
I doth not lift, brother. And I have answered you now thrice. No,
So wait, how does someone...
Let me tell you a little story. I had my first time delivered it by myself with my wife at home. Got mom nursing him, everything's good, and I'm like, okay, I start going back to work, and after work, me and my buddy would go to the gym, and we'd spend, 2-3 hours at the gym. We'd go to the gym, do cardio some days, we'd run 10 miles, other days we'd do lifts. We'd always go to In-N-Out and get, 4x4s without buns, protein style. I was really committed to the gym life. And then I came home and I saw how much work it was for my wife to be taking care of that infant by herself, and I realized I was fucked up for abandoning my responsibilities as a father, arguing that, I needed to go to the gym. It's like, yeah, well, my wife needs help at home with this baby we made.
Can you just get up early and do like 300 push-ups in your bedroom?
Anything? Do you have children?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, if you have children,
that sounds like a man who doesn't.
You'll understand that anything, when you are awake, if you are not working and obligated to do something, there's something you can be doing to help your child or your wife.
why are you on Clubhouse at all?
I'm at work.
What do you do for work? I feel like you don't work on your work.
You don't work.
What kind of work do you do?
I don't want to dox myself. To be fair.
Well, you don't have to dox yourself. Are you the only person in America with that job?
No.
Are you the only painter in America?
You know,
Is Keegan the
already
only
came a picture.
French company in America?
I haven't shown you my picture. I haven't shown you my picture, but you've already seen it. So that tells you that pieces get out, and then people put them together, and then they dox you.
Well, I'll tell you who I am. My name is Zach.
People are doxing you because you're probably rude to them. Are you rude? Oh my god, I'm so fucking rude, nigga.
That's not rude.
Oh my god. I'm so rude. It's so rude. I like you, Travis. I don't know why. I don't know who you are, but you hang around and you're kind of a cool guy.
Well, thank you. I think you'd like me even more if we had a beer.
You should make him a basket.
I'd like to jump in here real quick.
You can go ahead and jump in.
I think if I was given moderation, I would make sure that Pap Smear could not be in a room anymore. Pap Smear is a faggot black man, and we should kick him from every room.
Bite your tongue. Bite your tongue. Pap Smear is one of my oldest friends on this app, besides Edmund Dakin. Yeah.
No gays. They need Jesus.
Trash bag loves me.
See, I wouldn't fight in a war. I wouldn't fight in a war to the death to protect gay men, but I would actually have a beer with a gay man at a bar, but still not get in a fight to defend that gay man's honor. That would be that gay man's personal responsibility. And I would never, ever step in between a gay friend of mine and some other guy that wanted to fight him because he was annoying. I'd be like, that's on you, bro. I'm not here to fight for you. I'm here to enjoy my life. You do you. But again, I'm not going to be rude to you. I'm not going to make fun of you. I might tease you a little, but I'm not going to shame you. I'm not going to embarrass you. I'm not going to use racist, homophobic epithets. Hello?
Have you seen the picture of that, or the video of that guy gets hit with a chair and then like grabs onto that guy beside him? That's Pap Smear and that's Pap Smear and Edmund. What? You guys haven't seen the video?
I have. It's like a chair that has like the gay G on it.
We lined up every in this room in ascending terms of height. Ascending order of height. Who's the tallest and shortest you think in here? I think Keegan is probably, I hate to say it, but Keegan is probably the shortest one in the room.
Doubt it. Have you seen his jeans?
I'm 5'10", but I wouldn't say I'm not like extremely tall, but I wouldn't say I'm short for a regular.
I'm 5'11".
Okay, well, I'm not 5'11", so I would be shorter than you. So I guess as of right now, I am the shortest.
I'm 6'3". I'm a tall king. I claim dominion.
That's right.
And you must follow me, your liege, your lord.
How tall do you think Mr. Anderson is? I think he's not a short guy. Mr. Anderson's probably pretty tall.
Well, why is he single?
Because he's an asshole.
I mean, that's undeniably true, but I mean, Dan Blazarian is not single.
Well,
yeah, but he's a short king with an Joel that masquerades it with. All right, how tall are you, Tim? How tall are you? 189, 60. 189?
Yeah, 6'2". That's a man's height.
What is he?
6'2".
What was on my Air Force ID?
Whoa. My friend, we can't judge a man based off his height. I mean, many short men.
I think we can judge a man by what he claims his height is.
Hitler was very short.
In that case, my height is 6'5".
Wasn't Hitler like 5'8"?
You know what's interesting is I've been watching this documentary called The Dictator, and what's so interesting is Hitler was actually obsessed with making videos of himself, and that indicates faggotry. And so what's so funny is when you realize that Hitler was a secret closeted faggot, and that Hitler was a faggot. Again, I'll say it again. Hitler was a closeted faggot, and he was shooting influencer videos during the Third Reich. And so if you watch all of Hitler's videos, you realize he's just an AOC, and he's a schmuck. And in fact, Hitler had a very low IQ, and that's why people hated him in the Third Reich and assassinated him, because he was a prima donna faggot, and he was shooting influencer videos all the time, walking upstairs, looking backwards, being like, did you get the right angle on that video? He was a schmuck. Hitler the schmuck. It's the history that most Nazis don't even know about, that he was a low IQ social media influencer creating videos and books, but he was actually stupid. The man had a low IQ and he didn't even write Mein Kampf. He fucking had to hire people to write it for him. He was nothing but a spam, a meme sitting in a jail cell having other people write his own fucking book. It's all a lie. It's all a fucking lie. The guy was a schmuck. The history of Adolf Hitler the schmuck. It's a new movie I'm coming out with called Hitler Was a Schmuck. Some of you might like it. It's very funny because it exposes Hitler as being a fraud and a social media influencer. And back in the day with videos.
So I'm driving, so I don't really want to cook up food down. Just don't be assholes, please.
Christ, you're gonna get me in a car accident.
Then make a cake and as a moderator or make.
Yeah, Pagan is a fan.
No need to moderate these Nazis. They're just here to get roasted. They're just good for cooking on a barbecue when they realize that Hitler the Schmuck, the movie, is coming out. It's going to be exciting when you realize that your Lord and Savior Hitler was a loser, a dummy, creating videos of himself all day long.
Do you have a problem with my heroes losing? I mean, and only through loss that we learn valuable lessons. And, you know, I mean, I Robert E. Lee, oh, God bless him. You know, it's not the South. The South will rise again. There were courageous men who lost their lives in defense of something. You think I would besmirch them? Denounce them simply because they lost? You're a fool. You're a coward. You're spineless. You're a sycophantic suck up. You're a little baby bitch. You bald fuck. Shut up.
You see, when I see the millions of dead Germans, I really hate Adolf Hitler because he ruined his entire country, and he murdered. He through his bad strategy and stupidity, he actually killed millions of good men whose lives were thrown away like they were garbage. That's not good leadership. Those aren't heroes. That's called Hitler the Schmuck the movie. Hitler was a schmuck, the movie. Hello? Oh, go to johnkitover.com if you want to find out where I live. And then you can reverse engineer who registered the domain name and report them to Interpol. Oh my God. Tim is going to get arrested with Adolf Hitler's dog. Hello?
Keep a moderator so you can permanently shut this number up.
Is that who you want, Mod?
Eddie, don't do it. I'll never forgive you. If you embolden the Nazis, I'll never forgive you. Our relationship is over. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again.
Okay, I'm listening to for a second. Ever say anything like Stalin? Right. Again, Stalin killed multiple people. That allegedly the Germans did.
How tall are you, Tom?
What the fuck is wrong with this guy? He's just screaming too much.
How tall is this guy? Is this guy taller than me? I need to know if I'm supposed to follow you. Are you my leader? How tall are you?
Koala? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. But whatever that.
What's your name? Whatever his fucking name is.
What the hell?
You know,
what about the Chinese country just killed millions of his people? And Stalin did that.
Mao Zedong. You're talking about Mao Zedong, yeah?
Yeah, the Mao cunt. Yeah, the Mao cunt.
The guy who killed like the least amount of people in modern history that are the most offended by. Right. Like the British, we killed 130 million Indians in our rule of India. Yes. No one gives a fuck. Absolutely. Because the Indians don't own the media. The Indians don't own the publishing company.
Plus, they never actually went for any kind of victim. It was like, yeah, if we got fucked, move on.
Hey, you Keegan is like the whitest of us. He should be our leader. Keegan, you're our.
No. He's very good confident.
He's got rock. He's behind it. That's right. He's way down south in the land of cotton. Hey, Keegan, that's an arousing rendition of the One Eagle flag.
Hi, Keegan. How's it going? Long time, bro.
By the way, Alistair, if you had shut up when I asked you to, I would not have had to make Keegan a monster.
No, Keegan,
He always does it now. He always does it. You can't help himself. He really is a glutton for punishment.
if I would happen to more, his ass would happen to the key for
He's a monster to the flame. He can't help himself. He's a
Yeah, sit down to the goose. So I went to swamp for a while after the fucking crocodile and then bloody
Australia, New Zealand, what is this? What am I hearing?
Aussie.
Aussie, brother. I wish I could speak with a cool accent like that. All I know is Crocodile Dundee and a little bit of Steve Harwood. Rip on Barbie. You can't take my face.
It's so funny. Australians don't know what that is, but Americans know.
Barbie, shrimp is not a bad, it's prawns.
It was an advert. It was an advert shown everywhere in the world except for Australia. So Australians don't know about that, but people know about it.
Next, you're going to tell me Foster's in authentic Australian beer.
It's a horse piss. You want to drink it? We made it for you.
I've been drinking horse piss.
Right, if we made it for you guys, you know, you can drink it.
You got the Australian Tourism Board's fucking propaganda.
And what are you drinking out there? What's a good Australian beer?
Lager.
Lager. Who's making that lager?
Emporium.
They go to Irish pubs.
Irish pubs. Hey, you hear about the Irish? They got they got shut down. Their protest was shut down. You saw that?
The fuel protest?
Yeah, they were shut down.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Government snowed it. It snowed them in. What do you mean it yielded? What did they yield?
Government. There's the Irish government.
What did they yield?
Announced some kind of relief. Actually. They got something.
Well, probably not what they wanted, eh?
Sure, but it's better than nothing.
No, surely sounds better than nothing. I can't argue with that. It's like saying, at least they didn't fucking finish shitting on me. That's right.
So I just want to say that in that Dictator film, you know that March of the Fallen when they all go to Moscow, like the 700,000 German soldiers or whatever. Let's just admit that the Germans never should have surrendered. They should have fought to the death because it's better to die fighting than it is to die in a communist gulag. Hello?
At what point? How much leaders should they have waited?
Bloody hell. Spam them in the swamp. Okay.
You can't keep a bad man down.
What an energy, eh?
Well, what?
What an energy.
In 2015, Bernie Sanders woke me up. My openly gay 6-year-old transgender wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. He wanted the COVID-19 vaccine for the greater good of humanity. Because unlike the racist Republicans, he wanted to protect our democracy and take on his social responsibility to do his part for the greater good. He is now gone from this world. He recently had a heart attack. But the doctors say,
Do you see what they're doing to the most do you see what they're doing to the most decorated SAS soldiers?
Gold.
Yeah, it's a female. It's a female. It's a woman. Talk about a G, yeah?
Oh.
Yeah, this what's his fucking from the or something. What's this like? They're like the most decorated, like double, fucking Victoria Cross award winning, like, awarded SAS soldier is getting fucking shafted now by some like charges over fucking killing Afghanis. It's like that's fucking bullshit.
They're taking steel out the spines before they roll out the central bank digital currency, me boys. Trust me, it's coming.
The Afghanis have a fucking criminal gangs over there. He just fought them out, and they'd be like, he Islamophobic. No, he's not Islamophobic.
But they also fucked him because I think he's from Queensland, and they waited until he went to like either Sydney or Melbourne, where they fucking arrested him.
And the science deniers. Melbourne is a commie varsity.
Exactly, and they could get him on a jury, which would be much more diverse, right? Online.
This is so funny.
To basically get so like they selectively to actually charge and arrest him. Fucking cunts.
Mate, Australia is fun.
Well, you gotta take care of the Jews, bro.
Brothers, we have to worry about the Jews before we worry about the traitors. And I tell you, we've got more than enough traitors to satisfy the
don't have any kind of hate on any kind of community.
If you attack their paymasters, the traitors will reveal themselves.
No, listen to me. There are some things more.
The collaborators and the traitors will reveal themselves.
No, that's not right. You're wrong. You think they've been ruling us wrong?
Who's gonna do their peddling?
Listen, I'm telling you what. You go into your community and you identify the motherfuckers which are taking the money, which are selling themselves and selling you and your political representation, and you fucking hold those fuckers accountable. And you look next door, your neighbor, on your right side, your left side, you see they're doing business with those fucking traders.
Your problem is that the alternative.
Our problem is you have committed.
Your problem is that, it's a Pepsi Coke challenge and you think you've got choice, but both sides are poisons, right?
No, brother,
you gotta go upstream. You gotta go upstream and figure out.
You don't need to be talking to me this way because you know, as a matter of fact, that I don't have any of this fucking illusion in my head about the right to live. You don't need to fucking talk to me about that. No, as a matter of fact, I can't believe you assigned that belief to me. You know that I don't see left or right. Come on, brother.
You think you can vote your way out of this?
No, exactly. You have to fucking work with that. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Tim. You know that I know this, alright? Don't be fucking putting on it like that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're like 90 seconds away at any given point in time saying shit like, the tree of liberty must be refreshed with the blood of patriots.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Obviously.
What do you mean? Like that, you're ready to you're glowing right now. You're with a dead post. This is why he's so secretive about his identity, because it's actually fucking bad.
Tim, you want bad, yeah? Tim, because you're like those fucking.
Oh, I don't want to know your identity. I'd never asked.
You're like those fucking.
Oh, I'd never asked.
Organize me wanting kids because you got no other fucking targets. Look, I go out to the protests, okay? And I'm not talking about riots, but I go out to the protests and I take my lovely wife, a good woman, and her children. Good children.
Bernie Sanders woke me up. Openly gay 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. He wanted the COVID-19 vaccine for the greater good of humanity. Because unlike the racist Republicans, he wanted to protect our democracy and take on his social responsibility to do his part for the greater good. He is now gone from this world. He recently had a heart attack. But the doctors say they don't know what caused it, but I know what caused it. It was a stress from the Donald Trump supporters and the science deniers. You might recognize this man as one of the most evil men, if not the most evil man in history is what you call him. But I have somebody who is much worse. His name is Donald J. Trump. Now let me tell you why Donald Trump is worse than Adolf Hitler. Number one, Donald Trump hurts my feelings and Hitler does not. Number two, Hitler at least put people in quarantine camps and made them wear masks, while Donald Trump continues to spew out Russian disinformation. Third, Hitler had the decency and kindness to kill himself. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is still alive. At least Hitler had the decency Russia. If we had a nuclear war, it would be worth it if we could just save one life. Living in a world where people on selfish sides denying racist, trans policy, and other misogynistic things, where people actually supported democracy and took on their social responsibility. The only way to fight for our democracy is to get vaccinated while supporting Ukraine in the fight. And that is your social responsibility. Everybody. One of the people I look up to, who I began to love, is Klaus Schwab. And he said by 2030, you will own nothing and be happy. And I stand with him because I am not selfish. And those who stand against it are selfish. My closing statement, my only regret is that I didn't stop Breonna Taylor's killers. I still remember like it was yesterday. I was shopping at Target in the Pride section looking for a shirt for my 6-year-old, openly gay transgender nephew after I got off work at Starbucks where I'm a barista. But at least I know that I was helping the LGBTQ community where Breonna Taylor was killed. Everybody slaying my car when I proved that Dr. Fauci made a vaccine for white supremacy. I hate myself!
Thank you. That's your time. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna take a knee for George Floyd.
Yeah. Could you do that over there so we can get the next person? Thank you. Okay. If we could, so we'll take like a 5-minute break and wipe all that down. So it's 8:13.
Can you send me good shit? Send me gold.
It's okay for like Muslims to like blaspheme their own God when they're criticizing the Bible, but when you criticize the Quran, like no, that's not okay, dude. That's so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
that's not the thing.
Ramadan as well. Yeah, no, for real.
Yeah.
Hello. You know what they don't put in the beginning of the Quran? They don't put the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Islam, and the declarations by Muhammad in Medina.
Yeah, it's universe. Can you read my PTR and tell me if that's you at the top? Because if it's not you, will you please block that person and report them? Thank you. Hello?
No, that's not me. I don't know who that is.
Is that you?
No, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Will you please report that guy?
Well, I don't know who that is, but I'd be happy to report him for you if you want me to.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
But I'm done. I would never ever waste another minute engaging in a debate with a Muslim unless it's about the Charter of Medina by Muhammad, the Constitution of Islam. That document alone is enough to ruin Muhammad. It makes Muhammad look like a scam artist and a fraudster, and it's so damning what he did, and so contrary to Western judicial. Practice and intelligence. It's an all or nothing statement. It's basically, it proves that Muhammad was the creator of a gang and that it's a scam and a fraud. And people today one of the rules of Islam is to basically be in denial of Muhammad's criminal activity in the 600s.
Yeah, but can you read my PTR? Can you see how that psychopath, but I'm recording every room you're in?
Well, I'm not targeting. See, when I live stream, I'm just primarily just like live streaming myself in my office. But downstairs, I am filming, but I mostly record the big rooms. I told you it was not me. I told you twice, like 3 times now.
Then that freaks me out. If it was you, then I'd be fine with it. But if it's not you, then I'm freaked out by it.
Yeah, well, welcome to being on the internet where you're in a public space and you should assume that everything you say is completely recorded, which it is, because you can't transmit what you're saying unless you create a record.
Will you please report that guy? Please, John?
You got it. No problem. Too easy. Done. If you want to get smart, create a trap room, bait that person in, and then report them. But you need to get them into your trap.
Okay.
That's what some people have done to me. I figured out how they like get my accounts clipped. They're pretty smart.
You alright, Kenny?
She's having a moment.
Don't let it get to you. Never let the Bolsheviks get to you. They have no
The bullshit mix. Yeah, that's exactly what they were, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
You know what's funny is I'm going to produce a movie called Hitler the Schmuck, and I'm going to create another one called Stalin the Schmuck, and then Mao Zedong the Schmuck. Because when you see videos of them, and there's so many videos of them, they actually all spent a lot of time creating videos about themselves. You realize that they were doing dopamine social media creation, prior to the advent of cell phones. I mean, because they would just distribute the videos in movie theaters. That was the propaganda distribution. But when you realize that they were obsessed with making videos and not actually leading or educating themselves, they are all schmucks. They're assholes who killed 100 million people. And see, the problem with that is those 100 million people that died in World War II, they were just led into the slaughter by a schmuck. And that's my big takeaway.
The Sharia Constitution thing you were talking about. I kind of want to hear some of your ideas on that.
Yeah. Let me put the link in the chat. Have you ever read the 72 amendments to the Islamic Constitution in Medina? This is all you need to know from a legal perspective, that Islam is a scam. It's 100% a fraud, and it's right here in this link. And it's just all based on gangsterism, mafiaism, tribalism, defrauding victims, and it's right there. You can see how, and I used Grok to do a historical and literary analysis, contrasting comparison between Western judicial law precedents and historical progression versus the Medina Charter, which is set in stone. It doesn't update. So it's so low IQ and so obnoxious and odious that Muslims are essentially low IQ and ignorant and ridiculous and unfair and nasty about it. And basically, they're in their own mafia. The Ummah is the Don Corleone family of the world. It is the.
I can tell you're jealous.
It is the persistent cancer of society. And actually, the other way to prove it is through the quotes of Winston Churchill, and I'll put that link in the chat next. I am complete. Thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. Don't ever speak again, please. Do us a favor. All right. Why did they boom the room? Here I am trying to.
Will you please report that guy that I pinned to the top, please? Will you report him and look at my PTR?
Report. Let me. What? Kitty 085. Hi, Jess. I'm recording every room you are in. Multiple accounts, honey. Why would I? Who is that? I don't know what's going on.
That guy that I pinned to the top of this room, SIA Watcher. Will you please report him?
Why would I do that?
Because he's stalking me.
On the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's you probably block him.
I did. I blocked him and I reported him, but I should have reported him.
Welcome to the fucking internet. Log off if you don't like it.
That means I hate you.
Well, I don't even know you, so thanks. That doesn't mean much to me.
Yeah, but you don't like any of my friends and you say mean, horrible things. Are you Muslim?
No, but it's interesting to get that question. Thank you. I don't know that I said a minute ago.
Essentially, if you're a communist or a socialist or a Marxist, you actually embody the Ummah principles, and therefore you are tangentially Muslim. Though not actually in Muhammad's Ummah, you practice Islamic ideology because you're a Marxist, communist, socialist.
What do you want from me in return? I can report it for you. What are you gonna do? You gonna give me some coins? Give me some coffee? Give me something. Give me karma. How hard is it? I can't spend that.
I don't have any shekels.
Well, I need some fucking shekels. Is that what they're called? Is that honest to God what we decided to call them on Clubhouse, shekels? That's call you a fucking shekel. Call me whatever you like. That's your freedom. Okay, schmeckles. All right.
So the other link I put in the chat is Winston Churchill quotes on Islam about how Muslims demand that women be their slaves, whether it's daughter or sister. I hope you enjoy these quotes by Winston Churchill. And, I just want to say the fact that Abby is here and you guys have broken up because Abby has eventually realized that she hates you and that you're a hap, which is a highly annoying person. Many people don't know that in the DSMV, there's actually a line item called HAP, which is highly annoying person. It is a mental disorder, and I am complete.
Hello?
Hi, Abby. Othello, don't think that you're not in there. When you look at HAP in the dictionary, there's a picture of Othello, Regal, Kitty, Abby, myself, James. This is actually the HAP support group. Thanks for coming, everybody.
You're welcome. I gotta admit, I'm just a sucker for punishment, just like you.
You keep saying that, but that's projection. I actually don't like punishment. I don't like to be uncomfortable or annoyed, but that's a you problem. Just like how you told Kitty earlier, that's a you problem.
Oh my gosh.
So welcome back, everybody, to the HAP support group for highly annoying people. We are with some of Clubhouse's most annoying. Now, what exactly makes a highly annoying person highly annoying? Let's just sit back and listen to what actually happens with highly annoying people.
Can you put him in the audience for a second?
Wait, who do I put in the audience?
You have to.
Are we putting John Kitover in the audience?
Yeah, we like John. Shut the fuck up. Let John, just be quiet. Yeah, just let John do his thing, but...
Yeah, I'm listening to highly annoying people. We're actually doing a highly annoying person survey right now. Please proceed.
Yeah, it's on mute.
Sorry, I know you're nuts, right?
Who?
You.
No.
Perfect. Well, there you go. Amazing. All right, Kitover, go on.
Welcome back to the highly annoying person support group. Hello? Welcome back to the highly annoying person support group where we are listening to highly annoying people be highly annoying. Let's just sit back, use our ears, refrain from using our lips, and just listen to what it's like to be with highly annoying people.
Oh, we need this T-Rops in here.
I knew he was going to pull out Jazzy.
Oh, what's Jazzy in here?
No, he knows.
Oh,
Jazzy like
hello.
Hello? I think I'm going to get into politics. I think I'd be good in politics. I think I'm going to fully dox myself, go into politics, and you guys can sell. You guys can, I want you guys to do is I want you guys to say, oh my God, we know so many sordid, dirty things about him and who he was online. And I want you guys to get paid for that. So make sure you get a good amount
you're almost president, and then we gotta do it.
That's right. Wait, hey, look, you guys just take the temperature of the room, right? And if you see like my political stars waning,
the things I'm gonna make up.
Yeah, there you go. Just go for it. And
You
cash out.
get the wrong massage.
I'm like the New York Times or like,
You knew how long I was in the side anyway.
Exactly. Just what I'm saying, get paid. Like, don't make sure the money.
I'm not even gonna fuck you. I'm gonna first make sure you and me are in the same political party.
He won't be a part of my political party. He's a fucking greedy little spiritual.
You like him. You like him.
I do. I like because you know what? Because
you're so Christian. I love everyone. You're the most Christian, non-Christian person.
He's peaceful. I know it. Isn't it crazy?
He's peaceful. Look what he did to Nura.
I didn't say he was peaceful. What are you fucking talking about? And obviously he's wrong for that. He's very wrong for that. And I called him out for that. I'll call him out for that again. Okay. I'll say it to his face.
Wait, am I being kicked?
I'm being kicked. It just Diogenes annoying me a little bit.
Why?
He was just talking about me.
Are we having a room topic or something?
Yeah, it's a half room.
I wanted to listen to what Alistair was saying, John over here, what he was saying about like the issues with the Constitution, fucking whatever.
Constitution. I just lost the talk about that Constitution.
We were talking about the Muslim Constitution, not the American Constitution, Abby. There's a difference.
Regal's lying. He's just jealous, but it's okay.
Jealous of what?
Maybe not.
Jealous of me? You're jealous of my English, Scottish, Polish.
That's crazy.
My aquiline, large and distinguished nose.
I mean, the reason why you guys are civilized is because of Regal's.
You're like the worst part. You're made out of the worst shit that Europe is made out of. Bro, you're a fucking Polak and Scottish. Good for you. The Irish are better and the Germans are way better than fucking that.
Wait a minute, I'm a Polak too.
Oh boy.
You know, the Polacks are considered the niggers of America. I mean, sorry, Europe. I first thought like the Northwest and the Europeans are the best. I mean, they are very good. I'm not complaining, but we have to be honest. The one who created the culture are the Mediterraneans. The people like me, Regal.
Bernie Sanders woke me up. I'm openly gay.
No one else in here. Okay.
Hi, if you're new to the room, welcome to the Highly Annoying Person Support Group, where we're listening to highly annoying people be highly annoying. No need to kick anybody to the goo or remove them from the room if they're highly annoying. That's the purpose of the room. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
John, can you prove we're going to be 5 minutes?
You're going to fully dox myself?
I'm just trying to fucking chill and like be funny, dude. I'm not trying to be all that types of fucking serious. I mean, I don't know.
We are trolling
a minute ago.
We are trolling too. Don't you worry about that.
Well, you see, not every hap is a troll and not every troll is a hap. And I just want to say, if you're a highly annoying person and you call yourself a troll, but you're just a highly annoying person, well, you might not be a troll. You might be a highly annoying person. And so...
Stop speaking. I'm driving and I don't want to get in a car accident, but I really don't like to be alone with my thoughts, so...
Is it
Let's go to
Okay, just kicking out around?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going there. I'll check all that.
I just want to say that that's generally what highly annoying people do, is they have absolutely nothing interesting to say. They're just actually there to be highly annoying. And that's okay, because there's a place for highly annoying people like Honey Badger. Well, Badger. Honey Badger is also someone who has nothing interesting to say. He just asks questions and he thinks through that Socratic method. he's embarrassing people who are actually just highly annoying people. And in the process, Honey Badger himself exhibits highly annoying person character traits. So thank you for coming to the HAP support group. This is a safe space for HAPs. Please come up, honey, and participate.
Everybody acts like it's, we've got a clubhouse debate club or something like that. It's not that. Definitely not that.
Yeah, but it's for highly.
We're probably going to jump in the middle of the fucking shin, and that's what we're doing. We're just having a conversation on here with 20 people on the app. I can just jump in at any fucking time and fucking interrupt with, especially if you got somebody committed, and then you got some other fucking idiot. We'll jump in for them. It's so fucking aggravating.
I agree.
You have it's annoying. It's not real fucking debate. It's just we're on it. You might as well have it be. That's why all the titles in my room are fucking open discussions. Ain't no fucking debate on here.
Well, I think this app would be if this app had a setting where when you set up the room to like debate room style, like 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, and then the green bean rotates amongst anybody on stage, that'd be great. That would eliminate all the friction on the signal, So I'm just saying that the app itself is functionally malevolent. And I think Honey Badger can probably confirm that if we wanted to actually use this app for productivity in terms of like experiencing true information, that could be possible, but the app itself basically opens it up to highly annoying people. Hello?
I very much so agree. Hello?
Yeah, no doubt. It's gonna be a year debate on here, I guess. They're gonna talk about our claims evidence for the next year.
Oh God, I thought we handled that. I thought that was done already now. Really?
That's their thing, dude. They want to talk about the same shit every day.
Oh, but come on. We've already established that claims are evidence and testimony is evidence.
Yeah, whatever. Do you think these people are following philosophical rules when they do any of this stuff? Are there any real formal debates on here? I might have seen one or two. People don't have patience for that. They just want to be part of the conversation. They don't have patience for it. They want to get out the fuck is it? All the troll shit. They want to joke around and Dude, there's old ladies on this fucking app, dude. Like that chick Frenchie, she's fucking old, bro. What are you doing on here? Life is so fucking boring that you get on here to fucking try to send Christians and tell them their book is fucking stupid. I mean, what do you fucking do?
Yeah, she is pretty, I don't know. She acts nice to me sometimes, but she is a diehard atheist. We've had a pastor, past 3 or 4 years of having to deal with 80. Yeah.
What do you think? You would think by now, after they figured out all of this stuff, they would be fucking doing some sort of a study of some kind and talking about real resolutions and problem solving and treating it like it's a fucking think tank or something. But you never hear anybody getting on the positive fucking tip and doing that, You got some of these dudes on here that are, I'm gonna say they're pretty fucking smart, dude. And it's well, when do these people, Christians, atheists, all these fucking people come together and then say, well, where's the reconciliation? Where's the stress point? And I say this shit all the time. I'm it just falls on deaf fucking ears, dude. The biggest thing that we got hurting us right now is like this culture that we have. You know, we're just imitating shit and recycling bullshit from like, you know, the 1960s and 70s, right? It's just being recycled today by a bunch of kids that don't go out and read fucking history books like in the 1990s and the 1980s. Like, everybody was against fucking racism. Everybody wanted to clean up and pick up fucking trash. Everybody wanted to do Michael Jackson's fucking Heal the World and make it a better fucking place. You know, Cyndi Lauper, the fucking...
But see, this... Regal, you know what Gnosticism is, right? So I came to the conclusion the other day that Gnosticism and solipsism are technically the same thing. And so what you're doing right now, it's not highly annoying. It's accurate. But I would just say that, like, I complain a lot too, but complaining about the culture, it's just complaining about the culture. But, like, your life matters. Your opinions and your dislikes don't matter as much as, like, all the things you can do. Meaning your opportunity cost is there.
That's literally the point that I'm trying to make. Like instead of all of us as grown adults wasting our time on here doing like these fucking snappy little fake little witty comebacks and shit, you know, you think that people would like come together and come up with like resolutions or like, you know, you should be writing this down and fucking, you know, doing like a peer review and then tossing this into some kind of like a sociology study. You know what I mean? The point is like, I don't think people know how to do it organically anymore. They just look in the fucking past and they say, well, I just want to emulate something my grandparents fucking did. Rinse and recycle it. And now we need this new activism bullshit. Like it's not fucking new. It's the same shit. You know, and it's more damaging to fucking society than it is helpful.
The new activists, though, are actually highly annoying people. I heard one, you know, what's his name? Bree, or he goes with that stupid PTR with the light and the tree. Breyer? You know Breyer
That's
in here?
funny, dude, because you're pointing out the problem here. It's like you can sit around all day long and complain about what's not happening and complain about every little fucking facet of like reality. Dude, and you know the fucking God's not real because I complain about how fucking sad the state of affairs is in the fucking world.
Breyer thinks that he's like the most intelligent thing since like sliced bread, and he used to hold all debate rooms, and he'd say, "Well, you don't know this, but I'm actually like a teacher at what is it, California? Not it's what is that college or the university? There's where he's so proud that he's taught at before, but that he's just a debate teacher, and so he thinks he's just so fun.
No, I know, but what I'm trying to say is Regal is talking about action, not complaining. So in the Book of the Law, or The Rights of Man by Aleister Crowley, it says, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. But the do is capitalized. So he's trying to point out that our lives are actually experiences or happenings. And so the talkers are the biggest scammers around, because the secret about life is that you are not what you say you are what you do. And so I've proven that for Congress.
I understand that. You know, if what everybody is just, you know, they want to sit around and complain and they get sad. And you know what these activists do? They make money organizations that are like money laundering schemes, and they pretend that they're going to put something. Here's the promise: they're going to put some magical person in the place that's going to make all your problems magically go away. That's okay. You throw enough money at this organization, they'll go and do it for you.
Because when you stop talking to yourself, and you are simply aware of
what happened in Alabama is like, you know, the SPLC or whatever. Will you explain that, Aleister Crowley?
Let me play for you a quick little clip from Alan Watts here. It's kind of interesting. And it's actually the next level up about what Regal is talking about, which is really, this is why I bring up highly annoying people, Because part of our problem is our brains are fully automatic and constantly we're chatterboxes. But there is another way of actually manipulating your environment through silence. Listen to this by Emma Watts.
Yourself. And you are simply aware of what is. That is to say, of what you feel, what you sense. Even that saying too much. You suddenly find that the past and the future have completely disappeared. So also have disappeared the so-called differentiation between the knower and the known, the subject and the object, the feeler and the feeling, the thinker and the thought. They just aren't there because you have to talk to yourself to maintain those things. They're purely conceptual. They're ideas. They're phantoms, ghosts. So when you allow thinking to stop, all that goes away. And you find you're in an eternal here and now. And there's nowhere you're supposed to be. There's nothing you're supposed to do. There's nowhere you're supposed to go, because in order to think you're supposed to do something, you have to think. And so it's incredibly important to unthink at least once a day. Because when you...
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting at first, but to me, it's just a platitude, to be honest. I'm trying to get
We'll see.
Here is, like I said, this whole philosophy fucking shit, fucking platitudes that people say to each other. They think they're being fucking armchair philosophers on here. Tell me something that's actually fucking useful that you can do on a day-to-day basis, because most of the shit they talk about around here is completely fucking useless shit that you can't find.
Yeah, this app is just spam. It's all spam on here.
Yeah. I get that.
But what Watts?
Like the point I'm making is, you think they would figure out by now? There are positive things you can posit that you can talk about. That's not just fucking complaining. That can, you can do something with it. It encourages people to get along.
I know.
It's encouraging to fucking.
It's disappointing.
Be positive. It is. At a certain point, yeah, it is. But you can't really focus on disappointment, though.
But that's why I said, from the user experience, your leadership is actually your journey. And so, just because society can't organize and it's dysfunctional doesn't mean that you are not organized and functional.
Andrew was disparaging me about yesterday or a couple days ago because of the way I talk to people. And it's like, well, if you're going to be a cackling fucking hoe, or if I'm going to tell you you're blown out and you smell like tuna on the basis of disrespect, and the whole point and strategy here is to show some fucking leadership, you'd be like, oh, hey, I did that. Lead by example. Let's not do that. I apologize to you. Let's move forward from that. And somehow he wants to smuggle in this fucking, well, that's not biblical. You can't speak to people like that. Well, you know what, man? It's the greater fucking good. Isn't this what you motherfuckers argue for every day with the problem of evil, that there's a greater fucking good? And it's like, you have to do that. You have to show some you have to jump in and get fucking dirty with people and show them, hey,
Yeah, but you go by the name.
Way to go about.
You go by the name Regal, but unfortunately, you're not actually being regal by having that type of demeanor, attitude, or personality. I'm just saying that you're not in compliance with legality.
I am being regal. I am being above and beyond all that fucking shit.
No,
because all that dude's
no.
trying to do is tell me, it's like, I don't like the way that you talk because I wouldn't do this, right? But look at the success rate of Andrew, right? Like, I can actually fucking demean somebody and break them fucking down, and then say, hey, I'm sorry, but you need that to be built back up to actually make genuine fucking sense. Whereas, he wants to sit around and he wants to play Mr. fucking nice guy. That's cool. Well, what's your success rate? Almost every person on here, right, that comes and hangs out in this fucking room, I've been pretty blunt and straightforward with, and I'll tell them what my thoughts are. I'll even insult some fucking people when it's necessary. I'll also apologize for it and say, hey, you should do the same thing. And if you want to actually work on a project with me or actually do something with me here, we shouldn't be miserable while we're fucking doing it. We should actually be doing something fun, something that is regal, that transcends all that. That's above and beyond it.
I get it, but people are just complaining about it. Well, what I'm advocating for is that Regal can actually change and be better and be happier with a different personality. You're never going to really totally change who you are, but the more you read, the more your personality will change because you're actually taking in other people's personalities as you read their books. And there's a famous Jesuit, he wrote a book on axioms and aphorisms. The last chapter says, in a word, be a saint. And so if you think about Jesus Christ, that guy, he expressed all range of emotions, especially when he flipped the tables and he got angry in the temple and he scared everybody and freaked everybody out. I'm just saying that Jesus, how do you think Jesus' personality was as he was walking around, the countryside and conversing with people?
Doing the same shit. He was challenging people. He was saying, hey, X, Y, and Z, here are examples. He's without sin, cast the first fucking stone. For in other words, shut your fucking mouth. Tell me you're the one that's fucking sinless, right? And that's kind of like the same thing that I do on occasion. Now, I'm not saying I'm like Christ or I'm perfect or anything like that, but,
Well, what I'm getting at is that I think
it's just like you have to be able to tear somebody down from their egotism or this little secure place where they think things are the way that they fucking are. They're really not that. And you know what? You gotta rip that fucking Band-Aid off someday.
I know, I get that, but when you rip a band off of somebody else, sometimes you are unfortunately ripping your own band-aids off.
Our grandparents had the privilege of growing up in a suffering, painful life without the fucking internet or cable television or all this other fucking nonsense we need today. And you know what? This is the result of living in a pillowy. You can go to a supermarket. You can do you can do anything kind of fucking thing, right? Way too many fucking options, People are not fucking suffering like the way that they claim that they're suffering, like people who went through the civil rights movement or people who fucking, get the fuck out of here with that nonsense.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying that, from the user perspective and the way that, you get in a vehicle and drive it, you're like a soul driving this vehicle. And to me, having friction is a waste of time. I want to flow like water and not be held back by other people's blockages. And this app is essentially a game theory simulation experiment of your own making. I mean, being the green bean is your experiment. I'm just trying to say that I think Jesus was a nice person. And the statement, be good or be like a saint, if you can actually...
That's the point. Everybody's conception of what they think Jesus being a nice person isn't really what they think it is. You have this mythical unicorn in the grass, and you think you're going to find that in the common man today. And that's what people's perceptions are, right? And I got someone like Andrew R. over here, right, condemning the way that I speak to people. But my success rate is actually better at commanding respect than his is. That's the fucking difference.
Yeah, that's fine.
When I talk to people and I tear out the foundation beneath them, right? They don't like that. And that's what you're gonna go for to build people back up and put them on the beaten fucking path.
Well,
some people want to go down the fucking, this road. I'm trying to say, well, what about the road less traveled? I'm pretty sure you're familiar with what that poem is.
Yeah, and every single journey starts with one step. It goes back to doing and action. That's true karma. It's not reciprocal. It's actually life is happening. This room is an experience. This app is an experience. Your cell phone is an experience. Your love life, your marriage is an experience. It's all happening. And I'm just saying that to actually move through the happening with more joy, be like an angel, be light on your feet. Nothing holds an angel down because they don't weigh anything. And if God created angels, well, God weighs even less than nothing. All I'm trying to say is personality, pleasantness, being happy. If you're happy and you know it, you clap your hands. And when people insult you, degrade you, abuse you, you're actually far ahead of them because you know the secret, which is that it's all ad hominem projection. Ad hominem projection is what happens on this app nonstop. And when you realize what real projection is, it's a motherfucker. Because you realize everything you've ever projected onto somebody else.
Dude, I get that, man. Everybody likes to take their insecurities out on each other because they can't sit there and formalize them because they don't have a concept of like conflict resolution in their life. And the standard of relationships today is to avoid conflict resolution because the second you criticize your friend or anybody else, it's like, oh, I can't be criticized. We can't resolve this. Oh my God, communication and expressing your fucking needs to each other. Oh, that's so fucking hard to do. I mean, I get it, dude. I understand that, but the whole point is that I can sit there and take the criticism. I can also dish it out and say, hey, you guys really don't fucking like that. Let's get along. Let's go this direction. So I'm sitting here focusing on nonsense like that. I mean, not for nothing, dude. Like I said, I think this just backs up into like a cultural fucking thing now. All the movies suck. All the films suck. All the things that you get in fucking society today. All the incentives and social situations. It's all fucked up.
No, I agree, but
and you got a bunch of fucking
content
kids running around in their early 20s, acting like they're in the civil rights movement, making shittier fucking films. Saying, hey, I want to remake this film, but do without all the nuances that made it great, and they make it shittier than it ever fucking was. They're not making their fucking music; they're copying all of the old shit that was already done before. So it's like, where's the real creativity? Where's the real expression? It's just
again, that's a huge problem though.
Done fucking horribly.
That's a huge problem though.
The fucking point. There was a time, right, where like what I'm saying, like for an example, John Carpenter, right, did this film called The Thing, based on The Thing from Another World, a black and white film based off of a fucking novella called Who Goes There, right? When you get up to John Carpenter's film, it was done good. When you get up to like what people are doing now with this material, it's like there's all this red tape around creativity. They're doing it worse than what these people do it. Like, if you're actually going to do this concept, like, do it right and commit to it. Not just cut out the parts of the fucking film that offend you or you think is racist or you think wouldn't align up with today's, like, climate culture and all this other fucking shit because it's all forced. You got these people with their thumb on the fucking scale. They're claiming that, life is horrible, it's bad, there's racism out there, there's misogyny, there's homophobia, there's all these... None of these fucking problems are fucking here, dude. They're not here.
Well, they're there in the subjective, but to me, they're low on the list of priorities. And my complaint is that people have priorities upside down. And if we were to properly understand priorities, it would solve the lower hanging priorities on its own. But I agree with you. I think all content now sucks. And I think a lot of it is just mass produced for distribution globally, especially in India and China. So it's got to be, rated PG, and it is woke. And the government, unfortunately, Trump is just one man, and one man has difficulty changing culture and leading it because it's like supposedly a slow change.
It's not a fucking change, dude. The Democrats were doing the same fucking thing in the early 1990s. There was this cultural phenomenon with fucking Donald Trump in the 1990s. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with him. He remained a Democrat his whole fucking life. He's still a Democrat right now, dude. What the fuck does that tell you? He's not a conservative.
Well,
what does that tell you about fucking culture and society at large that are fucking gaslighting them fucking selves and believing this bullshit where they put their fucking thumb on the fucking scale and making something out to be that it's not? Donald Trump, right? We actually have a Democrat in the fucking White House right now, and people don't even know that. The dude's views didn't change from the 1990s to now. They're the same fucking thing. All the shit he's doing right now is all the shit the Democrats were doing and in the late 80s, early 90s, all the way up to the fucking 2000s, leading up to Obama.
Well, I mean, before getting to that, I just want to say that, like, people think I'm a troll on this app.
let's be real, dude. Like, how can people sit there and literally brainwash themselves into this fucking shit, dude? Like the real influence here is coming from, like I said, a bunch of fucking teenagers that are probably in their early 20s now, just getting into college. They hear about how they have entitlements to feminism. They hear about, the racism and all this, and then they bring it all back with them, and they think this is the problem of the fucking world of today, dude, when all that shit's already been resolved. That's what the fucking problem is. You got a lot of brainwashed little shits running around.
Well, see, I think you got your dates wrong, personally. I've read that the problem in America really began in the 60s with the hippie movement and that cultural movement in America, that the government should have ended it before it took off. And that's actually the cancer in our society. And they're all, in their 70s and 80s now, retired, collecting pensions, and they're all hypocrites. These are very common complaints. I'm just saying that, to me, I said earlier that I was a troll, but I'm actually a filmmaker, and I have, 100 YouTube accounts with 100,000 plus videos.
From the 1960s to the 1970s, we resolved that issue, right? In the 1980s, everybody was doing interracial relationships. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with that. Now we're in the early 1990s, and the culture reflects everybody trying to make the world a better place, clean up your garbage, treat everybody fucking better and kinder, all this other nonsense. And then you get to 1998 when the new metal culture comes out, the Attitude Era, where everybody's fucking flipping bird and saying, hey, I don't give a fuck, it doesn't make, fuck you. This, like, all of that punk shit, right? And then slowly from 2000 up to 2015, dude, something happened here where, like, these fucking kids got their hands on the culture now. They're getting into the filmmaking. They're getting into all this shit. And somehow, because that's what kids do, they sit on the internet all fucking day in 4chan, sit all day on the internet, on fucking TikTok, on Facebook, on fucking Reddit, okay? And there's just this fucking poison that gets injected into fucking culture, bro. What we're doing racism again? Oh, we're doing feminism again? Oh, we're doing, like, how many fucking things can I stack up and be like, hey, we're doing it all over again, when most of these fucking problems are, like, generally resolved? Like, even in the early 1990s, dude, if you were a fucking racist, man, you would be socially disparaged for being an asshole like that. When the fuck did it ever come back in 2015?
People got tired of being called racist when they weren't.
Well, that's the point, dude. Like, now racism or misogyny, or all of these different words, right? All of them, right? All of them has lost its absolute fucking meaning, and people are getting fatigued out from it. And
it's cyclical,
these
though.
A lot of the politicians, the people that make the films, this is the people that run the music industries, this is the Disneyland. This is all the kinds of shit that they're fucking into. And they're just poisoning the fucking well at us.
It's a list of top 50 buzzwords that Democrats use. I realized this yesterday in a room. I was like, I really need to learn the verbiage that left wokeists are using regularly, because no matter what the topic is, it will come back up. It's almost like on their calendars. And they just keep recycling the topics, but they never get to important topics like tax reform. Never, ever. Because they're not interested in actual reality. They're more interested in their delusional makeup, create a new utopia society, not based on math or science or physics, but based on their feelings of what is social equity justice. I mean, that's why I'm saying, Regal, like, your complaint for a highly annoying person. Again, this room started out as a highly annoying person support room. I know I'm, co-opting your room and declaring that, but I'm just saying that be the solution. Be the outcome now in everything you do, and then there's no room for complaint. And I hope you're doing that.
Dude, this goes levels above and beyond stating the fucking obvious, right? Because this stuff really is obvious, but it's really fucking not. Now, if you point this shit out, you're a transphobe, you're a racist, you're a misogynist, for simply stating the fucking obvious. Like, you gotta make a fucking, what the fuck is that? What the hell is it? No, it's the act that they made in the fucking Biden administration for, like, fucking trans people. I can't remember the name of the fucking bill because I just don't really even care about fucking politics at this point. But it's like here's a percentage. You got the LGBTQ community makes up 10% of the fucking population. Now you got less. Now you have even less than 10% of the population, right? These are trans people. Why are we allocating a bunch of fucking funds for like all of the like a super elite group of fucking outliers?
It's political. It's super normal stimulus.
Just to satisfy their feelings, so they feel like there's a security net. Like it's absolutely fucking insane. Why are we doing that?
You know, for real, that stuff killed the left. Like, it completely destroyed the Democrat movement.
When you turn 18, you can get cosmetic surgery. When you turn 18, you can do whatever the fuck you want with yourself. What was the fucking point of that to begin with?
That's all they have to do. People would have been like, okay, well, I don't really agree with this person either. But when they said, yeah, we're going to come after kids, that's it. That's when they completely lost everything. And they walked it back for all the LGBTQ. Because of that one group of people, they got walked back for everything.
Like it's so fucking obvious, right? You can't point, like, that's the point that I'm trying to make to you, dude. You can't point the fucking obvious out to people anymore because they just don't know what the fuck you're talking about because it's not obvious to them. So there's something else going on there.
It requires like weirdos like us to kind of see this stuff, and then unfortunately, because maybe people like us are very tribalistic.
Between England and the United States, for an example, you have all of this anti-natalist rhetoric around you need your right to have an abortion because you just need it. Because you're a woman. You're entitled to do what you want with your body. Meanwhile, over there in fucking England, they're moving in dozens of Muslims because they're under replacement rate because they need people in civilization to operate the fucking machinery, to turn the fucking lights on and off, to keep the, you know, all the infrastructure going. You need people with fucking minimalistic basic skills to do laboring work. To like basically have that to fucking fix all the fucking potholes in their country between fucking winters and summers and all this shit. So instead of sitting there making, you know, let's say, let's get rid of fucking feminism because it's already achieved its fucking goals, and obviously they're not gonna roll back on that, right? Let's get the propaganda up for actually supporting people who are mothers to get replacement rates back up. But you know that's too fucking obvious stuff.
But that lost that feminism. That's the thing. Like feminism, ultimately, you know how it started, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. And I'm also familiar with the fact that somebody who commits themselves to feminism, they don't care about how it came along. They don't care about where they're going with it. Most people, if you state the obvious to them and you say, well, how do you resolve for this issue? They don't fucking talk about it. They don't care. This is an obvious problem. You can point right at it, tell them what it is for how it is, and whatever the case may be. And it falls on deaf fucking ears. I don't care. Because you can take your money and you can give it to an organization and they'll do it for you. There has to be somebody out there that's going to protect me or give me a security net if I keep paying fucking into it. Like, I mean, does anybody know what happens to the tax money anymore? Where it goes?
It goes into a black hole. There's no tracking.
You get barely enough time in the fucking week to yourself to even care about any of this shit.
Yeah, it's true.
The roads look like the surface of the moon. I don't know where it's going.
The popular.
Well, where's the fucking outrage for fucking everybody in their fucking world being locked in their fucking homes because a bunch of fucking scientists said we needed to fucking do it, and then they ended up being fucking wrong about what they said. Well, where's the outrage to that? Oh, none? Yeah, somebody else will take care of it. I pay my taxpayers money.
Great, welcome. This is a highly annoying person support room built for highly annoying people. I want to thank you for coming. No. You just didn't know that we set up this room about an hour and a half ago dedicated to supporting highly annoying people, and we just sit back and listen We try to use our lips less than our ears. Welcome to Highly Annoying Person Support Room. Hi, Gray.
Hey, what's up? How's everyone's Thursday?
Pretty good. Could be better.
Listen, if you're a highly annoying person and you know it,
I think I can be annoying to certain people. And other people might go, no.
It's gotta be highly.
I trigger Andrew. I know that.
see, Regal was triggered by Andrew's behavior and how rude he is to Regal and doesn't give Regal his. No, I'm just trying to say that, like, in the hierarchy of Christ, I personally think that Andrew has a higher position than you, but I am just a highly annoying person. Hello?
No, but Andrew cares about what people think about him, and he needs these sort of groups to validate his. He knows nothing else.
It's the same thing with Muhammad. He's a Muslim.
He's getting worse though too because he's getting validated and able to. One supposed to joke about autism.
Well, right. It's not debate on here. We're not doing philosophy. We're not debating philosophy. If you notice, it's really just a discussion at the end of the day. Because in debate, you don't sit there and say, hey, I can't explain this to this person. Hey, someone else on the stage that's smarter than me, can you explain this to this person? Or in other words, for me.
After the explosion, a strange sound faded over, but you still had no idea what had happened with a mysterious old man. It just didn't seem to reflect you, Butcher, into a movie, but in reality, Butcher had fallen into a deep sleep. How much he called out to him, she just wasting time, he's gone.
Last 2 years,
As usual, Butcher had an endless nightmare. He died of terminal dehydration. First, don't hear this.
and he cares deeply.
He's intended to take us down one by one. Solutions. I advise you to get up and stop wasting time to get things beyond safe. This moment is trapped in an endless nightmare until he died of dehydration. This was Mindstorm's death. Now only Mindstorm can figure it out. Even at first chance, I tried to prevent myself from being controlled. There was no way I would let my revenge plan.
You really think he has all that control over the community?
Let's honestly agree that if he had Mindstorm, I would immediately kill him. I seem to hear some kind of sound.
They just hang out with each other while quietly disagreeing with each other. And it's just a few steps. I just said, he has looked at a kid he was even in the past couple of years, and they get quiet and they stop speaking to each other because they have nothing to talk about. So I'm not sitting silence. I'm not a fucking pussy. When he was in the room, he gets to keep it into the room so we can jam it up every once in a while. I'm seeing that shit like they, to be honest.
After we emerged from the forest, we encountered two people dressed like priests. It's explained that the car had broken down and asked us to take a look.
Like, unless you actually get on YouTube and actually watch it.
I suddenly pulled out my gun and said, the place is
obviously this room is not the channel. It's a discussion channel where it's a threshold that it's not to be
encountered in this area today. I began to mind storm. You guys spoke to my brain was on strand. After sending the nun to meet her maker as well, we arrived at a farmhouse. I could clearly sense that Mindstorm was hiding inside. Soon I spotted his warehouse. I raised my shield to signal Huey not to act rashly and wait for the red button to strike. But what I didn't expect was that Huey actually used his superpower to teleport Mindstorm somewhere else. Huey had made a deal with Mindstorm. If he will Butcher from the land, Huey would help him escape.
I don't like the coffee or.
He's not the guy's a piece of shit. It doesn't matter. I don't mind being someone who loves me around and like someone who loves me. If for better or worse, beyond what I see, we can move out for these just as he was Butcher to return to reality. He would keep his promise. Like his Mindstorm was there. Like it's my dagger.
I first joined the fucking platform and I went into like Andrew's room, so it was like everybody in the fucking room were like debating me at once. And one time I even like did a like abortion syllogistic argument, right? And like the fucking goal of it was hilarious. They just waited for ChatGPT to act like they could do that. And it's like, oh, this is not the proper logic. And I'm like, dude, I'm not just fucking logic.
Something different than most kids for his birthday.
Some sort of nuance or some flavor to the argument. Like for some people, it's just like unheard of, and they can't really process properly unless it's formulated. I just ran this argument over and over. They were
wanting to like overly like not that I'm like hateful towards a particular people group, but like I have my rhetoric down packed where it's kind of the goal is to literally make fucking transsexuals, homosexuals, and fucking whatever you may have it with all of this free love nonsense that they have, and they all want to include people and be inclusive. But at the same time, like, it's just as long as you fucking agree with them. And they don't like that, you know, and I get it, you know, but you have to sit there and listen to all the rhetorical shock value of, like, you know, what the opposite paradigm is. So it's like, I just don't really even fucking bother anymore. Like, nobody's doing philosophy on here, you know, it's just, hey, these are my pals and my buddies having an open discussion. So I don't even take it seriously anymore.
I don't think you should, and I think that a lot of times we're wasting our time.
So you never should have taken it seriously from the beginning.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up, dude. When you sit down and you write a whole, like, when you basically write a whole syllogism, you write down all your definitions, you have your semantics down pat, and then you try to actually put or demonstrate some kind of effort. Just to say, we don't give a shit about your effort, we're the arbiter. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm different, and I've been around the debate community for 10 years, so.
It's original, right? Like, at least I originally tried to like do something or like make it fun or like come up with my own original ideas.
Wait, did you just tell me to shut the fuck up, brother? Did you tell me to shut the fuck up? Is that what you said? Shut the fuck up? Is that what you said? Shut the fuck up?
Very quiet.
Yeah, but a lot of these people don't.
Gotta call out people when they use profanity against me. Every time I repeat it back to them. Every time.
They could, you know, talk about the same thing over and over again. I'm not comfortable doing that. I don't want to sit in a room hearing the problem of evil over and over again. I've done it for 10 years. I've done it for 10 fucking years. We're never gonna get over it. We're never gonna solve the fucking problem. It's like these people think they're fucking philosophy bros, you know, like they're gonna solve this problem. It's everyone's got their point of view, but it's just at what point are you wasting your time? You know, are you here to look for answers? Are you here to have a nuanced conversation? Or are you just belting out that you know stuff? You know, and you're going to sit comfortably, like, repeating the same things over and over again. Go outside. Fuck. Get a job. Jeez.
Right.
You know, like, and people like hold so much credence on being the best at these things. It's never going to get you anywhere. No one really cares.
None of these guys are the best at what they do because they break the fucking rules all the time. I'm sorry, dude, but if you're an atheist and you're completely committed to like materialism or naturalism, right? And then like here's the other thing as well. There must be 120 different kinds of fucking atheists, right? People can't define what fucking atheism is anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you have to.
calls. You know what I'm saying? We're creating reports for you. This is so stupid. And I was like, but that's how it is. And he was like, I would say, you know, it's a game. You know, it's all a game. It's like that's.
Yeah, I just hate, like, it's like I get it. I understand the corporate world where it's, you know, it's all about profit margins and, you know, EBITDA and whatever, you know. It's like I get it, but at the same time, it's like, gosh, sometimes I wish we could just talk about this stuff like normal human people, you know, where it's like, oh, well, why did this take so long? Because that's how long it took me, you know? Like,
and that stuff I understand, but literally just making it look like I'm doing something, even if you know I'm not.
Psychology in the pattern, loving the way you stand. If I let go, I'm coming back clean. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy, now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love is now. How to hold this, show me now. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. Once more smile, one clean moment. Turns the whole world right.
the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hair. Tower the broken side. Got in the pose you stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you stand. If I let go, I'm coming back clear. If I let go, you get me. Now it's wisdom, now it's joy. Now it's wisdom, let it unfold. God is love here, let it now. Hold this, show me now.
Labors, but he has bandages around the eyes, like he's blind. But when the bandages get stripped away, it's like he's the evil side.
General, you control everything. You don't even need a military anymore. You have absolute control. They're not going to stand by and let that happen.
That shit easy. I mean, just to pick it. Like the person that wore it, the woman that wore it would have had to been not barely even 5 feet tall. You know, like it's weird.
I mean, oh, you can't say this or speak like that. That's like fuck out of here, dude. Like, we're grown adults. I don't know,
People get so triggered over some things, but he will allow racist and transphobia. But he will get so upset over something so hard. Whenever I said the other day, oh my god, this is crazy. I said in the chat, I said, Andrew put 2 people up working on like a contract basis, and he was like, "Hey guys, look what Greenwood got," and then he was so triggered by that instead of looking at the chat and seeing the transphobia, the racism, and stuff like that. So he's very like on a moral perspective, John, like emotionally like stunted. Really wants up here. Danny making the most annoying children on the planet.
Yeah, I was just in Regal's room and I brought up, I said, is this a support therapy room for HAPS, highly annoying people? And, you know, eventually he kicked me to the goo after he told me to shut the fuck up. And he's in a room complaining about the way that Andrew demeans him and talks to him, but yet he himself has a very potty mouth. So I'm just suggesting that I think we all admit that there are 10% to 20% of the population that are highly annoying people, and that could be what's socially causing so many problems. Hello?
I was gonna say, I think we need an exchange program for like East Coast incels to like send them out west and like let them like shoot, you know, cardboard boxes and shit, and like get it all out so they aren't whining on the internet all the time.
Did you hear about the last Jews of Afghanistan? Yeah.
No, who gives a fuck? What the fuck are they doing there?
There were 2 of them, and the guy was so annoying. I guess they put him in jail. he was in the jail and he annoyed the people in the jail so much they let him out of jail. I forget the story. There was like two Jewish men left in Afghanistan. They kept fighting with each other. It's just like a funny story. I don't know.
It's adorable. Two Jews arguing with each other.
Well, I just want to say something about the title of this room. Great topic, nature of God. Maybe you want to capitalize the N. Maybe you want to keep it small. Up to you. But the big G is always what's interesting. And what I want to just say quickly is that, I'll be succinct, is that intelligence is truly the definition of God. And I think that's why all of these AI, articles and complaints about they're worried that the God AI is going to get out of the laboratory. It's going to be like Age of Ultron, the Avengers. Then we'll have to like put McZed in an Iron Man suit so he can litigate with an impenetrable, titanium, uranium suit. Anyways, I'm just saying the true nature of God is obviously the opposite of ignorance and stupidity and highly annoying people. And, a lot of these Christians on this app that are highly annoying people, I just wish they could get into the Jesus Avatar Simulator at Disneyland and see what it's like to walk around as a happy, nice person who doesn't degrade, insult, embarrass, shame, and be a total asshole all the time. That, to me, is what probably Jesus was like. He was probably like the nicest hippie you ever met, and he was really upset with the way that the Romans were dealing with everybody, and maybe even like what some of the puffiest, religious people were doing.
Have you been watching the Foundation series, John?
No, what? That's Asimov.
Oh man, like the last.
This is yours, right?
The last iteration of the day beyond that is like the best Jesus ever.
Why would they advocate to kill Jesus if they think he's a good man now? Are Jews changing their position?
You're not going to be able to cut that.
What we're trying to say is, as Megatron gets through the workday, Rabbi is clearly a hap, a highly annoying person. See, there are other types of haps. See, Rabbi's actually a funny and somewhat intelligent hap. See, McZed is also categorized in the DSMV of a hap. However, McZed is actually intelligent, so it lowers his hap rating on the index. You see how that works?
Seriously, what's 5 levels above a hap?
An EAP, extremely annoying person.
That's you.
I'm glad I don't bow down to the Talmud and the Zohar.
In my defense of being a highly annoying person, I just want to say I am a filmmaker on YouTube.
Extremely annoying person.
Well, I'm a level 5 hap. Imagine what a level 10 hap is like. And that's why I say there is a component in the nature of God which is highly annoying. Never overlook God's wide range of emotions and abilities to annoy. I am complete.
What's your favorite part of the Constitution?
I think the stickiness of the God concept is the most annoying thing about God.
My thing is, I don't think the Torah advocates for the Talmud in any shape or form. When did God need it to be corrected by a man?
Why would the Torah advocate for writings that came along after it that just analyze it and are constantly changing to address the times?
Why would God need man to write down his ideas in the first place?
No, all we need is mushrooms.
That is correct.
No, I don't think we need the mushrooms at all because some people, they can't handle it, and I don't want to do
Portobello?
If you can't handle the mushrooms, you shouldn't be talking about religion. You should just understand that you're not able to handle it and just go away from that whole conversation. So
sort of like that quote, like, you want the truth, you can't handle the truth.
I think the problem is there's far too many people that can't handle mushrooms think they're religious leaders.
I want more mushrooms, please.
Consult your local hippie.
Why do you guys match?
Because we're special.
Are you guys working together?
He's on the exact opposite corner of the continental United States than I am, so no.
Yeah, we just like noise. We just love drinking tears.
I only drink tears once a year.
Here's Greg. He's only a level 4. He hasn't quite reached your level, John.
What level am I, Cora?
You're not highly annoying at all. You're like the cuddle guy. You're just like yeah.
See,
I do like cuddles.
I'm just trying to get across that a lot of people who complain, they are 100% the problem.
Fucking complaining in here. Now I gotta hear your shit.
Oh, I'm not complaining.
Don't come in here and start complaining about people complaining because now
You complaining about my well, I wasn't even complaining, and now you're complaining about me not I wasn't complaining. I was trying to make an observation. I was trying to observe.
All right, well, you just said it already. You said it 4 fucking times already.
Listen, lay off the math. Lay off the meth when you get to work, you know? You could become a highly annoying person.
Oh, shit.
I think Adderall actually makes people even more annoying. And I have had many friends.
I'm telling you. Yeah, it does.
I've had many friends, yeah.
If you want, I'll pop a fucking 30 right now, and I'll be fucking so annoyed in like 15, 20 minutes, you wouldn't know what hit you.
Well, I'm just trying to say that when you have too many haps in your presence.
I got fucking 40 of them I got 40 of them in my pocket right now.
I've had friends that are haps, but only one friend at a time. I'm just trying to say, when engaging with a highly annoying person, if you have too many haps, you end up with an EAP situation. Extremely annoying persons. I am complete. I've landed my plan.
Unbelievable.
Did Greg just come in here to crop dust us with belches? Is that what that was?
Okay, Regal. Moderators, point of order, moderator. I am now bridging the gap, bridging highly annoying persons up. Hello, highly annoying persons. I'm trying to connect you with Megatron's room. We are now in a full conference call. Listen, highly annoying people. I'm in Megatron's room. I'm trying. They kicked me.
He calls people's friends.
You know what? I rarely go on one of John's profiles, but I actually want to see what his karma is. I'm about to do that. Let's see.
I'm losing my karma.
If you look at my PTR, I want to point out that is a Saudi royal prince.
How the fuck did that happen?
The Saudi royal prince is actually a Nazi. He met with Hitler at Berkish Gardens. A little known fact of Saudi history that the king of Saudi Arabia prizes his Hitler dagger. These Saudis are Nazis.
Some of our best give every voice and say Islamo-fascist.
What does that do for us, John? Like,
I think rabbis are Nazi secret.
No. Alright, so are we all going in? Are we all going to go in the other room, or are we going to tell Regal to come?
Let's all go to Regal's room and just call him a very highly annoying person.
How many people are in this room?
There's like 9 people in there right now.
10?
He doesn't have a minion yet. Ribono show love. Let's go make a minion.
Like 10 on stage or 10 altogether?
6 on stage, 2 in the audience. It's Regal's world. The one thing I always forget about Clubhouse is that men love women and they want to fuck. And so there's this like underlying sexual thing that happens on Clubhouse where desperate incel men who finally get to talk to a woman because there's like an excitement there, even though they never will pop a load. That's actually what happens with a lot of these people. Just talking to a woman is the most exciting thing that will ever happen to them that entire week. Talking to maybe a beautiful woman here on Clubhouse. Just ask Danny. Danny, how many guys on here are just so fucking happy to talk to you because you're a woman?
No, they told me I'm ugly. They told me I look like a man. They told me I had a big nose. They told me
They're
a
just
lot of
nagging
things.
you. They're just nagging you down. You know, worry about it.
They're
Yeah,
jealous that
they
their
told
nose
me
is
that
not
my
bigger than
views
yours.
are on Pornhub.
See, Honey agrees with me. He thinks that a lot of these conversations that happen and a lot of the green bean tyranny is like of men that are incels. They're just like so happy to talk to a woman. It's like so exciting for them.
Oh, Regal's one of them.
The diversity in this room is
when he encounters one.
it's pretty good.
I think we have to hold the Bolsheviks accountable for what they did and what monsters they are.
You know, I
see what a pliable, gentle little puppy he becomes if like you talk to him one-on-one.
I'm surprised we haven't rounded up all the Bolsheviks and brought them to trial.
You know, Elon Musk talks about cognitive security a lot, and I just gotta say, Tsar Nicholas definitely did not have enough cogsec. He and his family, I mean, they got themselves killed. They didn't know how to properly.
Didn't he get cut by Rasputin, or was that the one before?
Yeah, Rasputin was involved in all that. There was an assassination of Rasputin, actually, by a British intelligence agent. It was a very famous assassination.
I'm going to probably start the movement to bring the Bolsheviks to trial.
He wouldn't die, but the reason he had power over the guy was because the son had a bleeding disorder and he claimed to be able to like fix it.
Let's be honest.
You know where that bleeding disorder came from?
Where?
Queen Victoria.
But what Rasputin's personal hygiene was so bad, his body odor, his filth, like he was so dirty that like it gave him a mystique, like a stench that like actually was so pugnacious and you know it could permeate through a room that it was part of his allure. He smelled like shit.
Their estates go after all that they acquired through evil.
Highly powerful women where like kind of like with guys that are like, you know, CEOs or whatever, that they have to seek out like the most humiliating sort of like sexual partners like in order to get on. Maybe that's what it was about.
So if you look at my PTR, again, you'll see a Saudi prince who was sent by King Abdul to go to Hitler. And see, this guy in my PTR was actually rewarded because he advised the king to stay loyal to the British, which he did. And as a reward, the guy in my PTR got huge rewards from the king of Saudi Arabia because he advised him well not to betray the British and join Hitler. All I'm trying to say is that my point is I have no point, and I want to thank you all for just listening to my brief observations.
Yes, you're very round. You're spherical. You're very pointless.
I think they should line up all the world's police forces and go after the Bolsheviks. Find them.
Their Crowley was a psyop.
Find the Bolsheviks, hold them accountable. They did the most evil in the world.
Oh, so I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm producing a new film.
Bolsheviks only killed 2 million Jews.
I'm producing a new film. Oh, I knew I had a point. I forgot my point. This is my point, is that my PTR is actually a screenshot from a video. And in this video, you can see Hitler acting like a faggot, like a low IQ schmuck. And so what I'm trying to say is Hitler is just like AOC. He creates social media content reels of him like walking around doing shit to like display in German movie theaters as propaganda. So I'm creating a new movie called Hitler the Schmuck, the Hitler you never knew, the asshole schmuck who basically was a terrible leader and created propaganda films all day, every day, just like how they do on social media today. So the film is called Hitler the Schmuck You Never Knew. And it's about a guy who's a total asshole faggot who creates social media videos all day long to try to propagandize and distribute influence, because he was hoping that this video with the Saudi guy was going to be like a big strategic win for Germany, meaning that he brought that huge oil and group of people into the fold, but it never happened. But the video that this screenshot came from, there's all these other clips of Hitler like creating videos.
You're literally trying to annoy us into going and hanging out with Regal instead. Like,
Yeah, I thought this was a highly annoying person support group because Rabbi's here, Danny's here.
I was thinking
Hello?
about making a movie calling Bolshevik the Jerk-Offs.
So mean to me.
Danny, it's a compliment. You're in the upper echelon of the
Alright, they're killing the room. They're killing the room. Alright, but you guys gotta go in the audience.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. Fuck, man.
The highly annoying person show, HAPS. Dinner for Schmucks is what we like to call it.
Circular conversation where nobody can go in. And so somebody driving in the wrong, just never taking the exit.
Oh, you get in there with it. Is that how you get in there?
Yeah, but the Bolsheviks were very gay. They're disgusting. They're the low.
The person in your profile pic going down or up?
Good question. I don't know. I guess it's perspective, right?
Yeah.
I'd have to say going up, because if you look at their arms, they're going downwards. If there was somebody's falling, their hands would be either bracing themselves or trying to grab something.
Maybe they're waving goodbye. They're like, bye-bye, asshole. You know?
High-fiving everyone on the way.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is dumb isn't necessarily bad. Like, if you're like Merkaba or like, that kind of concept, like period mysticism, that you descend through the heavens. You don't rise to them. So.
I'm gonna go over to Regal's room quickly. I'll be right back. I gotta blow some steam off these Bolsheviks are.
Like he knows what he's talking about. So
Today.
if he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, he must be right. And that's what Samoan thinks was debate. Not being right or not being able to make it seem like you win. And to me,
Or you don't even know. Like, there's guys on this whole all they do is talk about jobs.
Telegram's even worse. Like,
All day long. And it's like, after a while, it's like, yo, guys, what's going on? What's up with you guys?
the Matrix, bro. Y'all come back. Say it again, bro. We can't hear you.
I can't be myself. Like, I can't help but just, like, I would always get in these spaces.
And I would like Reddit stories and stuff like that. And she like shared like her court cases, right? So I kind of got into this algorithm of like relationship stuff, and it's just kind of interesting. But anyway, that aside, I'm listening to all of this lady on speakerphone. Lady used to mess around with 20 years from this lady. She's married. She's married, and he wasn't. And he called her because his daughter is dating this kid who's 20, right? And then he said the reason that he's bringing it to her attention is because he said that his daughter wanted him to meet this guy finally, and of course he met the guy, and the guy is caring about his family, and he's showing pictures, and there's a picture of this lady. I saw that video. Yes, right. The car, right. Yeah. I saw what's it called? Mike the Day. Yeah, it's up. You said what? He said no. He was. He said no. And he was like that. And he was like that. And he was. But lie about. I'm just going to finish another story. So in any event, he's talking to the lady, right? And he's like, he wants to get DNA because he doesn't want his daughter to have sex with to be her brother, right? But the lady is so nice, right? Right? Like, because she said he didn't care then, why should he care now? And he said, I don't want my daughter, having sex with, her brother, right? And he was like, why did you DNA test, right? And then she was like, well, because I'm married, my husband, like, he didn't his kid. She was all not trying about it, and didn't really care. That's the part that I'm going to be honest, though. I think that was fake. It might have been. But that other shit was so good, man. No, right. No, I'm saying it was so good because he was like, yo, like, listen, man, I know they having sex. He's like, how you know? He's like, because they've been together all the way, yeah. And now she finally brought this dude, to be like, oh, I think I found the one. She was like, all right, listen, if they do have a baby, I know he's a good guy. I know he's taking. He's like, that's not the point. He's like, she might be sleeping with a brother.
Right. We need to pick up a collection, buy a surplus aircraft carrier.
And I don't have any reason for saying that other than the fact that I want to take the attention away from that kind of shit that happened. So, but we clearly do know that Florida has a lot of incest shit like that going on. We can't say that, right? Yeah, it's a whole lot of that. A lot of these motherfuckers are related double time and triple time with your cousins and shit like that. You don't even know it. Not so much us. Maybe like once or twice every now and then. We're not as bad. All right, but I think the bigger message is that in that story you're saying I didn't see it, but the story is the lady is lying about about the paternity of that child. No. He hit her up on the phone. He's like, hey, we gotta talk. You remember 20 years ago, when you said you was pregnant? He said, I didn't say anything because I was smashing, unprotected. You was with your man. I had my girl. You was my side gig and everything like that. But now I started talking about, his daughter bringing home this dude, and he started talking about family, and he showed a picture, and
Sanders woke me up.
I'm openly gay, 6-year-old transgender nephew. Like 20 years, 20 years back. Now I want to know. Yeah, exactly. She moved on. She got a man, right? And she said they got a man, but it was messing around. Because that's her husband. That's her husband. He was like, right? He's like, so why you care? That's what she was saying. He's like, why we didn't do anything? Why you didn't do the DNA test back then? He's like, because it wasn't anything like that, And she's like, why you do it now? And then he was like, this was going to take care of your ass. Ashley knew the husband was going to take care of the kid. Yeah, and that's what she said too. Yeah, she's like, I don't know he's going to take care of it. And he's like, you think he care? You think it's this? He's like, why wouldn't he think it's this? He's like, right. And that's what I'm trying to say. That's the main problem. That's the problem there. I think that was like the bigger message that some secrets can come back up and fight.
It's an honor to do that.
Oh my!
Some fucking Fox News thing.
No, he did not. No, I don't have any. So that nigga stuttered first. He's like, no, St. Louis is a very, very small town.
Sanders woke me up.
That's not gonna happen.
And I do it.
He just come in the room. He can't be.
I'm by City Hall if you have an issue.
He can't be a normal person, bro. I think he's bisexual. He loves people getting aggressive with him, bro. Yeah. I like the way you be scratching and crawling away and shit. I like that. Yeah, I like when you get all ghetto.
What does that mean? I see.
So I like when you get. I like that shit. Yeah.
Which city?
Please define the city, sir. Not like I don't operate like that.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, look who's here. Do you want to talk to your friend?
Who, me?
Do you know who this is? Yeah, this is John Kitover. Should we take him?
No, we're not friends. I'm not friends with traitors to the race. This Ashkenazi's a traitor.
Not a traitor. You're a fucking bad man. How dare you, Mr. Kitover? I challenge you to a duel, sir.
Challenge accepted.
Hit dawn tomorrow, or you are a coward and a lick spittle. Choose your second.
Well, regardless of who wins the fight, we are either heartbroken or heartbreakers. And I believe that Nura Bandura Princessia is the worst heartbreaker amongst us. She is a hypocrite heartbreaker. She feigns her cry wolf attitude of Diego, I love you and I miss you and I even love. But when in truth, she is a shameless and heartless heartbreaker herself.
Your heart has been broken, Mr. Kitover. Leave you to say impetuous and fiery things. You cannot possibly be in a sober mind. I shall end you tomorrow, but I shall regret it.
I shall call my secret weapon Brad Stoffenberger in Houston, Texas to defend my reputation against you. Shameless Ashkenazi traitor!
I shall choose King from the state of Tennessee, Ohio, Tennessee, I don't know, but he'll be there.
Choose your champion. Choose your champion, and he shall be defeated by my powerful war engine.
You have only dreams, and I shall send you to the blackest depths of hell where you will be free to dream to escape the torment of damnation's hellfire.
That's what I thought I was right now. Hence, I'm here with Princessia, the most cruel and vicious of them all.
Truly a tragedy to kill such a specimen as this. A madman, yes, but what else was John the Baptist but a madman? A man before him.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Well, John, I will.
I think you're in the Matrix.
No, building codes. Because I built a building.
While I'm
So if anybody has any questions to address to me,
But you know what's terrible?
You
The
know what I
movie
mean?
Bus Boys.
Yeah.
Don't ever watch it.
I don't watch this stuff, so.
It was so bad. It was so bad. Have you watched it recently?
On the freaking team development.
Oh, definitely. Like
I apologize, but I'm trying to bridge highly annoying people between two different rooms and conference calls. Welcome to the bridge line of highly annoying people. I have Nora Bandura and Diogenes in the other room. Say hello, everybody.
Why are you so obsessed?
Noah, welcome to the highly annoying person support.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Be as annoying as you want to be. This is for highly annoying people. This is a safe space, perhaps.
You crushed this against the belt is again, Greg. Good job. First of all, I'm not annoying by any means, or stretch of that imagination.
You sound annoying. You sound like a real pain in the ass.
You're like pushing 70 years old. You need to start fighting nursing homes, bitch. I don't know why the fuck you're over here arguing with me.
You don't even sound cute.
I'm not trying to sound cute. The fuck?
I want to also call out Hamza as also being a level 5 annoying person.
We're being streamed on YouTube. Do you need consent? Sadness?
I don't not. But I welcome the opportunity for additional coverage.
I'm asking, you're saying you're just a nerd that knows the sign. Why aren't you a nerd that just knows the sign and has a pack of matches and happens to be an arsonist?
Me personally,
Shame on you cowards who claim to be of Southern heritage.
There's a sign of the building that anyone would be happy to burn down. Why is that not just encouraging arson?
I think that's a better question for an arsonist, maybe.
I don't know.
Real estate developer, arsonist, same thing.
Non-building.
Like,
I'm
what's-
gonna
Insane.
open up some matches and start a
I would
fire.
not. He's insane. Actually insane.
Well,
So
don't
you know.
come to my town. I'll report you next
No,
time.
why?
Your
You'll be
town
on
is
way.
the one
You
encouraging it to.
may not.
No, I know, you're right. He is insane. I don't know why.
Probably drugs.
I really think that's why most people are insane. Drugs.
Yep. A lot of people lose their mind. I have done drugs. Do I do drugs? Yeah, caffeine, nicotine, sugar. But the harder stuff has to be put aside when you have a family and public things. So those things have been put aside. I can't commit felonies married with children.
Oh, well, she's my grandma, so I beat you. I would.
What does that make you, like 2 years old?
Oh, that makes me. Does not make me that age. She has a son.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, her oldest kid is barely in their teens, so.
Yeah, that's the latest one that she had, the latest edition. Yeah, that was like an unplanned one. The other one she has is, well, over 50.
Some kind of drunk.
What, did she, like, time travel or something?
Y'all make Zen. Are you an atheist?
No.
Oh, I thought you were an atheist. Not bad.
At this point, the way that you believe happens that you're an atheist too. Because, bitch, we don't know what you believe.
Oh, good. Okay, you're not smart enough to know what I believe, to be honest.
No, it's not about intelligence at all. It's not about how smart you are.
I know what Thomas believes.
It's about how illogical your belief system is.
Oh, just point out one illogical thing. Point out a contradiction in my belief, and I'll get rid of it. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Well, let's show your belief system, and you'll see the contradiction is pretty freaking visible.
Well, thanks, Noah, for that input. Thank you. Do you know a contradiction I believe in? Because I swear to God, I'll get rid of it.
No, I swear to God,
She's giggling. You know, she's into me. We can flirt in the DMs, you know what I mean? But right now, we're having a serious conversation.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Like she's dying.
Don't do that now. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why do you do that?
It's so weird. It makes us laugh because you're repulsive.
I'm Cora, don't make me turn my attention to you. 1 second. What do you want about repulsive? I'm very charming.
No, you're satirical.
Oh, you tripping in your life. What do you want about? People are giving me hands up. Like, what are you tripping? You deserve, Cora, you know who you deserve on stage? Name him. Good job. That's who you deserve. Or no, Sophie.
What I deserve a 6 foot tall Puerto Rican that makes 6 figures? Sure.
Zolfie's Puerto Rican.
Who's Zolfie, first of all? Are they in the room? Rabbi, why aren't you cute, Rabbi? Can we talk about that? Why are the men in this room on Clubhouse ugly, all of them? Like, why?
Because most men are ugly.
No, women are ugly, the fuck. Men are usually hot, but I don't know what the fuck is going on with Clubhouse. They all look like inbred.
You live in Serbia or something? Like, where are the hot men?
I don't know if you've seen Serbian men or not. I think no.
Serbian men are hot.
Indeed they are.
He's been drinking that Flint, Michigan.
There's a really bougie, very pretentious, woke bakery near my house that I would never shop at because is run by a big fat lesbian. But, and it's very expensive. But occasionally, she gives her pastries away for free. And I will never turn down a free pastry.
Oh, are you the fat lesbian baker?
She like puts the pastries out. She's a Marxist. So she just puts her pastries out for free.
Okay, I feel like you're speaking in code, but I just, you believe in God.
I'm literally not. I'm enjoying a tasty pastry right now.
It sounds like he's enjoying pastry.
What was the double entendre? But I just,
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I believe in God, yeah.
I believe in it.
I believe in God.
Entendre.
What is that?
I thought it was a double entendre.
No, double entendre. Dad, do you believe Jesus is God?
No.
Who do you believe Jesus is?
Jesus was very wise, very centered and based, considerate individual.
Okay.
He connected with the one connected. He was very close to God. He was very connected to God.
What religion did you grow up in?
Christian, Protestant, Christian, Baptist.
Okay. What do you think of the Bible itself?
The Bible is a amalgamation of several different historical important texts, but it is not the Word of God, perfect and wholesome temple.
Diogenes, have you ever read the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu?
I have read parts of it. I do like Lao Tzu.
So,
Isn't
sorry.
Lao Tzu who said,
over by creating
observed that, what is young is supple and flexible, and what
Why
is
did you go, man?
brittle and hard?
Because you're turning the conversation very Jewishy of you.
Please don't fight over me, please.
No, I wanted, because I have more questions. So is that a sufficient answer for you, Zach?
Okay, can you answer my question about Lao Tzu?
Yeah, of course.
Well,
What was the question?
wasn't it Lao Tzu who observed that what is young and alive is supple and flexible, but what is dead is brittle and inflexible? Therefore, those things which are alive are flexible and adaptive. Those things which are dead are crystallized, ossified, and inflexible.
They try to make money on their own. So they're training their children to be self-sufficient from the child. I was like, yeah, a lot of it is like handmade. So, like now you can buy books from the Amish on how to live sustainably out of the farms by yourself. Yeah.
They have a great deal of, I'll say, modern, contributions at, and some of them, like I said, they're like, the hustle with them is that they're a small niche. You're not going to find a lot of like Amish handmade rocking chairs, across the nation. You're really going to find a handful, but being able to get the contracts and put a good price on those items too, so where you're not only just distributing it and doing the logistics of it, but now you have an affiliation, if you could
totally.
put it that way.
Yeah, my friend was from high school. His father was the VP of Mack Trucks for a while. We had a really beat high school. That's what it is.
Before 2028.
But yeah, he's like I think he's the VP of a investment firm. But anyway, my whole point of it is like
either
it comes down to being known. Like if you know people in the industry, you can get your foot into the door. Jobs like this, whether it be like trucking, get your CDL license, get your truck started. These are relatively easy to get into, and they pay better than like
just standard labor jobs. You know what I mean?
And then he just lets that go and he triples down.
Yeah, I mean, it's all okay. Like, people are getting in and out of the industry a lot, and they're always looking for people that just so for anybody
Or just barricades himself even a month says he's not leaving.
Yeah, so I mean, it really is an interesting scenario. So the Democrats control Congress, and one way or the other. And see, I think Trump staying in the White House is not done in any kind of a legal manner that too involves bloodshed. But somehow that happens. Somehow you end up with Trump in the White House, and Democrats not doing anything about it.
The number one way would be to, I think the number one way is to, run dance and then, have him resign. And then we deal with that. And then people know what to do, and they just let it happen, put him on the undercard, and let it happen.
Wait, what do you mean run Vince? How does Trump become president?
Well,
he just does.
He just does. Or of course, the scenario that works better there, because what Trump needs more than anything else is protection from the law. And so you just have Vance issue a preemptive pardon against anything that somebody might want to try Trump for.
There's an interesting piece of unsettled constitutional theory.
We got a fish on the line. We always had representation. We got a good fish on the line.
Yo, be my girl type shit. I'll take care of you.
Ooh.
My girl.
How's it going?
And you're way too pretty for him too, type shit. Like, what the fuck? Beef? Are you fucking kidding me?
Found it.
She's.
What you were?
I gathered that, and I will simply answer.
When it comes to you, I only hire Megan.
You have to be eligible to have a term as president, and since Trump will have completed 2 terms, he's not eligible. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's my logic too. But some scholars say that that's not the case. I mean, hold on, let me pull up my research on that.
Spirit of the law.
Sure. Okay, this thing is so huge. It has lots of dashes. And if no person have such majority, then from the person's I think you want.
Is there any emergency provision that I don't know about, because I don't know as much about the Constitution as I'd like to, that says in some kind of crazy emergency, wartime, whatever, somebody can just make shit up? Do we have that? No. There's no emergency panic button outside of the.
No. The whole 12th Amendment is one sentence. It literally has so many commas and dashes, double dashes.
But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States.
Thank you, Sam. 25th. Where are you reading? I'm looking at I have 12th Amendment up.
12th Amendment. Last sentence.
Yeah, but you can't be Speaker of the House and then kill the president and vice president.
No.
Oh, I see. Sorry, there's 3 pages. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is that nothing like after the designated survivor dies? Like, who's next?
They're ineligible. They have to.
Speaker of the House doesn't have to be eligible.
Speaker of the House doesn't have. Yeah, that's learned this year. I never knew that.
Uncle Steve is here.
But so Steve and I agree that it's clear that he would not be allowed. But let me pull up the research because some constitutional scholars say otherwise.
Just that would be important to notice that Steve and Benjamin are both buttholes at the same time.
I was just going to say too. I mean, there's also the point being that the Constitution doesn't matter anymore. We settled that in President Trump's first term. Term, when we got rid of the monuments, right? I mean, the monuments is still in there technically.
Yeah, that's like it's a fantasy pretending that this piece of paper does anything if you still retain the military. That's kind of largely my point. Like, what prevents him from doing I just decided this thing today, and I decided without the 2/3 vote, right? Kind of thing. Like, will forever be because I declare it. Trumpism, right? And what stops that, right?
The U.S. Army.
Bro, are you saying like issuing an executive order the last day he's in office, like?
Yeah, like something like I make this a law today that I can do whatever I want tomorrow, and where anybody in this position does, and go screw yourself. And oh, by the way, I have the army. I have the to get the military arranged. So, and I believe firmly that's what he's been doing, right? He's trying to get all the positions of power pieces that he can. Congress. Like, in other words, the fight is going to be too difficult for Congress across multiple states if it turns into a tie kind of thing. The better fight is just control the control centers, which is the military, and tell everybody screw you and make some kind of I said so law the day before you're out.
So I think this is what Pro is getting at. Here's the nuanced minority academic argument. There is a minority academic argument that the 22nd Amendment only bars election to the presidency, not succession. Meaning a former president could technically serve as VP and then become president again via succession, but this view is widely considered legally unstable and politically untenable and has never been tested in court.
Here's the little room, right? So go and look at the language of the 12th Amendment. No person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president. So the argument needs to be, is that referring to the 22nd Amendment's language where you can't run or you can't be elected if you have done, X, Y, Z? Or is it only addressing the notion of someone done things illegally that disbarred them from being president in the future?
You want some presidential term limit?
Romney, or a third term might be Barack Obama.
That's the same issue.
Exactly.
So what's the total number of years?
But it's whatever Trump does. Shake a run.
Yeah, but if Barack Obama does whatever Trump does,
Donald
Trump
also having to say, yes, Barack Obama can also.
Donald Trump will not read.
Do you really think he's going to run for a third term?
No, it's better likely that he would do that than not.
I just. No constitutional convention.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Once again, I take that back a little bit. To the extent that the Constitution is just a piece of paper now, who knows what could happen? I suppose it could happen.
The best chance is that he dies, that he doesn't become president. There's an argument to be made.
The Republican can have a 3-seat midterms. They always flip the switch. I think after the midterms, they're going to have a 20-seat majority minimum. 20 seats.
So that nothing gets done for the remainder of 2 years. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's my crystal ball.
Well, I have an idea. They could impeach him. How about it? Let's impeach him.
What charges?
Well, you you need the Senate. You need the Senate. That's the least funny part. About
diabolical. The threshold of bullshit. We can't get enough momentum to get over the activation. But Trump is the only impeached president that of his own party voted to conviction. That can never happen.
well, there's a little Pyrrhic victory.
You need Trump impeachment. Well, you're really in the matrix.
So what's the maximum number of years a person can be president?
10.
Yeah, very good. You know your stuff.
I'm a lawyer, dude.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'm a lawyer.
Is that guy who runs at Harvey, is he a lawyer?
Oh, he?
Yeah, I think he is. Not listening
License. No.
The Super Bowl granddaughter,
I mean, she was born on
she was conceived 9 months before the Super Bowl.
No. She was born on Super Bowl Sunday. So that's what David said. She was conceived 9 months, give or take a couple of days, but she was born on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, the other way to interpret that sentence was she was conceived on Super Bowl.
She was born on Super Bowl Sunday.
I get it.
So I think the bunker under the ballroom is where he's going to hold forth. It's going to be completely unassailable.
Thought they halted the
say that construction has been halted. On the underground part? I know nothing. Yes, I only know about the above. I thought he was a developer in New Hampshire. Why is it not available?
Construction to resume. The next hearing is set for June 5th and can resume construction until June 5th. This was from April 18th, 2026.
I don't think they need a hearing. I just think.
Continue on the underground part, I'm pretty sure it does.
That's my impression.
Yeah, Leon clarified that work on an underground presidential bunker could continue, but said most above ground construction must stop.
Right.
And have you heard what that underground construction is supposed to consist of? It's amazing. Does he go all the way to Australia?
It's exactly what you would expect a small dick president with an inverted erection.
Do you have any facts about it, Billy, or are you speculating?
No. No, I just heard, this, this, just a lot. It takes the president to hold off a small. So, Billy Sunshine, this is the first time I see you, and I read your bio, and you're a really cool guy. Billy Sunshine has been around for a while. I've seen him before. Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing you. Good to meet you. Can you hold your breath for 4 minutes, Billy Sunshine? So, Billy, do you remember Bob Crane as a radio host? Were you, Billy Sunshine, were you alive when Natalie drowned off of Catalina? Well, that's a kind of a non sequitur for Billy. Oh, okay, all right. Come on, I was a teenager when that happened. Well, I thought it was relevant since Billy Sunshine in the movie helped. Yeah, that was Robert De Niro as Billy Sunshine. No. Wow. Is that where Billy gets his name? You have to ask him. I don't know. Well, okay. He doesn't seem to be responding. I think he's. Well, here I am. I got my name from the girls of Beaver and Acid. Did you hear my question about Bob Crane? You were a radio guy. I know that he was a radio guy, but I never heard. Where's Beaver College? I didn't hear that. Go ahead. Where's Beaver College? Beaver College is in the suburbs of Philadelphia. It was in Beaver, Pennsylvania, and that's where it got its name. And amazingly enough, it was an all-women's school, Kitover College. You are damned for saying that. Did Steam have the motto, "These beavers ain't for licking"? Believe me, they were definitely. I slept with a lot of them and married one. I was the only boy at Beaver College. And I humbly apologize. I was referring to Billy Sunday, not Billy Sunshine. Billy Sunday.
It's a great stuff in Clubhouse that's never offensive. Do they have Beaver?
I was just reading about Bob Crane. He had been at WCBS in New York City, and he was hired away from them to come to KNX, sitting to him, I suspect. And it says he was hired by CBS Radio to host the morning show and its West flagship KNX, partly to re-energize that station's ratings and partly to halt his erosion of suburban ratings at WCBS in New York City. I love that.
It's like the
failure.
Danny Bonaducci story is similar to that as well.
How's that? I should say, how so?
Oh, because he was brought into Colorado to be their station is controversial from where he came from, and he was doing bad. But Colorado thought that his style would be good for them at the time.
Oh yeah, same story. Interesting. Yeah, except Danny Bonaducci has one of the most horrible voices I've ever heard. To talk about a gravelly type voice, and again, I'm not talking about what he says. I'm just talking about the quality of his voice. It's horrible. I don't know.
Yeah, he is. But he's been very successful, you know, on radio, even with a bad voice.
I partied with him once, y'all. I mean, here to tell you, it was in into his and
Let's try to keep it as out.
yeah, I'm sure he remembers me.
My wife worked for Bob Dylan. I got her the job. She wasn't even in the room at the time.
You know, my older sister got backstage during a Van Halen concert. Neither one of them was.
Everybody agreed balance so they get fit before the Constitution. Let's hope so. I want him to have a stroke on air while he's speaking so I can see it.
You know, speaking of Van Halen,
I'm up with that. That stroking out. It's perfect because then nobody can say he had this pocket part the bed of Donald Trump. So please, honor his whole mythology, all did something. There's style.
well, I think Eagles too, as I think we learned earlier.
We can name him that. We can treat him like that, because then the cult of demagoguery.
It's happening, yeah. His name is on the paper. He will have his face on a coin.
Benny.
You know, I have a fantasy.
What is?
I have a fantasy about who, you know, wakes up one day and he says, I made a promise to myself. I'm going to destroy everything with Trump's name on it. Everything he's built. Every website he has. I'm going to destroy it. You know, blow up that arch if you ever fucking build. Let all the hotels know that have his name on it. You have 1 month to get your name off it, or I will destroy it.
Oh, I like that.
That's my fantasy.
That's
someone should write a short story. Yeah.
That's kind of a Black Mirror kind of thing.
So I was just thinking, John, what would be the like the equivalent of seeing God? What would be the equivalent of international understanding that America is not Donald Trump anymore? It would be. I'm not saying it's anytime soon, but it came from we would have to ask how a rape victim gets back to dating, because this is basically how to accept somebody after they ruin trust in a liar. I mean, making agreements with America without coming to terms with it. We need to, I think, elect females to a lot of offices, not just the executive. This isn't for a token answer, but we've been warring with ourselves from within with men. I just thought experiment, would it take something like that?
Getting close with Clinton and Kamala.
No, we didn't. We got Trump both times. I mean, we didn't come close at all. In fact, we had Trump because America is so misogynistic that I wholeheartedly reject coming close.
They said we'd never have a black president. They said that we'll have a black president as soon as pigs fly, and then sure enough, the next year, Barack Obama.
That's not at all what I was saying. I'm cheering on a female president. I'm not at all taking anything like that. 2 times he ran and won against women. Against women.
Rubio.
He lost against Trump.
Hey, can I ask you a personal question? Where's the E?
I don't have equals mine, and people are trying to manufacture.
Okay, thank you.
She's electromagnetic. She's not making a relativity thing.
Steve, you think Rubio is going to survive the Trump administration long enough to be able to run for president?
But just for that reason, I just want to point out, I'm pretty sure that what Tucker Carlson is doing is getting ready to run for president.
Yeah.
He's doing the backyard thing. Yeah.
What state is he from, please? What state?
Don't know. Pennsylvania or something like that.
I would think he'd need to run for senator first, but I'll check.
He certainly doesn't have to. No. Name recognition. Exactly.
He's too full of himself to condescend to be just one of the 100.
It's become a kind of a quiet parking lot, maybe even a graveyard for careers at this point. I mean, what have they done, right? Almost nothing. Everybody knows they.
I call it Grey Gardens.
What do you call it, Marsh?
Grey Gardens.
That's because you don't like seeing things in black and white or.
No, that's too old women who live along with them.
Billy, I'm disappointed that your fantasy didn't include me.
Oh, yeah.
It was just all about
do. I just don't share that part of my thing.
Oh, Yoni.
Oh, okay. All right.
Trying to keep the girls happy.
Me for college. Not really. Billy's beat. Was the year I was born.
Wait a minute, did we offend E? Not special. What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Hope not.
I didn't mean to offend her on everybody. If I did,
Well, I'm going to blame you for it, Steve, if that's what happened.
Why would you have offended her? I asked her where is the equal sign, but I'm equal to everyone. Yeah.
An all lives matter kind of a guy.
All lives matter.
Oh, I thought you said all wives.
Okay, quiet. Oh, sorry, I was talking to my dog. I didn't. Love that. He's just sitting here growling for no reason.
Quiet. Tell him to sit up and shake him.
Calm.
Quiet. Billy, you didn't hear her say
My dog.
earlier.
Breathe up.
Well, that's me here. That's lovely. I'm just an old.
Well, Billy, earlier in Karma Club, you might know Dr. Francine, we were talking about transferring knowledge intergenerationally. Would you be capable of teaching some of these incels how to
flirt?
How to go down on Beaver?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What would be the first, what's the topic flow of the curriculum?
Just know that pussy is delicious and go for it. You know, I love to eat pussy, but I won't eat fruits or vegetables. That's true for me too.
But don't use your teeth.
Well, you know, a little bit. You'd be surprised what you can do. And when you give a woman that much pleasure, it gives you a
peppered white wrapper in between the
yes. Dave is a white rapper from Philadelphia, a Jewish kid. It's a fun show. You should check it out. Just go look at the show. It's called Dave. D-A-V-E.
Okay, white wrapper film, but okay.
Oh yeah, me neither, but the show is hilarious.
Where's it? That's cool. Oh, is it really? That's what that is.
Dave is little Dick. Got it.
And
that's pretty ridiculous.
Point. I recommend them all to you.
What is Running Point about?
Running Point. Who's the daughter of oh shit. Well, it's the fiction.
I love that.
Goldie Hawn's daughter.
Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell's daughter.
Yeah.
I knew you were going there. I could look it up if I have to.
It's the original.
Okay, I'll look it up. Fine.
We all know the woman.
No, it's not Drew Barrymore.
Always famous girl. Almost famous girl.
Yes, almost famous girl.
That's right.
And the answer is Kate Hudson. Kate Hudson. Thank you. Yeah. It's season 2. Just last night. Kate Hudson is playing arguably Jeannie Buss, modeled after the Los Angeles Lakers. It's season 2. I like it. It's sort of like a quasi-comedy. I just like it.
You got a tonight, I think.
Yeah. and then the Hulk Hogan, I think 4-part or 5-part documentary started. I really liked that. I started that.
Eat a little dinner, leave you guys alone for a bit, and all stuff.
AI will eat everyone's soul.
Yeah, that's more in line with the mood. Billy, you look like someone who gets AI too. Can you join the club?
AI is going to look at all the species that have gone extinct because of us, and then decide to get rid of us before we do.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right in the deep.
Yeah, that's right on, Brad.
The way they're going to do it,
I told you I'm going to lie.
The way it's going to happen is very simple. It's going to open the doors to these labs where they're growing all these really dangerous viruses. And that'll kill off most of us, leaves just enough of us to be their slaves. Yeah. Well, the AI will be able to control the robots for free. And then, so.
No one seems to be able to take control of us, though. Like, if you can put the soul in the robot, you don't think so? You don't think we can get? I think for $1 million each, be a lot of people that would join the robot team and go do the robot bounty hunting for the robots. You know, be like some humans come to your door, just like we use Latino people now to knock on the door of ICE agents. We'll use the humans, right? Just be like, hey, everybody, how you doing? Hey, just here to break in your house, take you to the.
The computer, otherwise you won't be able to buy food or anything. So we're going to be manipulated into being uploaded.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a survey, and they're going to control the money.
If AI takes over, and each actor pairs up with its own, Microsoft and Google, as I was saying earlier, I don't know what scenario there would be that there wouldn't be like one state actor, let's say China or whatever, that just pairs up with the AI and does the world's bidding for it, and then puts everyone else out of their misery, bring in the nukes, do what you gotta do, and let it all go down.
AI saw. How was the AI served by letting it go to hell? By ourselves.
Does that mean putting the bit in Bitcoin?
No, more like the harness of
be treating all my machines nicely, so that when they take over, they'll treat me as their pet.
I'm
willing. I've trained it to keep thinking that that's a good strategy. But
I'm willing to lay 100.
I'm gonna let 200 to 1, which all human conversations recording the train AI to the creature.
My box information about Rubio.
Bro, you think all 25 of us are going to be trained?
No, I think the 10 million people who are on Clubhouse right now are doing a good job. It is
10 million.
Yeah.
You mean 10? You mean 10?
No, there's millions of people on Clubhouse.
2,000.
Yes,
2,000, man.
No, there isn't. I can find you 10,000 less.
Yeah, can you find 10,000?
I can just do a screenshot.
Oh my God.
When's the last It doesn't stop. Nobody's ever seen the bottom of the Clubhouse bell.
Sounds like the fucking Timex watch.
They should have monetized it 5 years ago. They missed the boat totally.
No, they didn't miss the boat. They have the same amount of people on that they did that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
You're lying to yourself.
You're being lied to if you think that.
Well, I know more people though.
It's a different quality.
It's a different quality.
It might be a different quality. That's another.
Right. There's plenty of people thinking. But there was a time.
Billions taken into the thousands.
Molten.
Right.
Silicon Valley and thousand.
Except you can go through for that. Go into pages. See how long you can scroll for, and watch how many multiples of room have well over 50 rooms that have like well over 1,000 people, and I've only scrolled a couple hundred rooms.
So what are they from them?
Not a couple hundred, more like high hundreds. But what's that?
But why aren't they at the top? They're not of it.
Rooms that go in all 24 time zones, or maybe not all of them, but many of the time zones. There is a religious room, just like religious rooms going on. They're going on around the clock. Those are some of the biggest ones. And then there's international rooms where everybody from country X, who's an expat around the world, gets into their rooms, and these are well into the hundreds. And your algorithm will stop feeding you English, and it will start feeding you other people. Put the room titles in your
I think it's interesting that we have this big Iran thing, and the rooms that talk about that.
A better question would be, how come we cannot filter the Clubhouse room?
I don't have a question.
I have
Because they can keep you on without doing so.
I have such a suggestion for Joe next time he comes in the room. Let me look and see if he's done it. No, he's not. But when Joe comes in, anybody want to slide in this idea first, you can. I think the number one thing that they're missing the ball on in terms of monetize this app is allow me to put my room at the top of people's feed. And there's numerous ways that you can make it work. And it's puzzling. So I think people pay to be speaking, people pay to monetize that, and I think that has insane value. Like, I think a lot of people would pay well over $5 to have their room go to the top of it.
Bro, I've been saying for years that the
Guess what we're going to do next week, guys? If you want your room to go to the top of the banner, like the top for everybody for 10 minutes, you can pay X. Or you want it to go to the top of the room just for the people that you follow, you can pay Y. Or for the people that follow you, or people that have similar interests like you, pick the algorithm the top of everybody's hallway.
There's only a few million people that
I meant one time, bro. I meant $5 one time. You mean $5 every Sunday?
Every time you open a room, yeah, it's not that hard. This is not a hard concept. I understand, bro. Why they don't do it, I'm not sure. I mean, I have a better answer for why they don't do what Steve was talking about, because the fluidity of changing rooms and hopping in and out, these are unsolvable. So they are looking somewhere else, or they ask more from the data brokers that are already extracting. I don't know.
You don't cut off the room, put out an ad. You just
I already thought whatever room I'm in, at the top. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I mean, it could, but it doesn't work.
Everybody, whenever you get into a room, Billy, we all get a notification. That's what I thought. This is Billy Fun.
I have a list, 10 what I would call really, really good Clubhouse ideas that Clubhouse could use, just things I've seen and looked at and been like, oh, why doesn't it do this? I'm not going to say all of them, but most of them are so common sense that it baffles my mind that they're not doing it. It has to be like they just haven't hired a person to think about how can we creatively monetize that. I mean, I think the idea is $1 million ideas that I have for this app, and I don't get why they're not doing them. I think you could hire anyone to sit in a room for like 2 hours a day and come up with these ideas, and you'd have more than enough.
your room's being broadcast in another room. I took a screenshot of it. Somebody named Allison.
It's false. Somebody.
He's got
John, I am thankful that it's proof that he's not masturbating at the moment that he's in the room. Like, that's a proof of like
you refresh. You can look at my profile.
That's a weird pastime. Sure.
Start debating. You might need to start
Own the lids again.
Oh, your replays aren't on. His are.
Well, that's cool. What I always find hilarious is when people think it's some kind of like privacy violation that you're talking in a public room and that somebody else is rebroadcasting.
like the darkness on the ride. How can I help?
Like people would be like, I'm not speaking in that room.
Why do they do it?
It's like
Just got it.
content generation.
Yeah, what
No, it's smart. I mean, I've talked about this before. Content generation for hours of use, streaming hours.
generate service of working
Well,
hours
yeah,
for stuff that you actually.
It doesn't. No, they don't need to. But
I mean, it doesn't.
in other words, as long as you have a live video that's feeding that has some content, then he doesn't have to create the content. And I mean, the easiest thing to do would do. Not yet, but once you hit the right hours, like he has 1,000 followers, I think. Yeah, I think he needs. I don't know if it's. I can't remember if it's 1,000 or 2,000, but once you have your 1,000 followers and your 50,000 hours of content, then you can monetize your channel on YouTube. I can't remember how many hours to do this, whether it's so he which
Got one video and actually have one.
well, that would be different.
You'd actually have to have one.
Yeah. But why not?
Why not have two of us?
Well, I think additional thing people stumble through nothing.
I don't know.
Whose room are you talking about?
Stedman.
Oh my goodness.
Get over.
Get the fuck. Get on.
Always in Kidman's room. That's just the thing to assume when you're clever enough. If you missed a copy of a show, oh wait, I know Kidman's room. I can hear it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They're all archived. Right? It's like,
Across it like 400 pages or whatever. Hey, Kidman could have some valuable services for some people if you actually streamline that. Has anybody in here ran a company with a lot of people?
Well, what do you mean by run, and how many is a lot? Once again, it depends what you mean by run the company and how many is a lot.
Does anybody
What it really means is what do you mean by it?
The answer is no. No, I have not.
Okay. All right. I'll take you.
Bro, if you pay for that membership account, can you kick out people that are anonymous at that point?
No. Billy, I don't think you can be more noisy, so I'm going to help you out. So nobody else has taken on a company? No, sorry. No, boy, one person. But it should be a little more good. You don't find noise? I'm sure he put the phone in his pocket.
I haven't taken on any company in about 14 years.
What do you mean by taking on something? Having a bunch of people come over your home? How many can you take on when you do take them on?
Have I?
Yeah, what is...
Yoni. No, I meant one. I'm sorry. We're a 37-year-old man. Wait, did I incorrectly mute you? I was thinking you're hot. Sorry. No problem. Sorry, bro. What was that? No, I was just telling Yoni I was with a 37-year-old girl.
I don't.
Wait, hold on. When she was in the back seat of your car and you were driving her to a destination, where did she say she wanted to go?
No, Billy does very.
Matrix, Yoni, Matrix. And she wants to do it again. Oh, a repeat customer? I don't want to have plenty of time. Wow. I've got cancer, my brain is going. I didn't forget the premise.
Have you ever run a large company, or I forgot the other half?
Any decent sized company, really. I think when you're in running company mode, you're always thinking. Somebody else's company. The amount of time a lot of us in a clubhouse it's not pretending that I would become. I don't think people have asked these questions sometimes. It's like you're usually wrong when you make that assumption that a company is sizably huge enough, like Clubhouse. But I don't know how many people work for Clubhouse. Like, we only know of a few people who are front facing in Clubhouse. It's like I would assume there's a lot of people, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's only
No, I was self-employed.
I think you're wrong about Clubhouse. I looked it up. Plus, there's only 3 million applicants, and it said only a small percentage of them actually using them. But in 2021, there was 10 million.
but now there's only a couple.
Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get
What?
Yeah. Do that multiple times on multiple platforms and you'll get different answers. You really will. It's very hard to pin that number down. And whatever the number is, and I see that small number, sometimes I've seen as small as 1 million, but I've also seen as large as
I can confirm what you just said, that at its heyday at the top, there were 10 million members of Clubhouse. Now, whether or not they were all active, that's another story. I can also confirm that Clubhouse started with 6 months with dollars and got a few, which is the equivalent of over $400 million. They were billion. And then after that, which was like a couple of years ago, there's never been an official evaluation of the worth of the company. That I
quit while you're ahead.
like Facebook, Twitter, whatnot, of somewhere between 1 and 4 billion. They turned it down, and I'm not aware of an official evaluation. And of course, up until they started charging, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. And
I'm sure it's not worth even $1 billion at this point. Of course not. Maybe a couple $100 million at best.
Well, we don't know what kind of data broker agreements they have. We're not privy to. I think that's the pros. I mean, Bo, do you have any other rational explanation for?
Well, what we are privy to is that all of us done under the last term of service, that they can use our voice in a way they choose on.
Yeah, this article up top is another one that talks about the 1.8 million users per month. Now, if you have 1.8 million users per month, I don't know about any of you who've ever gone to a gym, but if you see a gym that has 1.8 whatever per month, that means they have a hell of a lot more than 1.8 that are signed up to that gym. So those are user numbers.
According to Grok, it's currently at 4 billion.
4 billion?
4 billion.
I'm sorry, what are you saying, the value?
Seem exceedingly high.
Why don't you do us all a favor? Ask Grok, when was that 4 billion evaluation?
Well, it told me all those numbers that you told me, and I said, "What is it today?" And it said 4 billion.
And can you follow up and ask Grok, when was the last official 4 billion evaluation? Because as we all know, when we use AI,
Okay.
Yeah, just say when was that $4 billion evaluation published? When?
Oh, shit. It was set in 2021.
Exactly what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. Good game.
Hey, I'm here to help.
Part of the current evaluation today didn't it understand is what I wondered.
Or pardon me, evaluation, as I was corrected.
There's no model in existence that I can think of that has a no revenue generate. I mean, I realize it makes a little bit of revenue now, but it's so nothing. It's not even worth talking about. But there's no business model that has a almost non-existent revenue stream and just lives off venture capital just because it's fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it leads directly into the guys. So we. The way they want to or whatever, you know what I mean? Like it's not going to go.
Did their profits for decades. You are 100% correct. Up until a year ago or whenever they started charging this $50 a year, they had zero revenue streams.
Yeah, that's unheard of. No. Wait. No, we said this. We said this.
Clubhouse. $50 a year?
No, my point was it was unquestionable. Well, he means the $7 a month or whatever it is. But my point is with Amazon. Amazon's always been selling stuff, so it's not that much of a shock that they were running off venture capital and then turned profits.
Amazon had profit. It was just most all of it reinvested back into the company.
Yeah. Or even if it didn't have profit, who cares? It had a lot of revenue, right? It was generating revenue, it's not a question. But yeah, I agree.
Wait, so Clubhouse, outside of the investment venture cap stuff, it's never been sold?
No.
I just kind of thought it had. I thought back when, well, I was just wrong. When they changed from clubs to whatever they did, the whole ACE thing, it seemed to me like they were trying to commit suicide. And I thought, oh, maybe somebody bought them and the people who still work there are just trying to kill the company now. Because that's what it seemed like was that. It still seems like they're trying to commit suicide.
All part of the plan to take over the world.
Yeah, nobody knows what they're trying to do, and I think that's exactly.
None of those guys are dumb. So whenever people do the Dunning-Kruger kind of thing, like, they're just a bunch of dummies, but it's just odd that you sit around and you come up with all these ideas that they should be doing or that they could easily do, and they're not doing. And it's like, what? You feel like you're in a movie. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying earlier with the MTV and the Truman Show. It's like, if we're not training the data or part of the project, then like, what is that phrase? Like, if you're not at the table, not the at the table one, then you're on the dish, not that one, but the one that you're on the table. Yeah, but you're the product. If you're not being charged, right? Like we're the product.
And if you're not paying for the product, you are the product?
Yeah, and we're definitely not paying for this.
So techno-feudalism, Giannis Yambatsky, he has a good video on this, and he explains this, and he calls it techno-feudalism. I can share the link in the chat.
Yeah, but you said on this, but what is the key piece of it before you do? Well, I mean, you can do it, but I'm just saying, what's the main issue?
Oh, how capitalism has eaten it.
Definitely some very starting minds there. It's a good point. We've all seen a lot of that. Another thing, but you can if you're on club deck. Yeah.
You have copy and paste it.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Well, they clearly spent very little on development. I wonder how much they're.
If that's not one of the greatest voices ever to narrate a video like that, my gosh. Wherever we turn, we notice the capital infusion into the market system in place. And speaking of great shows and random things, this is a great picture from my childhood, really, really way back. And this is what was going on in, like, I want to say this is like 1979, 1980. This was a store across the street from the window that I sat in first grade. And it's called Fred's Country Store. That's what I saw out my window. And Fred's Country Store is owned by a Greek guy. And it made like incredible custom sandwiches, and it was like nickel.
How did you concentrate in school with that right there?
I did. And that's the thing. The thing, even in my book, when people ask me how I got into hip hop, I was looking a slight like lull in the city part, because right behind that there's a river. That's the Merrimack River that runs behind that.
What do you have now?
Yeah, I just looked at this article and I pulled it up. So I don't know if I read every word, but.
I very well might be wrong, but in looking at it, and I know that the article was from December.
Yeah.
It appears that most of the information and some of it.
I assume that when it says anything that's about like currently, the currently probably reflects 25 is what I've assumed with that. But you're right, it's almost all 21 points and 23 points. It is worded in a way that it's hard to tell.
Yeah, and it may be done that way
Yeah, I just assumed it was like one of those many articles that once you're updated, but it does not say the word updated, but it does say 25. You're right.
And in fact, I'm looking at the graph, which is about halfway through it, and the graph.
Yeah. I mean, if someone, and we're all aware of the 10 million numbers that we heard, right? But we have no way of verifying there really were 10 million people in here. But let's just assume there were, right? Actually, for a second, assume there were. Assume that someone told you back in the heyday there were millions of people in here, and let's say millions was like 2. Right? And then today, somebody said to you, there's nobody on Clubhouse anymore. Wouldn't you be stunned to learn that there actually are millions of people still on it now? Maybe you don't. Who's on? It's turnkey. Everybody's in here in real time talking to each other. And just
You know how I know you're wrong, though?
No.
Because Dittman keeps ending up in our room. Like if there were hundreds of rooms.
That's a great point.
That's just not the way it works.
But that's proof of what I'm saying. I mean, it's evidence of it. displays to you the same like boring 20, 30, 50 rooms, right? It feels as if there's nobody here. Dittman is trapped in the same little bubble too.
Jim? Well, he's
You find something that's in the multiple hundreds of the thousands and see how long it takes.
That the first time you said it, and I found nothing of this.
You gotta scroll. You gotta scroll. Nothing. I'm on 108.
Won't even tell me. Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't.
I hit 120 on my first scroll. I hit 120 on my first scroll.
Look to the right.
Are these people with their numbers? Are these club deck people?
No, look to the right, and you can see the numbers on the little bubbles. It's not in every single room, in almost every room.
151, 290,
290.
I see that. 290.
Yeah. And I saw them. There you go.
What?
I see the 2,300 too, and that's like what, an Islam room or something?
126.
The fact that 2,900 people is exactly what I'm talking about. Other parts of the world, probably a religious room or a culturally based room, right? They're just everywhere.
What did you find?
The thing that weirds me out, if there's so many rooms that I'm not seeing, so I can scroll through 50 other rooms, and there's only two, maybe, that I'm interested in.
Television station.
No, but the television station is fixed. It's not. It does. You know, at this point, I think Clubhouse knows a lot. No. I think they're actively hiding things that people might be interested in. Like I have to scroll down to find rooms. So rooms I've been in earlier in the day. Sometimes, and this changed recently too. My go-to move now is to go
Right.
And I scroll like what rooms pro in? What rooms? You know, it's like my algorithm.
You're right in now. We're all.
I mean. Bro, how many did you scroll by? Because I'm clearly like.
Oh, I was just like, you know, doing my finger, scrolling up as fast as I could.
On your phone, John, I don't want to hear it.
So I was researching the login from Club Deck and have my own app where I can basically just map out the API. I could get probably a running sense of the number of users.
Bro, I've been scrolling the whole time. Now I'm at 145, 5, 6, 15, 10, 9, 3, 11, 7, 2, 3. Right? You go through gaps, right? Then there's a lot. Right. 4, 8, 6, 2, 11, 5, 3, 4. And then there's 28. Then there's ones that have like tons of people in the low bubbles, but there's no number. 2, 5, 4, 2. You know what I'm saying? 2, 4, 6, 8, 4, 2,
18 scrolls. Just 18 scrolls took me to the very end.
No, it didn't, bro. There's no way.
No, John is like 3 things. John is like got like flat or
Probably. Also, you got 2 meat.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I saw 292 up there with second scroll or something.
It's a weird time of the day too. We're getting our European friends here, probably coming in around midnight, 1, 2. It's not a great time. Right. I went like 800 pages down, and I finally saw the Terror House, which we just did now. This coming time.
Now you look at
just queuing everything. I have not.
somebody was saying that they were having some issue with audio injecting, like from 30 seconds earlier.
I had that happen too.
Okay.
No. I had the weirdest one the other day on Club Deck. Club Deck is a weird glitch. I was like in the room, but I'd already left, and the name of the room was in the new room I was in, and half the people were there. I was like, this is crazy. It's just like a refresh.
Basically, I have some limited features on my app currently, but you pretty well can just use a proxy and map out the API and just figure this kind of stuff out if you really wanted to. I don't think it would take too long, but it's an interesting thing to think about. There's different ways, of course, we just have the subset information. We don't know. There's just ideas of has it truly increased, decreased, uncertain.
You can probably just write an MCP server, Pro. I'm like doing this right now. Hey, use a club and write an MCP server, LLM, that will just scan through and count all the users. So we'll see if that works.
Right.
Let us know if the bot gets banned.
I'm definitely into rooms that feel like they're bot created rooms that it's set to the bottom, right? Now I'm in the 1, 2, 7, 1, 1.
I did think about that.
They were just one bubble. Yep.
As far as the banning is concerned, I hit some 4.9s, but no ban so far.
Then there's these weird ones where you can clearly see there's like 10 there and it says 2.
420.
Like all the time.
3 days ago. 420.
Right.
This could be artifacts if you know how or remember how, and sometimes this still happens where on like Friday or Saturday nights the glitches are higher.
I love when the room titles are all given to you in English, but you know they're not English titles, and then you look at it. Like this one I just read. I can send 1,000 times. Network to win, promote your business. 30 mint only. You can't lose if you do. Wreck your fave songs, P song name 24/7. That's definitely some world music, which will not be music I've heard of, I'm sure. Now I'm in another section where there's more people, but it still looks bot-ish.
Look, it used to be 2-to-1 on Twitter for bots.
This was Obama last term, 2-1. The last election was 15,000 to 1.
There you go.
So 15,000 bots to every one human.
John, I hit it in.
Oh, okay. That took you longer than me.
Took me a hell of a lot.
Is it all untitled at the end?
Yes. The last 7 are untitled.
Oh, I had like 20 or 30.
No, my last 7 are untitled, and the one before that's a script that I don't know. Then there's 3 more untitled. Then there's titled, untitled, 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 titled, untitled, titled. Yeah, so I think that's where it goes. We give up. These are clearly bots. No title, no person. Well, one person. I do want to go. I'm going to win one right now. Just see the one that has one person that's at the end of.
He may never come back. Well, there's an investment.
Yeah, but he's going to merge it with SpaceX. He owns about 50% of SpaceX, 20% of Tesla, and then SpaceX and XAI merged. And then they're also going to be merging with this other AI company by the end of the year. So,
There's. And then it immediately makes you, of course, if I want to find that room again, like, good luck. Or anyone there. Didn't work. Yeah, I went in. It was Ebony with a $sign in front of her name. Ebony.
Talking? Well, you know what you can do, Pro, is you can do the copy thing, which is the box up at the top with the arrow up, click it, copy, and then.
Oh, I did not know that was.
Well, you say you might not be able to find it again. That gives you the automatic invite.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. I didn't really want to. I was just saying, thinking like.
That's a weird workaround. That's like a 90s hack to a problem that should have already been solved.
Yeah.
Well, I use that one for all of my mod squad, which is about close to a dozen people. When I sign on the weekend, I copy it and I send it to everybody. I just send it to the text, so I only have to send it once, and then everybody gets notified.
I report my own house 3 times. No, I'm kidding.
I report myself with another account.
I wonder what would happen if you report your own house. They'd contact you and be like, what was the nature of this phone?
Like the existence was the problem, you see.
I did not like it.
So we don't need to know that.
You should.
You're good enough. You're smart enough. Done it.
You deserve it.
And you deserve to be on your knees a couple of times a day.
What the fuck?
What the hell are you jerking off on your knees, man?
He said okay, it's a play on words. He said he praises himself. Praise on knees, hands.
Oh, he was congratulating himself.
Don't you love that chant? It is right to give him thanks and praise. Like as if you need a reminder that it's right to give him thanks and praise after you've already done it in the church of your choosing. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
Hallelujah.
Freaking robot. It is right to give nothing cultish there. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
It's right to give. What? Why are you guys singing this neuro-linguistic MK Ultra type shit? What the fuck is going on?
That's exactly what it is. It is right to give him thanks and praise.
Now we sing it all together.
Catholic Church is just really weird. It's just the more churches you go to, the more you realize the Catholic Church is very cult adjacent.
No, say a word. Like if I never did anything with my life, I was like, I'm gonna go be a priest at the Vatican, wear slippers and a dress all the time, and just read good books that nobody else can.
But the Catholic Church does own more land around the world than any other individual or organization.
They're the best corporation ever.
It is. They got it. No, those are his feet.
Yeah, how dare you?
Did he leave? Oh, he left. He's like, oh, I revealed my toes.
No.
Hi, puppy dog. You guys should all have a Cavapoo.
It's a doggy-dog world.
If everybody had a Cavapoo, it'd be a better place. They're just like humans and little live stuffed animals that stare at you and read your emotion all day and just want to follow you everything you do.
I've had dogs all my life, and Chihuahuas are the biggest sons of bitches.
Most dogs do that, bro. Most dogs stare at you and follow you around all day.
Yeah, but not like the way we used to. Like, I'm a big dog person too. Like, I was raised with my aunt breeded them. I was on Animal Planet with my pug. It goes on and on. Had a German Shepherd. Like, this dog is a Cavapoo. And this Cavapoo is like, it studies your like emotions, and then it goes and hides stuff around the house for itself. Like, so it was. And now I know its schemes and its tricks, but it's one of those dogs that hides its stuff and then puts its paws over it to hope that you won't see it. It's that level of smart. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I don't have the pen under here. Why would you think that? With its hands crossed over the pen as you walk by. It's like that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, you little crap. And she acts like, oh, nothing. No, I just happened to be sitting this way, just covering up the pen. And you're like, yep, you took the pen. And then she slowly creeps into my bathroom because she knows I'll kick her out there. She walks like she's a spy. She gets into my bathroom so that she can try to jump into the trash and pull out toilet paper, which is like her favorite thing to do in the world. And she's like, run. Stop. Walk really slowly. Cross the It's just crazy. I've never had dogs do that before. Now, dogs can be sneaky, but this dog is like...
My dog grabs my towels all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I've never had a dog that grabbed towels before. Sorry.
Oh, this dog.
Because, you know why, Steve? Your dog wants your
attention. Wants to play tug of war.
No, wants your... Wait, grab the towel while you're using it, or grab the towel while
you're... No, not while I'm using it, while it's hanging on the rack. Like
because the dog wants your scent.
Scent. Gotcha.
That is the most comforting thing for a dog.
Like, if you dirty clothes on the floor, a lot of dogs will hang.
Oh my god, my dog lives in my dirty clothes. She waits for me to open the dryer too, so it's clean clothes too. And as I'm throwing the clothes in the dryer, she chases like each one in. Like as it comes to the washer or the dryer, I just cover it.
When your dog sits at your feet and gives their back to you, that's a good thing. They're looking out for you because you are the leader of the pack and they want to watch out for you.
Well, my dog has its own special couch, and I never go on it. It sits next to the human couch. She's got the doggy couch. And constantly, when she goes on it, she'll go in a circle like 3 to 5 times and scratch at it before she actually sits down. Yeah, and I asked my dad, because, you know, I've had dogs all my life, and my dad's had dogs kind of twice. Because that's instinctual from when dogs were in the wild, and like not digging a hole, but digging an area where they could live in. Is that they would dig a hole, they would go around, so they'd be able to sink down a little bit.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing on that. It wasn't that long ago. I saw the same stuff. There was a little bit more to it too. They're also, because they're vulnerable when they're, you know, sleeping or whatever, like most things. They're also scanning the perimeter real quickly, so it's a vestige from that. They would go around in a circle, make sure they see everything on all areas, and make sure it was a safe spot. But yeah, all that stuff was in there.
Yeah. Same reason why they do it. They circle before they poop too. Same.
Yeah, same thing. They're doing the same thing because that's when you're most vulnerable. Not a bad policy.
And that's why your dog will come to your feet, get your bathroom door open if you're on the commode. They'll sit by your feet and have your back to you. They're watching out for you.
8 monster boxes of silver, 4,000 ounces of the very own American silver eagle. And this is the same dollar amount, but in gold coins.
much lighter, easier to store, easier to carry, and a lot easier to sell. Which one are you guys choosing and why? This is 8 monster boxes of silver, 4,000 ounces of the bag.
The AI robot to take care of the dog after he dies. It's called Fitch. It's a Tom Hanks movie. It's really good.
Yeah, but like the people who are actually getting robots. So like that's it was less of a racist kind of more of a hey, China's gonna have robots faster, so they're probably gonna run into this problem sooner. Actually, I bet it's South Korea and Japan. Actually, are gonna have robot nurses before anybody else. Because of the population collapse. So it's gonna get fucking weird because then it's gonna be this robot has an inheritance and it has power to turn it into so it's just like, hey, this robot, its face is older after my face. Because I want to live as me after my die. That's gonna be fucking weird because you know some fucking weirdo's gonna do that. Some weirdo named Aya.
There's a robot article from Stanford on robot nurses. I'm going to find it in a second. Benjamin, well, it's a good Stanford article.
Hey, John, you're on. Since you're back, John.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. You
Hear my explosions?
you you were grunting a little bit.
What's that?
Number 2.
Jar of some feet. Whose feet were they?
You mean not recent? You mean in my profile backlog?
No, just like a few
There
minutes
was
ago.
a John imposter, and JCC's wanting to tag you as this imposter.
Oh, that wasn't you? I got
That was Inspector You.
Inspector You. Oh my gosh.
Denny's dead. This is Denny's dead. I have come to destroy you. What's up, Brandon? I'm always hoping it's flat Earth or Brandon. It never seems to be. We're talking doom and gloom, end of the world, market collapse. Anything else you want to have on the negative docket is free game.
So I changed my PTR to the weirdest one that Dr. James made for me, kind of an imam, glove head, Chia bearded, flat earther or something. I don't know what that is.
What's up, AJ? At least if we're gonna have doom and gloom, we should have it with a fairy.
No, you're the king of globers, dude. That's what you are.
He's got the glow brain, yo. He's got the glow brain.
You're the globe king.
The Globus Maximus.
The Globus Maximus.
The next globe. Hey, John, I had a hard question for you to think about as a Glober. Really tough one, and I just really wanted to put it out there because there's so many complex flat Earth problems, and I just wanted to pose one that maybe you could use in your travels when you're debating with flat Earthers. Hey, how is it that there's a sunset every day that everybody's seen since the start of time? The sun is always the same size.
Yeah, I was thinking along those lines. I was just thinking, I just want to like have my PTR just be a sun half set over the ocean, and just have them really explain to me how the other half of that sun, how is the other half of that sun melted into the horizon back
It melted, and if you wait long enough, it won't just be the other half.
Yeah, but how do you know it's the same sun?
That's it. That's where they get you. That's how they get you with it. And it's funny because if you really wanted to have a discussion with flat earthers, right, you would never change that argument.
Yeah, that's right.
Only argument.
They get you by running you around all over the place.
Yeah, they get you around. It's like they don't want you to pay attention to this problem that the sun every day sets and rises the exact same way. And the one I love, because they tell you it goes around in circles on a flat disk, and that it sneaks up behind you when you're not looking, even though it went really, really far away into the distance. I like that one. It seems to do a conveyor belt thing, but you guys are saying it's going around in some kind of flat circle. I don't
Yeah,
get
but how big is this plate? And where's the ice wall? Like, ice wall? I've literally never heard that until I had a discussion with flat earthers. So that's why I think it's like probably one of the most successful of all time propaganda campaigns by Putin. I still think that's like the main reason this became a cultural phenomenon. And the estimates put it as something like $80 million. That is amazing bang for the buck. For $80 million to get flat Earth to be going.
It went from like a couple thousand people to like maybe a couple million.
Yeah, they're like, oh, is it flat? I'm like, guys, like we have a globe. You can travel to anywhere on the globe. I assure you, it's a globe. And they're like, yeah, but I've never been in a plane. I'm like, well, that's just a plane ticket.
The next best argument, though, if you want to go up like one level of sophistication, and I usually, my favorite thing is stay away from all math and science whatsoever when dealing with flat earthers, because that's what they do. And never bring it back to math and science, right? Everyone makes the mistake of thinking you want to bring it to math and science. That makes it look like you're actually having an argument. You just want to stay in the land of like very general and just go, hey, I see it setting over there. I was just wondering how you explained that, right? But other than that, right, it's like
just damn other people.
Yeah, no. The closest thing to even getting near math and science is just like when we do the whole predict the eclipse kind of thing, and we use all the math that's important to have a globe as sort of this fundamental axiom. What do you do when you don't use that to tell us when the eclipse is coming? Like that one is so fun to do because there is no answer, so that is just like cue the insult.
Well, that's actually worse. They have the Soros cycle answer for that one. That one they know.
Not totally, John. Not totally.
No. They'll tell. They will convince anybody who doesn't really know that that's a perfectly good answer. There's a pattern.
Does the pattern also explain the lunar eclipse too?
It's of course the Soros cycle is the one they always refer to for the solar cycle. I don't know exactly the lunar eclipse, but the lunar eclipse is harder, of course, because
you can't get away from the lunar eclipse.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. But anyways, like those are the fun ones. Like if you just want to have fun and just troll, just like never stay off that. Just say, hey, I was just wondering about this sunrise. Just come in every day, like, hey, this sunrise thing, and just never leave it. Yeah, I don't know all the math and science, but the sunrise thing is tough for me.
Yeah, take a look at my PTR. I just took this picture of this one problem. I've never seen this before. How do you guys explain this?
Right.
It seems everybody can see one too. Everyone has their own personal sunrise, as you like to say. Everyone has their own personal sunrise, and it does the same freaking pesky thing every time. All right, well that was fun.
See, I prefer. I'm like, listen, we're gonna do small angle approximation. They're like, small angle what? I'm like, sine theta is equal to theta for what angles? And we're starting. They're like, we've never heard of that. I'm like.
Brandon was in the room the other day when someone was asking him honestly about, like his shortcomings. He was like, well, math. And he was like, yeah, it's not like, then they start throwing the big words like they say the theta thing. And I have to admit that I don't really know what that is, and I have to look it up. And it's like, that's how unfair you're playing if you start saying things like that. If you start saying anything that has like a Greek letter in it or anything, you can't do that.
Yeah. My standing challenge is like, Jamal, I will give you $100. Or even $1,000 if you just attempt to do my math test black string. You can even use all the areas that you want. You just have to answer these 10 simple algebra questions pertaining to the geometry.
Sorry, was this me or was this a different Brandon?
No, that's different.
Hey, I always agree with anything has to. Maybe Pro could chime in on this too. This whole sine theta equals theta thing, I've done this a million times. I put in sine of 1 degree. I always get something like 0.017. I don't get 1 degree back. So what the hell are you talking about?
What?
Oh man, I was trying to figure out whether I'm serious.
I was like, I hope you're this. I hope this is the globe.
The overshooting of the mark is there's no possible way that anyone in the room knows what a sign is, right?
Definitely, it was carved in Italy. Came from another location. You know
what
the location?
Why?
You never get an Italian brand outside of the
I'm surprised that they do like so cool. I'm surprised that they can't do basic math to kind of like make us look stupid or make us look like assholes. So I would respect it much more. In fact, I've had conversations with flat earthers who are a little bit more Russian, like literally they're Russian speakers. You can kind of pick up the accent, and they will answer questions like that. But then they'll trip you up, and when they work in pairs, they do a deflection thing, like midway answering a question, they will ask you a tangent, but then somebody else will interrupt that person's tangent, and that just gets annoying. That's like just the operating, the modus operandi. That's like just how they roll. And it's like in the textbook for the KGB from the 1980s. That's how you do misinformation.
This platform is changing the marketing world secretly, and you probably don't even know about it. While everyone is busy spending on Meta and Google ads, this platform lets you put your
Yeah, if they follow you, they not endorse you. I used to have something similar on my Twitter. Darkbot used to have it as well. It's like retweets or reposts or follows are not endorsements.
F over B is not equal to E.
Your profile has absolutely no merit in the real world. That's any disclaimer I tried to create legally means nothing for anybody ever.
How do you enforce disclaimers on like I don't understand.
The consent I gave when I signed up.
Right, exactly.
much better one with me. My presence in this room does not confirm my presence in this room.
Speaking of that, did you hear about the Republican senator, the Republican congressman that was questioning RFK on vaccines? And this is and I bring this up because I'm looking at it on my Facebook. Oh, it's the Democratic senator that claimed it's mathematically impossible to have a drug drop. That's not what I'm talking about. Senator who voted for RFK, he was like the deciding vote. And then it was within the past 48 hours that RFK was talking about the measles and saying that it wasn't that lack of people these days taking the vaccine. It was because of it was because of nutrition and shit like that why the measles went down. RFK was referring to a study that was totally debunked. It was done by a doctor who I think lost his license.
Oh my God!
Okay, Benjamin, if you're with us right now, here's what you should be looking at, Benjamin, to debunk studies. Look at the RFK thing within the past 20.
Yeah, that's great. I was talking about RFK. That's what just great. I was reading a bio with the media. It's just like the whole part that like straight up calls him, and whatever it is, have an anti-vaxxer. It's like, how do you have an anti-vaxxer in this position? Like, how is it? Remember watching the hearings and people actually taking it like it was a serious hearing? And they were like having a serious vote. Like you're actually considering that this guy might not be lying. Oh wait, no, it's that you're all lying. I'm not sure it's a real hearing. Okay.
So you're right. RFK before coming to the administration, RFK has 20 years of litigation experience with the EPA environmental issues. That's
well, everybody has one.
I'll say this for RFK. There's one thing that's kind of interesting. I hope this actually does change. So, weight-based dosage for vaccines. We should have that. That should be a thing. Like if a child is bigger or smaller, we do that with other medications. We should do that with vaccines. And there's actually a lot of data coming out of the farm animal data sets for pigs and cows and so on that shows that there is a difference in the reactions and side effects of animals when you adjust for weight-based dosage. So, hey, that might address a lot of the issues because it's kind of like, hey, if you take like too much Advil for your weight, we can predictably say that something bad might happen or you might not feel well. So, for what it's worth, RFK does a lot of creating noise, but sometimes you need that kind of disruption to get out of groupthink, especially in a field as closely guarded as medicine. So as long as people keep his feet to the fire, I don't mind him doing that. If he can just go and start making changes, then that's crazy. But then again, the recent Ibogaine thing from Trump, that's such welcome news. That's amazing. So history happens all sorts of ways. What the hell are you talking about? Going to legalize. No scientific basis for any of the changes. No, that's I would disagree with that. You need to go disrupt them scientifically. What do you disagree? I'm talking about the dosage-based vaccination schedules. If we had, based on your weight, the dosage was adjusted, how much vaccine you got. That's an interesting thing that one of these policies, one of his missions he's pushing is that. So as long as we keep his feet to the fire with that kind of mission, I think it's good that there's somebody who's doing those kinds of changes. I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but I made the references. I can post them in the room chat if you want about the animal dosage
Kennedy's doing also is putting a lot of more money behind research into a chronic disease. And he does probably, he's probably looking at the effects that vaccines might be having on chronic disease.
Yeah, but how can you say with any type of straight face at all that the reason why we essentially eradicated the measles up until a year ago had nothing to do with vaccines, but it had to do with good health and hygiene?
Oh, that could be.
No, it can't be. It's because of the vaccine.
But do you think it's still okay to investigate the cause of chronic disease?
I don't think it's okay to flat out.
Well, they say that about vaccines, sort of in general, that hygiene and health and all that had an effect on lowering.
Yes, but we're not talking about vaccines in general. We're talking about the measles.
So how do you know that that's not true?
Because every study says it's true, except I'm answering your question.
Studies you're not looking at.
Every study says it's true, except the one study that RFK pointed out, which was debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for life. That's why.
Dr. Debunking here. You gotta clip this cocksucker, just for the sake of clipping the worst people on the planet. Brainwashed, big pharma pushers, big tax recipients. Just a tax with no added benefit. In fact, the benefit is not a benefit. The benefit is a detriment to the human body. Can you dispute statistics, sir? You've yet to actually discuss any statistics, sir. Doctor, have you read the thing? Damn! Steve getting put in his fucking place, mate. Uncle Steve is a bitch.
Wow, cool.
So, one doctor has 5 losing their license.
And what threat of what truth were they saying that they got threatened with the license?
It can't be proven because the research they had been denied.
Oh my gosh! You don't have something to
If it can't be proven, how do you know it was the truth?
Oh my God!
Please, no, hold on a second, JCC, just don't fuck it up. McGill, if it can't be proven, then how do you know it was the truth?
There was a lot of research that was pointing. They said that they were debunking it, but it wasn't really debunked. Look at Peter McCullough. Look at all those scientists that were objecting to the vaccine. They had research going on there. They were saying.
Well, what did the research show? What did they research?
Oh, sorry. They said there wasn't enough long-term research on the effects, the long-term effects of the vaccine. They said it was given as with emergency approval.
Right.
And that it wasn't safe because of the spike protein being produced afterwards, continually reproduced by the body.
So that's a very good point. Do you have the statistics to back it up? Meaning that, do you know what the death rate from COVID was? Death rate was during the vaccine, and what the death rate was due to the vaccine?
No, I think you have to say there was a natural increase and then fall off of it.
Yeah. So if there are 1 million people who have the COVID, the virus, let's say half of them will die without treatment. But then I give the vaccine and I say only 10,000 people die instead of 500,000. But another 1,000 people die because of the vaccine. So in total,
11,000 people died. Do you say that was a successful vaccine or unsuccessful vaccine? I'm making it up. I don't know the statistics. I only have one statistics, and that's for people with my diseases and medications. And the statistics for me was that before the vaccine, the death rate was 100%. After 3 doses of vaccine, the death rate was the same as the general population.
What disease are you talking about?
I have Crohn's disease and remnant of kidney cancer, and I'm on heavy doses of immunosuppressants.
Well, maybe it's working for you. It wasn't the mRNA vaccine.
Yes, it was. It was the
mRNA?
It was a Pfizer vaccine.
Yeah, it was a vaccine. The mRNA was not a vaccine.
What was that?
The COVID vaccine, it wasn't really a vaccine.
What?
It didn't operate the way normal vaccines operate.
So it was an mRNA vaccine. What? Yeah, so what do you mean it was a vaccine?
Was your vaccine an mRNA vaccine?
All COVID vaccines were mRNA vaccines.
What?
All COVID vaccines.
No, that's not true.
Except for Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Johnson.
Yeah, but then they withdrew that.
The adenovirus
it's not around anymore.
There were definitely different vaccines.
I will give you some statistics. These are general. I don't have them in front of me. Please correct me if I'm wrong. That over 95% of the people that died from COVID did not take the vaccine. Over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects except for maybe the flu or the common cold and a little swelling at the vaccine site. So there are some statistics.
Where'd you get those statistics? That all those
I got them from Google. I got them from Google, the internet, NBC, ABC, CBS.
Okay, so what's that place that you report vaccine injury to? There's a government. What do they call that?
VAERS. The data was terrible. It was terrible. I tried to clean it over and over, talking to people. Everyone had different interpretations. It was a big mess.
Yeah.
But that's also self-reported, so it's not.
And a very small percentage of people were self-reported.
I took cookies from the Cookie Monster, and it got me sick.
And also, by the way, and again, I don't know, so I'll throw this out. Have they ever confirmed how many people actually died from the vaccine?
They've reported that there was a lot of side effects.
And like I said, over 98% of the people that took the vaccine had no side effects, except for what I just said.
Well, I think that only a small percentage of people with side effects reported them to VAERS.
Michaela, this is the statistics of deaths due to the COVID vaccine. The majority of them was, for the Johnson & Johnson is 0.0022% of those doses. Roughly 10,483 reports out of 46.9 million doses.
And what percent of the people who had, you're talking about deaths, what about injury?
Page 57 of the Pfizer document states something like long COVID like symptoms after vaccination, but we knew that from the fact that you're taking a viral protein, even in an mRNA form, you're experiencing a viral protein, so there should be some set of symptoms. Those can be mitigated medically or otherwise. I had the vaccine before surgery. I was concerned about some things. I had a nosebleed also after one of my injections, which is like not supposed to happen. So people can have all sorts of reactions. Those can be stabilized, but
these are the statistics. Injection site pain, 50 to 80%. Fatigue, 35 to 70%. Headache, 25 to 50%. Fever, 20 to 40%. Those were the reported side effects of the vaccine.
What about the
What was that?
on the heart?
The baby root would not be
Young people and their young men with their hearts.
Myocarditis, pericarditis occurs in approximately 8.5 cases per million people.
What's your age?
0.008%.
I'm just one family, but I'm gonna say my mom took it and she lost her memory. She basically got Alzheimer's for about 2 years. Didn't know what year it was.
Okay, so I mean, all of these things, Michaela, you're talking, they are in the order of, 1 or 2 orders of magnitude out of a million people.
What about infertility and effects on the menstrual cycle?
Mom got Alzheimer's for just 2 years.
Yeah, I know, but they stopped collecting those statistics.
So what is your point?
What's your point, bitch? What's your fucking point? How dare you? How dare you? We're gonna litigate this right now. I'm an attorney, and we're gonna litigate this right now. How dare you? The vaccine tour. How dare you? Don't you dare question my martinis! How dare you question my martinis? How dare you, bastard! Don't you dare question my martinis!
Did you see the clinical study of it? Did you see the results?
Yeah.
Who conducted the clinical study for
The Defense Department conducted it and found that there was no confirmed.
Do you know how hydroxychloroquine came into being as a treatment for?
Yeah.
Actually, no, you don't know.
I don't know, and I would like to know.
The person who started it is a good friend of mine. He was.
What's his name?
Mike.
Whatever. Mike.
He's in Oklahoma. He's with Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation, OMRF.
The Nobel Prize for either hydroxychloroquine.
No, it wasn't for COVID. So he was at a meeting. He was talking about different things that people are doing, and he said they saw in the lab some positive results out of hydroxychloroquine, but they needed to do more work. As soon as they went from biochemical tests to cell tests, they saw that it didn't work. However, a representative of the Peruvian government was in that meeting.
The Peruvian government!
Peruvian president, that this is what he heard at this meeting, and the Peruvian president met Trump and told him that at this meeting. So something that a scientist said that this thing might have some positive effect by the time it got to Trump was that this is a cure.
Well, I know.
And there is no scientific basis for that.
Well, it was during an epidemic. People are trying things, okay?
Right.
They can't wait for 10 years of research, but I know in India there were several states in India that.
So sorry, wait a minute. They can't wait for 10 years of research, and then what should they do?
Well, it wasn't harmful. Hydroxychloroquine is not harmful.
But why
It's not harmful.
makes sense? Why couldn't it make sense in a place like India? Because in India, a lot of people already have parasitic infections. So giving them something that helps offload their immune system. This is where confounding variables does poor analysis disturb the.
Okay, fine. You guys have been arguing against this for 5 years. Go ahead and keep on arguing against it.
Yeah. And in Canada, the doctors. Yeah, and in Canada, doctors heard that story, Hero, and they just started giving it away because people were just buying it on.
That might have had a chance of working. I don't think hydrochloroquine ever had a chance of working. It was just, but ivermectin isn't interesting, and that was the thing that Nobel Prize was awarded for, not for COVID, but for something else. But here's the thing: they tried it. There were studies. didn't really help. So I don't care how much Brett Weinstein you listen to. This is okay. So I want to go back to this because there's so much about a couple dying of hydrochloroquine that I literally just mentioned. Let me give a little more context. Within days of her taking it, she got sick immediately and lost her memory for over 2 years. How many people are in this room? You said something like 1 in a million or something like that, Sam, on the major complications. You mentioned one specifically, I think myocarditis. But this is literally like not being able to track what year. She thought it was, I think, 2021 until 2024. It's a big deal.
Well, it could have also accelerated that disease too. What conclusion did you draw from that?
That she was likely harmed by it. I don't know for certain, but there's a large temporal association.
No. What conclusion? A public health conclusion do you draw? Public health conclusion. As in, what should people do? Because that was your experience. What should people do with the COVID vaccine?
No, I'm not going to answer that. That's not appropriate. I'm not going to what I'm saying. It does not seem as if it was extremely rare. I know that I'm just one person in this room. This room is not large. A lot of the top died. Can you understand that potentially in a public health crisis, that the statistics might have been skewed somewhat by some individuals so that this policy would have been pushed through to have the effect that they really hoped it should have had at a systemic level. They needed certain thresholds to be met. I'm just wondering, do you think that's even a possibility?
No, it is not, because we used to see the death rates in the hospitals. We used to see how the physicians were just dying of exhaustion dealing with all these people. We kept seeing the death tolls, and then when the vaccine came, it all went down.
That has nothing to do with my statement. I understand what you're saying. It can be perfect. No, they're mutually exclusive, right?
What's mutually exclusive?
Did you hear what I said? I said, do you not think that potentially the statistics were skewed a little for national security?
No, I mean, okay. I don't. Do you have evidence that it was done? Do you have any evidence not to?
Listen, if it's national security, how do you expect me to have evidence of this? I'm just a guy. No.
Because it comes out. Everything comes out, right? These kinds of because
survivorship bias kind of argument right here.
No, this is what Benjamin Franklin said, that 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
And then
none of these.
And you can just noise over the top and just scream over people and just say, no, it's not true.
You wanna play conspiracy theories? Go right ahead. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I lived in the community. I saw what was going on. I saw people getting sick, and then I saw people not getting sick.
Okay, but I want to make my position clear. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think that there was propaganda on both sides. I think there was a lot of noise and a lot of people died, and a lot of people died for a lot of reasons, in my opinion. It was the virus, yes, it was the virus, and I do think that some people got harmed, and perhaps more.
On what do you base your conclusions, right? On what set of facts?
That's fine. So,
what's fine? On what set of facts?
He's already said it. This is simply what he thinks, which is fine. Me personally, I have no problem with you admitting you don't have the facts, you don't have the stats. This is just your opinion. I got no problem.
Okay, so let me try to reframe this in one way. I understand that you can't entertain this world, but I do entertain a world where there are national security interests and potentially, and you know what, we might be able to go back and see historical precedents that the government has lied to us for all different kinds of things. So whatever, you can use the word conspiracy theory. But if we see that it's happened in the past, and if this was some sort of national emergency, then perhaps they did need to meet thresholds. Perhaps this was done. And I'll answer your question if you give me just 1 minute. Okay, so if I don't have, and Steve, you said facts, that's perfectly fine. If I don't have the data to be able to back this up, I did the best that I could. And what I did was
personally, I tried to listen to as many groups as possible. And what I saw was most people were pinned into one or the other. And whenever they went into another, the other's terrible. Everyone got tribalized. And so you were either one or the other. I tried to spend a good amount of time with both, and I saw that there was massive noise everywhere. So I pulled myself back out and I said, well, whenever there's massive noise everywhere, what is really going on? It's some sort of like war state. It's something. And I understand, propaganda and misinformation and insurrections and this and that. Of course that's in play. All this was in my equation, but I was saying, it seems as if the truth died. This is some sort of war state. The truth died early, and there's massive noise sprayed over everything. And trying to find the signal is incredibly difficult, and most people are getting into kind of black and white perspectives that it seems like I could try to begin to challenge these, and I was just attacked by either group. And I was just like, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem as if many people are willing to take an unbiased view here. And that was just my experience, and I dealt with it for years from every which side. And I'm going to deal with it now, and that's okay. I've said my piece, and that's good.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying that our government has lied to us before. We know that's a fact. We found it out after the fact. I'm perfectly comfortable with you saying, based on the history of our government, that it is possible that maybe our government lied to us about the COVID vaccine. I'm comfortable with that. I come from the point of view, show me the facts, show me the statistics. Other than that, I'm not aware of anybody hiding the truth from us. As far as politics and doctors and friends and partners coming out saying, if you take the vaccine, you're stupid. If you don't take the vaccine, you're stupid. Well, once again, that's just opinions. I've given you a certain set of statistics, numbers. Sam has too. We know these numbers that we have repeated to be true. And still, some people say, well, I think, and it's my opinion, and that's fine. I got no problem.
Steve, last thing, and thank you. I appreciate this. We're having a this discussion here. So, in some of these lies that government has told, has it taken quite a bit of time for the truth to come out?
Some yes.
Okay, thank you.
Some no. Hell, I don't know if you were here 15 minutes ago. I was quoting about RFK's testimony before Congress. Here's our person in charge of human health services who has the gall to come out and say that the measles vaccine did not contribute or was the main cause to measles basically being eviscerated. It was based on good health and good hygiene, and he's basing the whole thing on one damn study, which has been debunked, and the doctor in charge of that study lost his license for flat-out lying.
Well, Steve, I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
It's not exactly that, but it's kind of during the same time period. I was on just regular social media the other day, and someone was mentioning, they were basically talking about flu vaccines and how many people died of the flu in World War II. And they were really trying to make it about, like, oh my God, it's just the vaccine. I just wanted to, do you have an understanding in World War I how many variables were in place there? Do you think that health, nutrition, the chemical warfare, do you think that there were contributing factors outside of being vaccinated or not as to the spread of epidemics during the time period and massive deaths that happened?
I'll answer that in a second. First off, the reason why I repeated the thing about RFK is because you asked did it take a long time or whatever to find out if our government has lied to us. We knew immediately as he was speaking his words in real time that RFK was lying when he testified under oath before Congress. But as far as your question that you asked, I don't understand your question. Can you rephrase it?
Yes, sorry, I kind of went all over the place.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, so someone was online and they were trying to make a point that it was due to the...
Okay, I don't know what it is.
Sure. So time period, World War I, the epidemics that happened, the flu deaths that happened, the massive flu deaths.
Are you talking about
the Spanish flu? 1918 Spanish flu.
Yeah, I've done a lot of research. I've done a lot of research on Spanish flu.
Okay. So there was trench warfare, there was gangrene, there was chemical warfare, there was famine that happened a couple of years ago. Do you think that there were contributing factors of potentially like malnutrition and chronic stress and all sorts of other variables that were involved besides being?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I think that anything that lowers your immune system, all of those things you mentioned do contribute to sickness, illness, and death. Yes.
But why did you mention vaccine? They didn't have a vaccine back then, Brad.
Well, actually, he didn't mention vaccines. He mentioned everything but vaccine.
No. Brandon.
It's okay. I misspoke.
I didn't hear him do that.
But hang on, Brandon. Yes. Why did you mention the vaccine?
Lady was talking about now that vaccination rates were dropping, and she was comparing it to that time period and saying, look at these people. And I think that her point was, maybe it was that they didn't have vaccine. I don't remember why, but she was talking about all the people that died.
Do that comparison.
I know, and that's why I went after her. I was like, it doesn't even make sense. This is just bizarre. There were definitely many factors involved in it. So the whole idea was today. Do you think that, and Steve already answered this, that there are contributing factors such as if you had a robust immune system, that certain diseases that are immune susceptibilities, genetic susceptibilities that people can have. Some people, if they have robust immune systems and are in good health, perhaps the vaccinations are.
And here is my answer to that, and then JCC, you might want to comment. I think it depends what you're talking about. In my humble opinion, anybody that does not get the basic vaccines, rubella, mumps, measles, what did Neil Young not get vaccinated for? Not by his own fault. The smallpox, but that's not it. There's another one, guys. It's crippling. What?
Polio.
Thank you. Anybody that does not get those vaccines, they are a stupid idiot. And regardless of how robust your immune system is, I don't think that matters. If you don't get vaccinated for those basic illnesses and diseases, you're a fool. Now, when it comes to COVID, I personally think COVID is a personal decision. I do not look. I got the basic vaccine. I got one booster. I will not take the COVID vaccine again.
I will never get boosted again.
15 years ago, I swore I would.
I swear to God, I'll never take another booster again.
Then those basic vaccines that you get when you're a child, from 6 months, 2 months.
I recommend you get the flu vaccine annually, dude.
Definitely get that annually. I agree. Absolutely. The science proves that an annual flu vaccine indubitably makes you absolutely more protected from any shortcoming in health. And in fact, it is an added benefit to one's health, an incredible possible improvement to what could have been without. And I highly encourage you absolutely take it as your medical provider. I encourage you to take the best products. Only the best products for your health, my dear.
Some people have, you could say, a nuisance or more from having this versus they might not have had the flu. They might not have been protected. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, you're conflating two completely different processes.
Right.
On the flu vaccine, what you're trying to do is you map out the genetics of flu viruses across the globe. Over the year, you see which genetic strains are on the rise, which genetic strains are going down. And then based on that statistics, you map out your vaccine to account for the strains that are on the rise, and B, predicting how this evolutionary process creates new strains in the future for the vaccine.
How is that different?
Where they go wrong is not, or where it works and doesn't work, is not because people's immunities are different. It's because their prediction of what the mutation is going to be in the future was wrong.
Sorry, I didn't make that point. If you thought that was my point, that's not correct. I did mention more than one thing, though. I'm sorry if you got confused.
And I am a lawyer, you know.
You did say a thing like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And I think that's a weird way to think.
Yes,
sometimes it works.
My God, do I have to just say it again?
No.
This is the third time someone is.
Sometimes you, because you say sometimes it works and sometimes.
I said they try to predict which one is going to be more prevalent within months.
Right, and then you said sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that's a weird way to say it. Sometimes it works less and sometimes it works more. And it never works.
You guys got that?
So no, I'm not naming it because I'm exposing you have this like weird binary way of thinking. Like sometimes they get it right and sometimes they mess it up. That's not really. No. Well, I do. I think you're kind of. I think you think about. I don't think you're dumb. I think you think about these things weirdly. Like in your mom. But so, okay, you talk about.
Hugo, please stop it. Brandon, you are right. I'm wrong. I misheard you. Sorry about that. I should not have interrupted you because I so wrongly heard what you said. So please now tell us what you correctly said.
Did I not already say this? I don't understand. What are you missing?
I'm just a simple attorney. What do I know? I'm just a lawyer!
The audience misheard what you said.
That's not true.
So
I'm an attorney and I'm just learning ESL. I'm an international business attorney. Corporate transactions, mergers and acquisitions, internationally, of course.
I'm going to.
How dare you question my Vaccini? My Vaccini was perfect. The only side effects was slight bruising and a little inflammation, but not for long at all. Completely worth it. My health was protected beyond compare. It was the best protection insurance policy the body could buy. Never question my Vaccini. No.
If I decide to work,
Clubhouse Random. It's a Clubhouse Random. It's my Clubhouse Random show. How dare you question my Vaccini? That was my Vaccini. And there was no Vaccini like it. I took one and then the boost just to keep it up a little
I might
bit.
say, like, well, 50,000 people in the U.S. die a year in auto accidents. I think it's a little bit less than that now. But it's a lot of people. You're right. So, seatbelts have been shown to save lives. But I can tell you a story about my uncle's.
You can tell us a story. Great. I think we need to de-escalate from that Clubhouse Random. It's like Bill Maher's Club Random.
Like that happens, right? That happens probably a few times a year. You can tell those stories, but did I decide not to wear my seatbelt because of those stories?
No, you should.
I would do. Yeah. Okay, so your mom got Alzheimer's. Okay, old woman gets Alzheimer's.
It reversed.
Whether it
happened within days of her taking it and it reversed the computer.
Okay, so, I mean, first of all, based on your behavior, I don't really believe you, but I might. I might.
That's terrible.
I'm sorry, reversible Alzheimer's is not very well known.
I don't think it was actual Alzheimer's. She did not know what year it was.
You said.
So she got confusion right? She got confusion because of that.
Hold on, is this a binary or are these extremes? One was Alzheimer's and now it's confusion. Can we just land somewhere?
No, I'm trying to.
Serious cognitive issue.
What was her diagnosis?
There was no diagnosis initially. She didn't see a doctor for a long time. I didn't even know.
So then how do you
my family?
So then how do you know it was related to the vaccine?
I heard it from my aunt. Okay, I heard it from my aunt. My aunt was talking to her at the time. The guy.
How do you know? How do you know?
Okay, so I don't trust my aunt.
No, I completely agree with your aunt. How do you know it was related to the vaccine?
I don't. There's a temporal association. It was within days.
So correlation, causation,
come on, yes,
all of that. It's like, no, come on, what?
Within days, okay?
You are arguing. Listen, you are arguing against a large body of science and clinical trials using the story that your aunt tell you about something that you don't know what happened.
Listen, it wasn't just.
Is that logical to you?
No.
Is it logical? Is it logical?
It does seem.
Hold on a second. Let me ask my next question. Is it logical to counter a statistical argument with anecdotal single points?
So
that is, if I say statistically, 95% of people will benefit from this, and you say my grandma didn't, is that a counter to my statistical argument?
No, it's not a valid counter.
Okay, so why are you, no. Yeah, I'm gonna go lawyer on you. So why are you, yes, I am. I'm a lawyer, so by definition I'm an asshole.
Yeah, you're trained to be psycho.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You didn't say nothing yet. Just get me pissed off, and then you're gonna see me come out. So why do you then bring out this anecdotal evidence to counter our contention that the vaccine was okay? No, I'm trying to figure your logic out.
Sam, so I'd like to be clear, and I have tried to be clear over and over. Somewhere in the
you're not, though. You're not. That's the problem.
Not clear
yes.
to you. That's fine.
You're not. Well, I'm your audience, and so if you're not clear to me, then you're not clear.
And then I can get some fucking statements out. Is that okay with you, Sam?
Sure, but give your fucking statements.
Okay. So I agree with you that anecdotal evidence is it's something to take into consideration. If you don't take it into consideration whatsoever, then I would consider you and anyone else who's like that a fool, and that's fine. Some people lean entirely on just statistics that statistics. I will just stop there. There's lies, there's damn lies, there's statistics, but whatever. And listen, buddy, I land somewhere in the middle. I've been trying to say over and over that I think that the situation was complex, that there was death that happened all over the place. I think some of the deaths may have happened or some serious complications for the vaccine, but I also think the overwhelming majority likely happened from the virus. Okay, I think that there was just a ridiculous amount of noise, and what I tried to say, I brought this up personally because it did affect me. There weren't many people in this room, and I understand Hero's point that because you can bring out something random and at scale, you would expect it to happen every once in a while. Okay, but I was trying to put this in a space where I said that during that time period, I didn't only stay in one camp. And when I went to the other side, they did not have it. And I admit that a lot of shit they brought up was terrible. And I challenged it as well. But there were many, many people who were noticing things. And it was not, it wasn't a one-off, okay? It wasn't just a whole lot. Was just that's all I'm going to say. My experience with that time, understanding that there's propaganda all over this. And if you want to go lawyer,
yeah. So let me give my closing argument as to why this is not foolishness. I completely agree with you that we need to take anecdotal evidence into account. And how do we take anecdotal evidence into account? The way we do it is that we run clinical trials to see whether the anecdotal evidence has any teeth or not. And all of these anecdotal evidences that you're trying to bring us, these have all been worked out in clinical trials. We know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people due to the vaccine. The same way that we know the percentages of confusion being caused in old people by other vaccines. We know the percentage of people who get sick from the vaccine, who die from the vaccine. We know all of that. So I'm not dismissing your anecdotal evidence. I'm saying that your anecdotal evidence is now irrelevant because this issue has been dealt with and is worked into the statistics of the vaccine. If you read the package insert for the vaccine, you'll see that all of these percentages are listed there. So you're not telling us something that the scientific community doesn't know. You're telling us something that they know and they have worked it out. And the fact that it's an issue for you is because you haven't reviewed the relevant data.
Well, okay, so you're making an assumption there. I reviewed a lot of data. I simply disagree. We have different worldviews here. And you already stated you aren't in a world where there can be national security interests that skew statistics during...
I never said that.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Are you sure? Because I asked that a little while and I thought...
No, I asked you... No, on these...
No, I'm sorry.
No, hold on a second. Yeah, on these things, because I don't know. I don't know whether it was done or not. I asked for your evidence because you seem to know. So I asked, what is your evidence?
Yeah, that's fine. But Sam, can we just take it?
And if you don't have evidence, I'm not going to accept your...
That's fine. But just to be clear...
I'm not saying that the opposite is true if I don't accept yours.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't know.
It's okay, but that's fine. So you don't know, you do live within a world where it is a possibility.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I think that we actually, this may seem...
No, but what is the relevance? What is the relevance? What's the relevance of that?
Because I think that this could still be a case. I think that in the years to come that perhaps...
But why do you make that? Based on what do you make that?
I already told you, Sam. It's based on the experiences that I had during that time period.
So you have proven that... No, I haven't. Yes, you have. You have proven that there is a non-zero possibility that the government has lied to us. And that is something that doesn't take that much to prove, that much evidence to prove. But you have not shown any evidence that in this case, there's a probability that they lied to us. You haven't shown like what that lie could be, what the truth could be, why did they lie, who lied, right? All of this stuff. You're just saying because there's a possibility that they could lie, therefore they probably lied.
No, it's a little different than that, but I understand how you could land there, Sam. It's okay.
So land me in the right airport.
Okay, a little different. I think that, based on my experiences, I entertained the notion that this might be going on during that time period. And again, what I looked at was a massive amount of noise. And I asked, why? Why is it to this degree? And why does there seem to be, in some circles, so many reports, and in other circles, they just slam those people out of the rooms, they just throw it out, they say it doesn't exist, I watched it here on Clubhouse, I watched it all online, and I wondered, well, what could account for these mechanisms being so strong right now?
So
go ahead. I thought perhaps, I continued my idea that maybe there's something going on, and I thought perhaps this is a serious issue. There is national security. Perhaps something has gone a little sour at some point during this process, and there is somewhat of skew and cover-up for things that might be going on. That was my general sense. Now, I understand you. I don't have the evidence to back that. That's how it seems.
So do you think there is a possibility that fishermen in Greenland hacked into the CDC computers and changed the statistics. And the national security issue is not the statistics, but the fact that Greenland fishermen managed to hack into our CDC computers. Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, no, so I was just entertained, but
Is that a possibility?
Yeah, so, but if they did, couldn't they just flip it back? Like, I'm trying to understand how that plays out. Can you please?
Yeah, it is. The fishermen bought a lot of shares in Pfizer, and they wanted Pfizer to sell a lot of vaccine. So they hacked into the computers, changed the data so that people would trust Pfizer and go do that Pfizer shares, increase in price, and they make a lot of money. And this is precisely why Trump wanted to annex Greenland. For this behavior. Yeah, so is this possible?
I mean, no, maybe.
Why not? No, if it's possible.
Yeah, there's so much that is possible as far as happening.
Yes, that's it. That is it. When you don't have any data, when you don't have any information, then everything is possible.
Yeah.
Right? So my story has as much truth as your story.
No, because it's not just you.
Because we both don't have any evidence for a story.
Well, okay, but evidence or anecdotal evidence. So like I said, as I went through these experiences, and I didn't just stay in one group that pushed all these people out, I listened to their stories, and there were many of them.
Yeah, my grandma's sister, she dates this Danish guy who has a cousin in Greenland, and that cousin told them about this. That's my anecdotal evidence. Kind of like your aunt told you about your mom who got this, right?
Yeah,
my
aunt was just lying to me or something.
No, you're lying to me. I have no idea who you are, what the story is, who your aunt is, whether your mom had this or not. I have no idea if you're making this up or telling the truth. The same way that you have no idea if I'm making this Greenland story up or not.
I'm pretty damn sure you're making it up.
Well, the government seems very sincere when they lie to us too, right? Like,
yeah.
So first of all, the Greenland example I think was good. It was fun, so I accept the notion that the government, there's a history of our government lying to us. There's also a very good history of just people lying. People on the internet, just people lying about stuff. And I don't understand this. I don't understand why people get on like little crusades and start spearheading a cause, but then it's clearly wrong. And
Wow. Wait, let me finish. This is really personal to me. This is
Let me finish. It's personal to everybody.
My mom, okay? This was my fucking mom. This definitely happened.
I know.
Fucking asshole.
And I'm actually.
Oh, you fucking dick.
Well, I'm not questioning your sincerity, because I think this probably happened. I assume it happened. I don't think you're lying to this. But people lie. Like I talked to Steve Kirch on this app. That dude was a fucking liar. Right, like it was easy.
Hey, this is Dre, y'all. See, hold on. See, my people gonna take my baby to Disney World. I'm gonna tell you where they from.
We're going to the real Disney World. Where you at right now?
Okay, so this is just weird. The fact that you really, the way that you worded everything here, at least beginning, you did not believe me, and I've been here for a while. Like, you don't think that I care about at least trying to, from my perspective, understand the truth and tell people things honestly? You just see me as a troll? You think that's all I do, or do I simply have a bit of distance from you guys in certain ways of thinking and maybe my beliefs?
Yeah, you do have a distance from us. We tend to follow the scientific method, and you don't. That seems to be the...
Whatever, buddy. I was good in science. I got a computer science degree. I don't know.
Yeah, so no, you didn't learn about sufficiency of proof. You didn't learn about...
Why? Why do you
statistical...
think this?
Because you're citing me anecdotal evidence to counter statistical arguments.
And yet you said that it was something that you should take into consideration.
And I told you that we did take that into consideration, and we dismissed it.
But you remember what I said was, look, we're just going to go in circles. It's okay.
Yeah, we are, because you keep not applying scientific method to your arguments.
No, that's
and we
not
keep
it.
applying science. It is it.
That's literally not it.
Yeah, my worldview is evidence-based. Yours is not.
You just declare it to be so.
No, it actually is. No, I don't
Okay.
Hopefully not.
Okay.
Look, I think that I learned some things from this.
I thought you were leaving. What happened?
Jeez.
Why aren't you leaving?
You're a fucking asshole, Sam. I don't know why.
I told you, you ain't seen nothing yet. I am. I truly am.
Yeah.
As all these people here, they've known me for 5 years now.
Those people in the audience, he's just a fucking jackass. That's it.
I am. Just as
You don't give a fuck about the truth. How about that? You give a fuck about supposed evidence from authorities.
I don't know what the truth is, right? I don't know what the truth is. I just know what the evidence are.
What a cowardly man. What a coward.
I gotta call him a coward after he calls you up. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful. Another exciting episode of My Vaccine, My Body, and My Choice. Don't criticize my Mancini! My Mancini was perfect for my body, protected by capsulated form perfectly for the longer duration of my presence.
My daughter said that.
You don't understand statistics, sir. You certainly do not understand science. But if you did, you wouldn't be so stupid and effing retarded as Dr. Stephen Bell put it, because that makes you an R word, an F word, all the worst things. Oh, horrible. This is fully encapsulates my latest film, my Mancini, my Mancini. My Mancini, I loved my Mancini, don't you question my Mancini, it was positive, it was beneficial, it was wonderful, it protected me perfectly.
Story than I expected, as opposed to how can I make my dogma correct? And you're not really doing science or ready to do science. That's the problem.
Oh.
It doesn't sound like you're ready to learn.
Yeah, you're not ready to
Like,
learn.
just like
You're not ready to learn. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, I am losing all faith that anyone is redeemable. None of these people have changed or learned a thing in 5 years. How terrifying!
I only look at the evidence that I like.
What a compliment.
Exactly, everything is projection.
I just look at the evidence.
I thought they said you would. Sounds like what a compliment. Regardless if it fits your narrative or not.
Yeah. Very interesting.
So I think I have it's in a nonpartisan election, so her politics are irrelevant. But interestingly enough, her politics are progressive. I think I just voted for the first progressive I ever voted for in my voting career. She's not partisan. I think a woman named Philida Villarreal. She's running to be my city commissioner. It's a nonpartisan race, but like, I know where she lies.
Yeah, it's for Texas stuff you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, she seems to be like fairly progressive on the immigration issue, on medicine, on like community empowerment. And I didn't really think about it before because I liked the girl. I was like, huh,
That's interesting. I voted for the first progressive I ever voted for.
I thought for some reason you were imitating something you heard Michaela say. I was like, what's going on? I was like, oh, you. You just, there was no comma there. So I was like, wait, he just went right. I gotcha. I must have missed it. Gotcha. That's cool. How'd that feel?
Righteous.
People say righteous before till too, so never can't tell that.
I mean, badass. I like her. I would never have agreed to help her if I didn't think she was qualified to do the job. She comes from like a 501c3 background, managed a charity that does like professional development for folks on the lower end of the ladder, college and like high school development and like placing people in internships, right? Basically giving the poorest of the poor in the Rio Grande Valley access to professional advancement. And she went from a $2 million, like under a $2 million budget to a $6 million budget, which for my area is big. I realize in big cities probably not all that big. And she did that, and she's a public accountant, which means she'll be really good at looking through the city's books and where we spend our money. So I like her. Plus, she's just a genuinely nice person.
There you go. Hey, Marshall, do you know Peter Navarro? Who was on the Trump team?
I do know he's on the Trump team.
Yeah, so Peter Navarro used to be a Democrat, and he ran for Congress in San Diego. And, Hillary Clinton came in, campaigned for him, and all that. He is the reason that I voted Republican once. I voted for Brian Bilbray, who got elected and then got kicked out the next election because he voted to impeach Clinton, and San Diego was not an impeaching area. So they voted him out. And then after he left office, this Brian Bilbray, he was indicted for fraud and this and that. So Peter Navarro forced me to vote for a fraudster Republic. And then Phil Angelides forced me to vote for Arnold Schwarzenegger because I could not stand Phil Angelides. He was a snake.
Well, so there are two races on the Texas ballot. Depending on who gets elected, that I'll actively vote against the other side of the aisle. If it's Ken Paxton, I will vote for James Tellerico despite the fact that he's more progressive. And then whoever Dan Patrick's Democratic opponent is, I really don't like Dan.
Who's Dan Patrick?
Like
I did.
The lieutenant governor of Texas, he told me in 2020, and I'm quoting him nearly exactly, that if I did not think that Trump's 2020 Republican inauguration was God's gift to mankind, now God's gift to mankind is my own alliteration, if I didn't think it was awesome, then I was not a Republican. And he then told me, when I asked about who he represented, he said, well, I only represent the people that voted for me. And I've wanted him out of office ever since. You don't ignore the entire other half of the state because they're not of your political affiliation. Like, that is just wrong. So, those two races I actively vote against. My state senator race, I vote for the Democrat. My county judge race, I vote for the Democrat.
Okay.
My sheriff race, I vote for the Democrat. Right? Like, I'm weird as a Republican insofar as I mix my ticket every election and have since I was 18. I've never voted a straight red voter. I think straight ticket voting is kind of dumb. I think It should be about like who you think will do the best job. But on a side note, they finally finished putting that LNG pipe on my land. Took them a month, but finally finished. Then they'll put all the dirt back down, smooth it out, and then put some grass seeds on it so it grows. And then that's when they're obligated to do it. The other thing I find most interesting about science that it's supposed to be replicatable. I think that's an interesting part of it. That you should be able to replicate the experiment. Oh, sorry, Sam.
Interesting idea as well. Maybe someday science will adopt that feature.
Well, I thought
Benjamin,
Hey, Sam.
until you have explained your page 102, you're not allowed to talk about that. Okay? You have not explained your page 102, so you're not in any position to talk about anybody else's data. But one thing, don't interrupt. I was gonna say, you guys know me. If you want to argue against me, calling me an asshole is not going to cut it. Because I don't care if you call me names, as long as you're making a rational argument. So calling me an asshole isn't going to win you the point. It isn't going to make me stand it. So in the future, if you're ever going to an argument with me, if you call me names, I just know that I'm winning the argument. That's all it is.
That's my argument. No, that's Benjamin. I mean, you guys are next to each other for a reason. That's kind of just like saying, Sam, I see you. Benjamin, I see you. It's the same thing, right?
Exactly.
No, I agree with Sam here. I think the ad-hoc is just manipulation.
Except,
I don't have any arguments.
No. Except when I call you a moron, because you actually are a moron. At that point, it's not an argument.
It's good for the gander.
No, asshole is different than a moron, because when you speak, you actually provide complete evidence for your moronity.
Are you saying you think science is replicatable?
What does that have to do with you being a moron?
Something is
science. Okay, yeah. See? You're a moron for bringing that up.
It's actually interesting how, like, emotional regulation works its way into argument too.
It's fascinating. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Like, I'll be honest with you, like, growing up and debating with my mentors, that's something that I guess the mentors that I had in life kind of purposely did. They would get me into states of dysregulation, and then they would just show me that I lost the argument based off of my inability to be emotionally regulated. So it's interesting how, like,
you just gotta work on not losing arguments and the ability not to put words out.
Advice. It's actually interesting how people always want to be right and how their emotions seem to be tied to their striving. And so I would say, like, the two biggest learning lessons have nothing to do with the actual content of the debates. The two biggest learning lessons had to do with not always wanting to be right and being emotionally regulated.
I wish I had your debate back.
I don't know. I had to storm away several times until I learned how to sit there still and to accept being wrong and not be upset about it. It was a lot of.
See Benjamin right now. That's where I'm going with throwing an education.
But I will say, like, that's what I appreciate.
You're holding back on this,
Yeah, I was holding back. I was kind of going to say, like, well, it's great training for being wrong. It's an adventure and everything. Come on in there. See how.
Yeah. I'm not afraid to be wrong. I think it's more important to have validations. Being right is kind of.
Yeah, I think.
Almost always.
I think that had more to do with like the testosterone as a young man or something. I don't know. In my younger 20s, I for sure always wanted to.
See, I don't care if the person is right or wrong. Right? I just care. Can you support your position?
My entire shit is
Show your award. I want to see the award. I want to see the evidence. I want to see the argument. I want to see. Exactly. Show me the data. Yeah, see, Benjamin, it's been how many years I've been telling you, show us the data of the monster calculations that you've done, and you refuse to do that.
When I do like what we're doing in calc today, like I very, very rarely actually do the math in the class that often. Like I will do it enough so they know I'm an expert on it and that they realize that I'm not going to be doing math they are, right? So I'm kind of like a dentist, like only when they're stuck do I come in and show them like what they're missing, whatever, right? So today we're in the middle of, well, I won't bore you with the details of the problem, but there was a way to get to the answer of the problem in about 7 seconds, but the way that they thought the problem was like should have been like a 3-minute problem, right? They were missing sort of like, and that's why it was so key to see. I need to see what you.
So he sits there and doesn't teach them anything. He tricks them and then pokes and prods, but yet teaches nothing. He's a failure as a teacher, failure as a room mod. He's no pro. He's a horrible musician. And John Kitover, running for Chicago, is obviously a much better musician than Pro Lyrical. That's just a fact, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that I'm sitting in here producing the Pro Lyrical show means that I'm the master recorder. You could call me the master beta, and I'm just trying to articulate and ejaculate, but I can't seem to find my Shekhinah. Ribbon Shalom, it's coming. It's coming. I just keep coming. People ask me, what's your secret to success, John? And I say, I just keep coming. I just keep coming. Coming. And I just keep on coming. He keeps coming. He keeps coming.
He keeps coming. Doesn't mean if I agree with you in real life. It's just like, okay, now I see what you're working on and what you valued and what you did, blah, blah, blah.
So Benjamin, if I were to ask John Malcroft if you showed your calculations and your data him, on the cluster stuff, would he say, so Andy, did Benjamin do the calculations for cluster using the data that he generated during the experiments to show that cluster's conclusions are incorrect? Okay. When Andy comes back, I'll ask him again, but what would you think? So the question to you, Andy, is did Benjamin show you the data for the experiments he conducted that concluded Foster's 1976 paper was wrong?
Absolutely not. He never conducted any expense stuff. The data he just shared was for.
But today I just told him until you show us your data and said, I have shown the data here. I have shown it many times. Ask Andy. So I'm asking you, did he speak the truth when he said that he has done the experiments, he has the data, and he has shown it here?
Well, he definitely has not done any experiments.
Okay.
He did share some data from Delft that he claims to have encouraged Delft to publish that was never published before. And he also shared some, was it like a lab, or I'm not sure what it was, but it was like a Python notebook thing that did some stuff with the data. But I'm talking to him, I'm not convinced at all that he actually understands the data. And he claims that, I can just filter the data and get any result I want. And I'm like, well, of course, if you just fucking filter, but he never demonstrated that the way he's filtering it is motivated by any reasonable method, or that the way that Delft filtered it was unreasonable. He claims it is, but he's never.
So he did not tell the truth when he said that he has shown it many times.
I mean, I guess I'm coming in late here on that.
No. Okay, so you are not aware of him having shown the data many times in Clubhouse.
He did share the Delft data.
No. Did he show the data of the experiments he conducted to show Gloucester's paper was incorrect?
Oh, absolutely not. Nothing.
Okay, thank you. That's it. It was a yes or no question.
Well, it's kind of a silly question. Gloucester's data is not available, so
that wasn't the question. We didn't. No, we didn't. We didn't at all talk about Gloucester's data. Nobody talked about Gloucester's. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, but I didn't talk about his data. I said you conducting the experiments to show us that the Gloucester paper was off. No, you have. Well, Andy just said you haven't. Well, Andy. Well, you asked. You told. So who did you show it to? Who did you show it to?
Wait, see what?
Well, Andy just said he hasn't. What are you talking about? Andy, are you lying to me?
I said you. So Benjamin, did Sam just go misrepresent what you said earlier? Who first mentioned Kitover? Because Sam just asked me if you did the experiment on Kitover's data. And I said absolutely not, because do not ever do Kitover's data. You did do something with the Delft data. I don't think what you did is of any significance. You think it is, and you present it as you did. But I'm not sure. Again, I'm looking something weird. Well, not weird. It's normal stuff.
I shared with you.
The anti-vaxxers are no longer here.
I shared with you the experiments.
That's not. No. No, taking the data and putting it in Excel and doing things is not an experiment. That's why I said absolutely not, because that's not.
You can absolutely run experiments on data.
No.
I think you can run experiments on data.
No, that's not an experiment. That's not an
You
experiment.
don't run experiments on data. You run experiments to collect data. What are you talking about?
Analysis of data.
We kind of, everything got twisted 700 different ways. So let me start over again. Benjamin, have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that the Closser paper is incorrect?
Yes.
You have. Have you shown those experiments to anyone? The results of those experiments to anyone and the procedures? Have you shown them to anyone on Clubhouse? Have you shown on Clubhouse? Andy claims he has not seen that data and has not had that conversation with you. Are you sure that you have conducted those experiments and collected the data that prove Closser is incorrect? Are you sure that you have done that?
Yep.
Okay. Have you tried to publish your results?
In the sense that it's on COVID.
Have you tried to publish? Have you tried to publish your results?
This is unequivocally not true what you're saying. You've not done an experiment on Closser's data, and you actually just said you didn't.
Didn't say I've done an experiment on Closser's data.
No, Sam just asked you that. Sam just asked you that when you said yes. Just there.
Sorry, the experiment was done on the Delta data. That's Robert Hansen's project, not Klaus, because Klaus didn't publish his data.
So wait a minute. No, hold on. Closser. So did you not publish your data either in your paper? Exactly what you need.
Make it available to the public.
Did you do than Closser did with his data in your paper? Do you disclose the raw data in your paper? Where? What page number? What page number in your paper? Yeah. So did you publish your raw data with in your paper?
I haven't published this work yet.
Yeah, this is how you show this. You know, you're just asking these questions and then you can't answer them because it's caught in the line. This is not the habit. So, no, stop.
I have some very basic science questions. How do you experiment with data? I thought the idea with looking at somebody else's experiment and criticizing it was that you then perform the experiment yourself. You try to perform the experiment yourself. And if you
Depends on what your objection to the results are. Are you saying that they didn't collect correct data? They did the experiment wrong, so they can methodology was incorrect, or you say their methodology was correct, but you say they got the right data, but they analyzed it incorrectly. Those are three different things. So if they analyzed it incorrectly, you don't repeat the experiments. You just do the analysis on the data that they have provided, and then you say, see, we did the math, and they were wrong. But if you don't trust the actual experimental results, then you do the experiment to show if they got the right result or not.
So say you've done the experiment, you've gotten all the paper results, right? You've written it all down. Don't you then have to publish this data to an audience of your peers who are
Yeah. So you have
review.
Yeah. No, you draft the paper, okay, and you submit it to a journal, and usually you try to submit it to the most prestigious journal you can. And then, and that's based on how important the study is, how widely beneficial it is, things like that. You want to publish it in a generalist journal like Nature or Science, or do you want to do it in a specialized journal of organic chemistry, right? So you decide where you want to publish it. You send it there. The editor of your section reviews it and then decides if it's complete or not, if it's proper for publication or not. If everything is okay, then the editor sends it to 3 or more reviewers. They review this and they send back comments. Comments could be either grammatical, which you don't care about, or they could be substantive. They could raise the question that we don't think the results support the conclusions, right? And then the editor takes those comments into account and sends it back to the author and says, you need to fix this, and this in your paper. The author goes back in the lab, gets my data, fixes this, and that, and resubmits it. It goes back to the same reviewers after resubmission. They approve it, goes back, and then the paper gets published. That's a process.
Seems to me that if one were to look at it would seem hard for a layman to conduct an experimental data if you find a reason to be an experimentalist. Is not needed.
So you don't do experiments on data. You do analysis on data. You do experiments to So
I'm sure I don't want to you look at the Delft data. If you think about
what is Delft?
The Delft experiment was a Delft test experiment. The unique thing about it, Diddles, I'm locking
Oh wow.
Hey, it's a garter snake. There.
No, it's not a snake. It's a butterfly.
Okay, they're very long. Gopher snakes are a little creepy because they look a lot like rattlesnakes. They're not. Okay. What they built was it was a very long distance. I forget now, over kilometers, 1.5 or maybe more. I forget. Which the process experiments have these loopholes. And the loopholes are kind of silly. I think Benjamin has admitted that he thinks they're silly too. But there's they have gone through, jumped through a bunch of weird hoops to try to close some of these loopholes. And I think the Delft was the first, or maybe one of the first, to like claim a loophole-free Delft or a bell test. Part of the result of that, because of all the crazy things they did, there's a really small number of events. It's like 247 or something like that. When I first heard that, I was like, that's bullshit. I assumed these experiments had like millions of results, but I kind of understand why they had such few numbers, because they had such weird constraints they put on themselves. Because the other experimental events had already been done. So you do an experiment, you prove a thing, and they're like, well, maybe we want to close this loophole, we want to close that loophole, and they're like, I know, I'll close all these loopholes at once, and whatever. It was a weird configuration. So it was a fairly small number of actual events that went into the results. But the one thing you gotta think is like, they're taking events. So they have little photon detectors that kilometers apart, and they're getting little pings, ping, 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 all the time. And what you're trying to do is correlate events and say, hey, these two events over here at A and over here at B, they probably came from the same originating event, right? Now, if they're too far apart from each other, you'd be like, well, okay, you can get false positives, you can get false negatives, the sensors are very sensitive, photons can leak in, photons can leak out. There's lots of reasons why you wouldn't expect every single originating event to have an actually successful, I got two events recorded at either end. It's actually kind of a low success rate. So you can imagine that you would have to be very careful about the timings, about the recordings, and when you decide whether the two events recorded on opposite ends of the experiment are highly likely to have been entangled particles. So in the experiment, they have these filters and stuff, and they decide how to do this. And it's right. Benjamin thinks this trickiness is actually them fucking with the data, and he's like, oh, if I just open up this timing parameter, I just get classical results. My response is, well, of course you get classical. I mean, if you just open it up and start being like, well, this event that was a half a second after this event actually came from the same originating event, you're basically including stuff that obviously can't be entangled. Even when the timing is very tight, you don't know for sure they're entangled, but the likelihood is. So he sees this filtering as evidence of fuckery. I see this filtering as the kind of shit you have to do for this experiment. He claims to have said, oh, if I just adjust these parameters, this Bell inequality violations just disappear. I'm like, well, of course they disappear, because you just widen the window. You're including non-core. So Benjamin thinks he's found something. I think he's just bullshit. That's my attempt to steelman Benjamin's position.
Did you put an article?
No, I would rather you just respond to what I just said.
Yeah, you just said I did experiments on the data.
No, you did not do an experiment. You did an analysis.
Oh, article in the chat talks about.
And you came up with the wrong conclusions.
Article in the chat talks about the.
He's not. He will not.
There's no article in the chat. When you click on it, the article shows up.
So you're not going to say that I'm misrepresenting you somehow,
Oh, sorry. Is this the image and logic Peter Gallison?
Yeah. In that article,
this is a book.
Yeah. Okay. He talks about the line between both the experiment and the numerical analysis, and that really, without the numerical analysis, in these high data particle physics experiments, he's really talking about CERN, right?
Benjamin, have you conducted experiments and collect the data to show the cluster paper is wrong?
Yeah, in this way.
No. It's that's not an answer. Have you done it or have you not done it?
No, and hold on, Benjamin. Wait, can I please for a second? I just explained my understanding of your reason, right? You could have stared in and said, no, actually, when I discovered the way they were filtering it was wrong, this is why I think it's wrong. You could have drilled into it, right? But you're not. You're steering away from it. You're going to be like, oh, there's other paper. Let me just talk about this for a second. So you could say, I'm misrepresenting you, or you could say, you could try to defend this idea you have that the filtering was fuckery, but you're not doing that right now. You're pivoting away, as you do. I would rather you actually discuss why you think the filtering they're doing is fuckery.
I think what Andy's saying is we would rather you be honest as opposed to lie to us in response to every question. So I'm gonna ask again. Have you conducted? Can you answer this question once and for all? Have you conducted experiments based on Clauser's theories and all that? Have you conducted experiments and collected data to show that Clauser's 1976 paper is wrong?
Yeah.
Have you shown that data to anyone?
Yeah. And see.
Can we just go through this? That Andy said he hasn't seen it. That it wasn't, that the data you showed him wasn't the experiment I'm asking you about. There's no well. It's, have you done it, okay? Have you not done it? No, it is not fair to say, have you done it or have you not done it? Okay, so then we conclude you are lying.
So,
right? Is that a fair conclusion that you're lying to us?
Benjamin, the way to handle Sam's question is say, well, it's not Clauser's data, it's Dell's data. And I didn't do an experiment, and hold on, and I didn't do an experiment, I did some analysis, and Andy has seen that. That would be accurate.
Let me address those 2 points. Look, the data is taken from Dell. But because Clauser did not publish the data, and I spoke to Clauser, he said, well, a lot of people have replicated it, so find the data there. So he has just invited me to assume that all of the replications of the study are equivalent to his. In that sense, an analysis of Dell is not close. No, that's on fairly solid ground.
Not even. Participation chain between Benjamin and Clauser is cringy. Like, you could have said, hey, Clauser, I'm really interested in this. I realize you don't have your data. Can you help me find data to maybe to some undergrad lab or somewhere? Like, I'm interested in this. And he could have said fuck off, or he could have been like, actually, I have a colleague at Berkeley who runs the undergrad physics lab. You should get a hold of him. Like, he could have done it that way, but actually, you were super rude to me.
But that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is that John has told you, he's a physicist, and he has told you that the experiments that Clauser did do get repeated.
Bernie Sanders woke me up.
Have you
Openly gay 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday.
Have you looked into that? Have you looked into it?
One was
is the Delta data.
So,
data.
no. I don't
It's very. Oh man. It's very fun. It's very fun. It's an honor to do that.
You're the client that went on to commit mass murder.
And they do that. And they call me.
Okay, so you tracking the world to let us kind of like, man, what if I release a super villain with some great.
Yeah, he listens to like videos.
It's an honor to do that.
Okay. Alright, no. Okay. So, yes, I see the scientific
Getting back to your second
everything
question.
Benjamin says. Why do I? No, I don't want to get back to anything. I think we're done. And do you want to get back to the second question? Or? What? What is it?
The most diverse reasons these bring about stagnation in each advice leads you to withdraw yourself, to rediscover your intimate value, or make a fool of themselves.
I completely understand. Because it was a construction class. Well, so he had 3 classes, 2 construction classes and 1 like engineering class, and it was fucking awesome. They're building. Okay, so the construction class was divided up the first years and second years. The people who had like taken it the second time, they were outside building like a 80 like a I don't know 250 square foot like little structure that had like a little bedroom, a little living room, a little kitchen, a little thing. Like so, imagine this: stick-built construction, a roof, windows, door, like cabinetry, little sink, little bathroom. Like it was awesome, and they shipped this out. And they arranged whatever, fully awesome. And the kids inside were doing. I helped them with like resume building, like totally practical skill, right? And then the engineering class, they were doing like they were Arduinos. They were something called micro chips, which were just like I said, we were generation.
What grade is this?
This was like it was high school, so like sophomore, and they were doing the little
micro pipe.
Yeah, exactly, and they were doing a little project where they had like a little breadboard with 2 potentiometers and 2 servos and a little LED light, like steering. Basically, it's like a laser turret.
So what?
A laser turret. And if you did it right, you could. Anyways, it was awesome, and I was helping them with both the hardware and the code. And I'm like, oh my god, this is my happy place. I love this shit. One of the kids asked me like, how do you know this stuff? And I'm like, half from hobby stuff and half from my professional work. Like I don't know, like this stuff is cool. Like I would do this all day for fun. I was super impressed, and I had a fun little discussion because the kid in the engineering class, a few of the kids knew what was going on. A lot of them were kind of struggling, as students do. And they were doing this funny thing with like, hey, send me the code, your code works. So they were like, collaborating. There's a big emphasis on collaboration in education these days, which I think is great, but you can sort of see how it's breaking down. And I'm like, so I introduced the notion of the mythical man month. You guys know that, right? Like a famous book that was written back in like the 70s. This idea that like, no, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Well, actually, that's right. I thought you were gonna go somewhere weird with that, but yeah. That's true. And I'm like, you guys gotta like, it's just a weird balance because like, copying is. I wrote this on the board. I'm like, copy equals bad, reuse equals good. Like reusing code is a skill on its own. Like so, you definitely find code, other people's code, your own older code. You should. And In fact, I heard this is funny because like someone's like, "Hey, how did you get this to work?" And he's like, "Because I took this from the last assignment." And I'm like, that's what you guys have to be paying attention to. Like the last assignment was doing a thing, and you got to recognize that this next assignment is doing 3 things, but you can copy and paste your code, and change the input numbers, and change the variable names. But you have to look at that code and like recognize what it's doing, and don't just paste it in and be confused by why it's not working. So I was trying to help them with this. And, I'm sure the teacher's awesome and stuff, but he wasn't there when I was. So it was just really fun. Like I thought this was just a really great lesson and exercise for them to do. And some of them are fried, some of them are struggling, some of them are checked out. That's just public education in the U.S. But to be in a classroom where they had like laser cutters and construction going on out back, and 3D printers. There was a seeing sound, and I don't know. I thought it was cool. I had a good day. That's all I'm saying. We can get back to stupid shit now, if you want. Also, like version control. I'm like, you guys gotta save your code, right? So because when you have the version of the code that worked, and now you worked on it and it doesn't work, you really should be able to go back to the old version and try that one again and ask yourself what's going on with the hardware, what's going on with the software. I don't know. Just that general troubleshooting, I really enjoy that. And some kids catch on to it, and other kids are just their eyes are glazed over. But it's fun to. It's a fun it's a fun subject to work with.
I sneeze.
So you're agreeing. Hi.
No, I just sneezed. I didn't realize. I didn't realize I might.
Andy, about whether analyzing data is basically the experiment. Put that book where this is discussed. Look, you can be persuaded by that argument. There's different schools. There's definitely a Baconist, Kevin Bacon, view of what constitutes an experiment. But by that instruction, cosmology, science, probably even Lidos.
No, they're measuring things.
It's not an experiment.
Lidos 100% is measuring. Look, you can take the data and analyze it. You can point out a flaw.
Bacon has a particular definition. You're ignoring.
You could take the data and analyze it and point out a flaw. That would be very, very valuable. You pretend to have done that, but you have not done that.
Well, look. You're persuaded by my research.
Well, if it was right, I would be persuaded by it. I'm open-minded to it. I looked at it. I spent some time on it, after all.
You did. There's lots of research that is not persuasive. Roger Penrose claims to be not persuaded by a lot of quantum mechanics research.
All you can do if you reanalyze someone's data is prove them wrong. Right? You can
prove in science.
No, you can prove something's wrong though. You could show a mistake was there. Yes, you
can. You can prove they're wrong.
Yeah.
You can't prove they're right.
Right.
Yes, you can. You do an experiment and show you got results that's counter to what they said, so they're wrong. It's not. It's logic.
Yeah, you can analyze their data and come up with the same results, and you'd be like, I don't know, yeah, okay. Okay, so you did the analysis right, whatever. Did that prove anything? No. It's just if there was a mistake, it wasn't in the analysis according to you. Like that's what you would do if you redid the data and came to the same result. You're pretending to come up with a different result, but you haven't defended that. You haven't explained it very well at all. You just say you do it. Like I can come up with any value I want, but what you're saying is I can totally do the analysis badly and come up with any data I want. You haven't proven that they did something bad. You're literally demonstrating how to analyze data badly. And you're like, see, if I do it badly, I can come up with any result I want. That's all you're doing. You have not motivated that the way you're doing it in particular is any better.
First of all, the kind of analysis I did is exactly the kind of analysis they did in supplemental. Running a sweep over a parameter.
No, it's not. See, that is, you're saying stuff because other people haven't put the supplemental. All the supplemental does is the supplemental is a little.
They are also
the supplemental, like all supplementals, just goes into the data a little more carefully. They don't sweep the data until they get the right result. No, they don't.
Well, that's a question. Yeah, they don't.
No, so you make it sound like, oh, we're just going to sweep to the data until we get the result we want. And then we're going to be like, this is how we do it. That is your fantasy, right? Clearly, that's your fantasy. But you haven't convinced me. I looked at the data. So I'm ready for a smoking gun here, but you have not provided it.
That's fair. You have been provided with the evidence. You haven't absorbed it, and it's probably my fault. But I assure you, the evidence is there.
Well, I know a guy whose mom came down with Alzheimer's within a week of the vaccine, and then got better. Are you telling me that guy that I heard from his aunt? Are you calling us liars? Fucking asshole. You could appeal to emotion, really, that works always, right? I think it's funny that his mom got better from Alzheimer's. And he was like, okay, maybe it wasn't Alzheimer's.
The question is whether or not data science is science. That's really the question. And I would submit that you should read that book. If you're not convinced that data science is science, I think it's important to understand what Bacon requires in a science experiment, which is you have to kick the tires. In other words, you have to interfere with nature.
I'm open-minded to data science.
Because in astronomy, you can't
I don't know why you bring up Bacon, other than Bacon being
Bacon. Well, because Francis Bacon kind of lays down a useful definition for what here has it on the book. Francis Bacon lays down a kind of early description of what the scientific experiment is. And it's a good one.
Okay, can you stop talking so much and just say what it is? Say what it is.
I'll read it to you.
This is a question. I'm not going to give this a flourish. It's the introductions. It's the not answering questions. Stop.
No, I am silent for hours and hours.
I'm open-minded in data science because I think data has a sort of emergent quality all on its own when there's a lot of it. But all I know is I worked at Apple for a year, and I was called a data scientist. Everybody called themselves data scientists there, and nobody, including myself, was a data scientist. I'm like, this is a fiction, right? Like, everybody's a data scientist? Like, what? How does that work? Anyways, data science is a funny term. I think it's kind of coming away, right? Or maybe it's still around.
In a strict Kantian sense.
It's very, very weird.
For AI, an experiment requires you to, quote, intervene, set up conditions, manipulate variables, and observe outcomes. On that definition, the analysis isn't an experiment. That's Bacon's.
Wait, say that again? On that analysis is not an experiment?
On that definition, on a Baconian sense, an experiment
experiment requires you to intervene. You set up conditions, you manipulate variables, and observe outcomes. That definition, and analyzing the data is not a scientific experiment.
Okay,
But
that's what we've been
field.
That's what we've been saying for hours. You've been fighting. I mean, you do this thing where you're like, okay, you're right. I'm gonna sleep on the rug. You just keep talking as if I was right the whole time.
I don't be careful what you wish for, because like if you want to stick with big, you have to join me in getting rid of all the soft sciences, all the psychoanalysis, all of astronomy.
Wait, hold on. Lygos is collecting data.
Careful what you wish for.
So it's doing the observation. Okay.
It is doing the observation and collecting data.
Oh, right.
It doesn't interfere. It doesn't take the conditions. It's not interventional.
Well, there certainly is an awkward division between observational sciences and experimental science.
Interventional science.
And I think that's fair to point out. But psychology you can definitely intervene. But psychology is weird for a lot of other reasons, which I think you're right.
And a lot of times you can intervene. In other words, you can't.
Well, but you can say this. But you can say something about y'all. I mean, you can. But you can look at past data. And it's true, you can't. But also,
analysis and past data.
But you can do things. No. You can introduce lead to tadpoles, or to other living. You can still do things. You can't do exactly. Like I can't recreate the Big Bang, but I can do things in particle accelerators and very briefly, introduce conditions that we think are very close to. So you can still do things. Lygos is a good example, and we can measure. So
we say hi to Hanson.
Hi, Hanson.
Hey guys.
Michaela, you guys thinking Nazi base?
Gonna go on a date. Want to be a fly on that wall.
So Benjamin, I generally support your scrutiny of data and sciences and all that. But I think you should also take on the careful scrutiny, spirit of scrutiny yourself as well. I mean, like that.
Do you mean on myself?
Yes. So the
on yourself there, I have surrounded myself with people. I have surrounded myself with people who are more than willing to do that work for me.
The thing is, like this data, the quantum delf data, an example of that using the data. I told you that your reading of the chart was wrong. And you never reading of which. You said that chart is counting chart plot. You thought that was the
I think I know what you're trying to say. Can I say what I think you're getting at? I think what you're trying to say is I charted detections quote up and detections quote down, and you showed that there is no up or down, there is only early and late, and that somehow those are interpreted. There's only early and late. In other words, early arriving detections and late arriving detections. Somehow of an output that presupposed from time of arrival. And you thought that was the chart. But I say what I think you get at. I think what you're trying to say is I charted detections quote up and detections quote down, and you showed that there is no up or down, there is only early and late, and that somehow those are interpreted. I do understand. And what do you think I should make? What do you think I should make of that debate? Yeah. So let me first of all say I do understand what you're Fred, but do I should put your thought for you? I understand what you're getting at. I don't necessarily, I'm not persuaded by your argument that my analysis of up and down is somehow valid, simply because the mechanism that they use to distinguish between up and down was kind of arrived.
Well, the thing is,
but I think just
the thing is, you have no base to draw your conclusion because you didn't even get the number of up and down.
Then I ask you, just one question,
just not even be up and down numbers. You need to do a computation to get, and you didn't do that computation. So there's no. You're saying that you didn't agree on it, but the thing is, you didn't even have that to make the judgment. That's what I'm saying. Whether it's true or not, that's out of the question because you don't have anything to judge whether it's true or not.
That's your question when you're ready.
Yeah.
Do you agree with this? This is irrespective, without consideration, and I don't give a hell. And I don't give a damn how you distinguish that. Would you accept that if you are properly depicting ups and downs in a well-qualified quantum debate, that the ups must match the downs?
Yes, most cases. I mean, most likely I haven't.
I'm gonna take that as
sure that.
I'm gonna take that as yes. And then I'm gonna point out that when I use their math, do their own evaluation of that, the ups don't match the downs. So your argument that I have to concern myself with the mathematics they use up and down, I just have to here because it's not up to me to.
It's not for your evidence there being wrong, and you show that graph, right? You show the evidence, show the what do you call the demonstration or whatever. Show the graph as X, right? You're picking the wrong graph. I mean, if you do have the graph, if you do have the result, you haven't shown. Okay, maybe you have computed it. Maybe they plot it. I mean, they plot in the graph. Okay, that's not the graph you're showing.
Wait. Just to be clear, do you understand why I think that it's very interesting, but also not important how they deduce up from down? If the question is this a proper quantum state? Because the test for a proper quantum state is that the ups match the downs.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
how do you look for
don't know who I get.
The winner of that drug group, they got the bus.
What bus?
School bus, you stay in Utah. Hey, come on, bro.
No. I don't know, like.
You know what I'm talking about, Hurricane? They had the bus?
No, I don't.
Oh, damn.
Wait a second, how did I have the drink?
Just the top of the past time. That's insane.
I'll say this. Historically, when there's someone that homophobic to that extent, they got something else going on. That's a new one. I'm going to use that one going forward.
He's homophobic. He's still homophobic.
And he should not be a homo.
And then to go to the gay district in Philly to specifically pick up gay rides to take them home. What did he say? To pick them up and drop them off? That's what he does?
Yeah, that's what he said. Something like that.
He has a bus. Like I'm telling you. Yo.
I'm back.
Yo, welcome back, Ike. Ike has a bus.
I don't have a bus. I'm not Ike. I don't know who the fuck Ike is. I've never known Ike. Unless he was in the trucking room. Don't know Ike. Never been Ike. I'm a white man from VA.
Yeah, that's what Ike would say.
Who the fuck is Ike?
Oh, I'm cool. See, so you're 50 years old. What's your zodiac sign? You asked me whether I swallow. I should be able to ask you what your birthday is.
I don't share my birthday.
But
you're not someone special.
Oh, yeah, but I was special enough for you to ask if I swallow cum.
I guess you reminded
but
me.
But now I'm not special enough.
I don't know.
Oh, you know. You know.
The way you and Galaxy talk.
I don't even know this Galaxy guy.
If you know Galaxy, that's Ike.
No, I'm not Ike.
Galaxy Bender. Yeah, Ike.
No, I'm not Ike. I've been Cool Chief since 2026, or 22. If you look at this, how many years have I been on here? It will tell you, and I've not changed my name once. I think I had my original name on here at one point, and I changed it from that. As soon as I realized about trolling. Like right now, I'm in New York State.
What are you doing in New York?
I'm about to shut down for my long ass day of driving over 300 miles.
What are you going to do now that you're shutting down?
I'll eat dinner.
What are you going to have for dinner?
Turkey, lettuce, or turkey, tomato, mayonnaise.
chance.
And I got some Arizona green tea. I'm gonna probably drink with it.
When you're in New York, do you frequent the village by any chance?
A what?
When you're in New York, do you go to a place called the village?
I don't even know where that would be. I don't go to the city. I don't know where you're talking about. I am a truck driver. I'm about to deliver stuff tomorrow.
So how you picking up gay people in Philly if you're a truck driver? What load is that?
Why would I be picking up people in Philadelphia if I'm getting like
verbatim? That's what you said.
No, I said when I was an Uber and Lyft driver, I picked up people from the district.
Brother.
Never said now. I said when I was an Uber and Lyft driver.
Continue, question.
It's an honor to be here.
Turn right, then take the second right. Thank you. You helped me get down the road 112 miles. It's amazing.
Oh man, what's happening now? I don't even know. I'm getting accosted by a white supremacist closeted homo.
Why am I white supremacist? I didn't call you anything bad.
Is that what it takes?
What?
To be a white supremacist?
I'm not against any race or religion. Well, race.
Cool. See, is it worse to be a white supremacist or?
I have no clue what you're talking about. Being white supremacist.
Cool C believes in anti-miscegenation laws.
Anti what?
Miscegenation.
What's that?
And come on, dog. You already know. Take it down too low.
You said, Cool C, that you would not
have not
or marry a black woman because
no, I never said I would not marry. I just said I've never dated.
You would not because you don't think it's right.
Never said that. I've never dated outside of my race.
Everybody heard you say that you wouldn't do it because you believe it's wrong. That's what you said.
I never said I believe it's wrong. I stated my cousin married someone.
Yeah, but that's somebody else. What you told us was that you wouldn't do it because you believe it's wrong. But if your kids did it, you would not oppose it. That's what she said.
I never said I would not do it. I just said I'm married and I haven't dated outside my race.
Yeah, which is fine. But I'm just what stuck out to me was your assertion that you would not do it.
You're thinking about things that stick out. So it just proves your point that you're thinking about that sticking out.
Oh, all right, cool. See, how far does yours stick out?
There is no need for you to know anything about me other than my nickname, Cool C.
Wait a second. So you think it's okay to ask me if I swallow cum, but it's not okay for me to ask you how far your dick sticks out?
I don't know why it would matter to you because it only matters to my wife.
So then why does it matter to you whether I swallow cum?
Because it does.
Think wisely before you answer this.
Because it's entertainment, it helps me get down the road, and I just drove, like I said, I'll actually give you the total for today. How many miles I drove? So you know.
Let me tell you something, y'all. Cool C is that kind of nasty white man who's married to a white woman who goes to different truck stops, goes to the bathrooms, and gets on his knees and has people deposit come in his mouth, because that's the shit that he does. That's why he came on stage to ask me. Cool C, you're the one who's drinking strange cum at truck stops. That's what you do. I already know your type.
And you don't know anything.
Let me tell you, dog. Cool C has never seen a glory hole he did not like, okay?
You just want to
Oh my God, no. Oh, wow. Definitely not.
I have a question. How long have you been driving trucks?
Oh my God.
About 5 years. 5 years we start coming September.
Okay. And is this like your predominant full-time? Like you do it year-round or
what? Is it my predominant what time?
Job? Brother. Do you bring it down?
It's my income.
Okay, so this okay. Well, what is clear to me is that you spend a lot of time alone.
It's not alone if I'm dealing with you guys.
Well, no, it isn't. Let me tell you why.
No, it isn't.
Because
it's not alone.
Hold on. How long have you been on the app?
Since 2022, when I started driving, like 21.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Being on the app doesn't approximate in-person interpersonal relationships. You have, for whatever reason, built a persona around your engagements on Clubhouse. I can tell by the nature of your conversations, like the actual things that you contribute in conversation, the way that you engage other people, your inability to enter conversations at the level of other people, your persistence in asking awkward questions, inappropriate questions, your inability to regulate what questions you ask. I can tell you spend a lot of time not engaging with a lot of people personally, right? It is weird. Now, I'm just speaking for me, but I'm sure I'm speaking for people on stage and in the group. It is weird that you think that your conversation here was appropriate just because you were trying to get down the road. Lies. But you did feel uncomfortable for some. When Hurricane asked you questions about your life, begs the question, how often do you talk to other people about your actual life? I would probably guess you have a lot of things that you keep from your wife, things that you do on the app. I'm not saying that, whatever. People say that you probably don't talk to her a lot on the phone. You don't engage with her.
I just was on the phone with her about 10 minutes ago.
And the people and
don't believe it
was asked.
He says everything.
I said homosexual. A man that you believe to be homosexual. The very next thing you do after you talk to your wife is you ask a man who's a stranger to you whether or not you swallow. So, I could be completely wrong, and I'm willing to, accept that. But,
brother, I have permission, though. Wouldn't you ask for your permission?
It was an internal belief that he had. Something spoke to him about another man's sexuality that prompted you. Like that was the pattern of you asking those questions. You even using that as a justification. You don't really talk to a lot of people. You clearly don't seem to have a lot of friends, and the friends that you have are very sort of they're cut off from the rest of your life. Do you ask? I have a question. Do you spend a lot of time on your radio, talking to people you don't know? Have you developed friendships on the CB?
There's usually not that many people on CBs in the Northeast.
Okay. So again, you are isolated. Do you take your family with you?
No. I'm not isolated.
Wait, are there other people? Are there other people who ride with you in the truck?
No. Not right now.
Not right now.
I have not been able to bring my family because I'm a company driver.
And so you've been doing this for the last 5 years. I mean, you are isolated. People, you can.
How am I isolated when I go into? If I go into a truck stop, I sit down and have conversations or talk to people. How am I isolated then? If I'm talking to other people in a restaurant or.
How many hours are you doing that per day?
Usually dinner time, passing, seeing how they're doing, asking them. Actually,
exactly.
That's a whole different.
So the equivalent of getting that. So again, I'm going to say that you're isolated. You think that those are meaningful, interpersonal relationships. People that are strangers who you don't know, who you're seeing at a station. That's why I think this is you're a little off. You don't realize it. It's been too long.
My question to you, Cool C, is when you're at these truck stops eating dinner and someone presents as Hurricane and Galaxy, do you ask them that same question?
I don't even talk to them like that. I show respect. And this is an app. There's a difference. Personal interaction. It's like people would say, would you ever say the N-word? No, I would not say that in public. I mean, I don't. So, I mean, it's just you act differently when you're in public.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you, stay out of crime. You would do the full bid, 100%.
Brothers,
wait a second, Kofi. We have a guest, Shmurf Snoopy. So, just to let you guys. Shmurf is back.
Whoever that is.
Is your body.
I don't know who that is.
And said he would never say the N-word in public. He's smarter than that. Are you writing that word when you're home on the paper? What's going on?
Oh, I'll call someone from the stand, maybe that, in public. Yes. I read too.
What was the last thing you read?
I mean,
no. What was the last thing you read?
I read newspaper articles. I read articles on what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, what's going on with Iran, what's going on with Russia, what's going on in Ukraine. I read that stuff daily.
So you're basically a geopolitical expert.
No, I'm not a geopolitics expert, but I read about different things from trucking articles on what the FMCSA is imposing, because it's important to me how they're working about the non-domicile CDL drivers, how that 1,200 of them are losing their licensing at this point in time because the state, how New York lost $75 million or $75,000 through CDL schooling because of bringing in non-domicile CDL holders, how Pennsylvania lost $16 million or whatever on that.
The difference between 75 million and 75,000 is significant, brother.
I agree. I don't remember what I read. I think it was 75 million they lost. It was last week's article. I'll try and find it. But it was last week, they said, or the week before. So I'm reading stuff daily.
Respect.
I try and keep on top of the news, try and keep on top of the This one here. We'll make this my profile picture. So this profile picture. About 1896, he was the first Republicans from rebels, the representative Benjamin Turner, Joshua Walls, Joseph Marini. I've had these conversations with King. I forget his name here, but I've had conversations about the KKK, how it was started by the Democratic Party, how it's unjust, how it affected the communities, not only black and low-income families, and Margaret Sanger, how she destroyed families. And we were having a conversation today about how many more people there would be in one room for information purposes only, where it mattered that if there were more people in the world, that maybe there would be more differences. And I said that if the Democrats, the drugs weren't introduced, and Margaret Sanger wasn't introduced, the population might be from 13 to 22% population. And why get rid of the illegal immigrants? Because if there were more illegal immigrants going in the country right now, that there's more of them than there is the black and African American population of 13%. There's more of them, then that causes a very much divide again in this country. The fact that the separation of families and the videos in Chicago in 1968 showed a husband and wife sitting on a couch, saying if I wanted to get food stamps or low-income housing, I can't have my husband here. And then there's the videos of the projects in New York talking about this stuff. So I do my research, and I am 100%. I'm 100%. What?
Well, see, I don't know if you can have any more right-wing talking points than what you just shared. Like literally the playbook. Do you have the playbook open in front of you? Is that what you're reading from?
King also talks about this. Do you know who King is? He's in these groups.
Does he represent black folks? Is that who King is?
Yes, he is black.
That's not. I
He
didn't
talks
understand.
about this stuff. Yes, he talks about people opening up their eyes, free or doctor.
So do you think the Democrats who started the KKK are the same type of
Yes,
Democrats?
they are.
Are they more like the Democrats today than they are the Republicans today? Which one do you think?
There was no party switch. That's the problem. You
Are
believe
you
there was
serious?
a party switch. There was never a party switch. There was a few of the Democrats from the north that went to the south because some of the South Democrats came to the north because of the Republicans. So the Democrats, some of them have switched from being against slavery, because in 1968, what was Jim Crow laws? That was all done and voted on by the Democrats, and 98% Democrats voted for it. Republicans believe that there should, like the Jim Crow laws, about all this other stuff. Republicans have not changed their side.
Wait, are you saying?
They've always
I'm sorry.
been for
One second.
black, white.
Are you saying that Republicans were against Jim Crow laws or
No.
for?
They were against Jim Crow laws. Democrats have been for them. Democrats have pushed the KKK. Democrats are the ones who pushed not telling Texas about the thing. That's why Juneteenth is here. That was Democrats, not the Republicans. Republicans were freed. Talk to King if you ever see.
I'm cool on King, brother. I'm cool on.
So if you know who King 3 or Doctor are, Doctor and 3 are the same person, you would know what I'm talking about.
What is that? Office of New Americans. Is that the same dude you're talking about?
The office of what?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, he's talking about the guy who's in the office of Americans. That guy, I don't know.
He's on here.
He's latch on to, yeah. Never mind.
So today, Republicans for 2026, do you think that they're more progressive towards black empowerment and black rights? And
Oh yeah, we don't want you or Black Americans to depend on the system. We want to make sure that the legal rights are out of here, that the jobs are available to Black Americans as well as everybody else. DEI had nothing to. DEI was a dream up democratic thing that was just to try and get shit. Whatever.
you got to articulate so a little bit
You
better.
should have been able to earn it on merit.
Yeah, what we talking about? Democrats have, Democrats have.
Well, people will actually have said there was a program that actually, when you used to get out of jail, this is that you were able to get into construction of building houses. Now you can't because they're all taken over by illegal immigrants or immigrants. Most of them building a house, build them in 2 or 3 days, and those jobs used to go to a lot of Black Americans coming out of jail or opportunities for other things, or even heating and air conditioning jobs, trade jobs. I mean, there's a lot of that to get involved with. There's a lot to bring back family. I know you like to give me access to whoever you are.
Some of the blacks who have, by some miraculous chance, avoided universities.
Well, that's good. I mean, they're privileged. There are people who have done the right thing. There are ones that have followed through, had good leadership. Yeah, King's Seat. S-I-I-K.
Talking with you, brother. Before COVID, what's your profession? What did you do before trucking? You started trucking in 2022, 2021. So what was your profession before you became a trucker?
Well, I sold cars, I sold RVs, I drove limousine, I was in restaurant management. Done a lot of different things, drove Uber, Lyft.
Nothing. Okay,
What's been your favorite occupation or job?
Actually, right now, trucking has probably been one of my best jobs.
What a time alone.
I mean, it's the opportunity to see different places, meet different people.
Lizard lots.
Would you watch out the window when your teacher said, you'll never get a job? Or,
you showed them, look at you trucking now.
Yeah. I'm interested about your statement in you said D, right? So what job was taken from you by
taken from me?
By a black person? Okay. So but you care, so hold on, you care about our job so much, right? But the whole issue of DEI was that we were getting, black people getting jobs here to quote unquote get deserved.
No,
but yet you want to advocate for black people getting jobs. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm glad you make a great parent.
You say, you just repeat the same. You have no original thought. Like you just repeat the same talk points you hear on the radio while you're driving down to the next Costco. Well, listen, no, it is. It is. The white woman DEI can be heard from King. So King told you that, so go to it. You just said that. You just wait till you fucking me that. I knew about that before. Listen. He's advocating for black jobs, right? Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you. But yet, the one program that was helping helping companies, right? Calm that down. Okay, so you're against white women too?
It wasn't helping companies.
No, are you against white women? No, you said he okay. Oh, so calm down. So let me get straight. Calm down. Listen, I know you're taking that crank to keep driving, but you gotta calm down. So listen. You just said DEI happened to the white woman first. That's why you didn't like it, right?
No, it just took jobs from people that they gave jobs to people who didn't deserve it, who didn't earn the status, and
who were those people?
Education. Well, white women are one of them.
Okay, so white women are uneducated, didn't deserve the jobs.
Minority women.
You said white women got the most. So are you saying most white women are uneducated and don't deserve a job?
DEI didn't help when it was supposed to, though.
You said that white women benefited from it the most. So white women benefited from it the most, and you said people who got DEI were uneducated and didn't deserve the jobs. Are you saying people
they were not uneducated? They were just not.
You said that. You literally just said uneducated. Do you not remember saying that?
Undereducated and not the certain thing.
Okay, do you believe that both you said white women who benefited the most from it? Most white women who benefited from it were undereducated and undeserving of the job.
At times, yeah.
Okay.
And minorities.
But you said once again, your biggest test tough to me was mostly white woman. You said it. You cut me off to say it. You said it to the heavens.
White women.
So
white women. I didn't.
Yes, and so
it benefited them more than anything.
Of course, and you're saying that the people who benefited from it did not deserve it. So in closing, you think that white women are undereducated and undeserving of any job they get. Thank you for.
I never said that, but that's what I said. The program that the white woman got ahead because of DEI affected other races differently than the white women.
Who benefited the most?
The white women benefited because they got in there easier.
Because they didn't deserve it?
Never said they didn't deserve it. They just got in there.
So they deserved it even with DEI?
No, it just made the diversity inclusion easier giving it to a white woman because they then met the quota of diversity.
Were they qualified or were they not qualified? I'm just curious.
DEI gave them the inclusion that they hired a white woman.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Maybe where's the golf carts?
If a job requires that you have a 4-year degree,
the ones untethered to this world.
are they and if they got the job, was that justified or not?
If they met the requirements and they got it on their own free will without using any program, yeah, they were qualified.
What program? What do you mean program?
DEI, diversity inclusion.
But what does the program do? What do you mean? Does that automatically make you magically qualified if you're already qualified?
It means some of these companies were looking for acceptance because if they didn't do it, the Democrats would say shit and
for Sam.
Just tell me.
Good to one another. They smell, raise your children right. If it's got carrots out there, you know what it is?
You came on stage spewing some of the most foul, optimistic you were here for my introduction to Cool C was a hell of a
Yes, it was.
It was special. Can you repeat that for us?
Special.
Just so we know who you are. No. This was special. No.
It was
special.
Yeah. I get you. It was special.
Western PA, right?
Thank you.
Western PA, how far are you as far west as P?
Thank you for helping me get down the road, though.
How far from Pittsburgh are you? Are you literally middle PA, west PA? What? I'm trying to tell from your accent.
Some people have said it's between Dutch, which would mean Amish country.
How diverse is your community that you live in?
What do you mean diverse? What do you mean?
I'm sorry.
I'm suburbs.
I'm sorry. Let me break
it's
it down.
the suburbs. So.
How many people who don't look like you or come from different socioeconomic background than you live in your community?
I think there's more rich people in my community than there are me. I think there's a lot of diversity because our school district is pretty good. My school district, from Indians to African American.
What population is your school district African American?
I could give you a percentage if you really
I
know.
really want to know.
Okay, I'll look it up for you. I mean, I'm pretty sure the majority, but
wait, your school district is a majority African American?
No. I was going to say, I believe most of our school district is a majority Caucasian, but there's a lot of Indian, Bangladesh, African American. I'm gonna try and find out. I'm gonna Google it for you. I don't know. I'll Google it for you.
This is a conversation. Are you aware of where, upon graduation, how many of the kids go to university or go on to get 4-year degrees?
Palestinian Muslims and Palestinian Christians. So, and we have, in 2015, 72% of Palestinians inside Israel have faced discrimination by the Jews. This is all mentioned in the survey. 2022, another survey, about 37% Palestinians inside Israel, they face discrimination, about 37% of them. After 7th of October, it went crazy. There's been so many cases. There's over, I think it was about in the Arab towns inside Israel. There's been people are killing each other. It's over like
I do not know what is causing all the hate between these two parties. I wasn't there with them.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's literally the report says it's under occupation for over 76 years. Apartheid system in the West Bank, 920 motherfucking checkpoints in the West Bank, 1,000 gates installed, and they fucking shut down the gates. Like they open it for 2 hours for the Palestinians to leave. Do you want to go there? Then all of a sudden they will shut down the villages, the gate to the villages. The airspace is controlled by Israel. The water, they can't even go past 6 or 7 miles. In the West Bank, they can't even collect rainwater. Anything that comes in and out of Gaza or the West Bank is controlled by who? Israel. The blockade, ICJ, International Court of Justice said it's under occupation. Like, what do you want me to provide you? You never concede to anything. All you do, you have just fucking disgusting talking points.
Hey, there's a book. There's a book by... I'm saying that please, if you want the good of the people, you should be at least trying to work on the issue if there's a hierarchy in there and there's someone in charge there to realize that if there's hate coming from one side, there will not be coming any love from the other.
They went through court to file a lawsuit against the Zionist entity. The people that were kicked out in 1947-48, they filed a lawsuit in the court of law. They haven't got their properties back. There's a new resolution that said right of return. More than 750,000 people that were kicked out in 48. They tried it in the West Bank. About the Palestinians, they live on less than 30% of the land. That's 70% is fucking occupied by these disgusting Zionist terrorist Jews. Gaza, right now, in Gaza, about 59% of the land is fucking occupied by who? Israel. 40% is controlled by Hamas and the Palestinians. Like, bro, respectfully, when you come up here, Sam, I'm gonna debunk fucking every single claim you make on Palestinians. You're not gonna sit here and make stupid claims. Their cause is 76 years old. Your cause is only 47 years old. Your cause on. Actually, like seriously, man, the whole world woke up. The whole world knows about the occupation. These motherfuckers, these Zionist terrorist Jews, are committing crimes on the fucking land against Palestinians, Muslims, Christians. But you come up here, you're being ignorant. Oh, I don't know anything. Literally, they saw genocide on the phone. We're seeing a genocide as it unfolds. It's still unfolding. I can't read this, man.
I mean, fucking read it. This is not a Muslim guy saying it. This is an ex-Zionist who woke up one day.
He's a Jew. He's from Israel.
He did his research and he said, fuck this shit. Okay?
And he's a historian, by the way.
He's a very well-known.
And Sam, by you supporting Raza Pahlavi, it actually makes you a Zionist, by the way. Raza Pahlavi went to the wall. He bowed down to the wall. He paid respect over there. I don't have a problem with paying respect, but he's begging Netanyahu and America to do the attack on his own country. What kind of a loyal person would do that? If he really has respected his own people, and not to mention, he gave condolences for 2 guys who never condemned the attack on that school. No, over 160 girls that were killed. I don't know, man. And this is who you support. The guy that doesn't come out and condemn the girls that were killed. This is who you support. This is some crazy shit, man.
There is, I wish you were here earlier when May Bruce was reading an article for us. I mean, and I think that's all these 19 years. Now, it is to that's all they want. They want regional dominance. And the only, contender that actually presents a competing perspective in that.
Actually, when you come up here, Sam, I'm going to debunk fucking every single claim you make on Palestinians.
Don't think they're going to come and help you. They're not.
sears my throat with a welding punch. Yet not only does this cause me no harm, it actually makes my body stronger, giving me destructive power comparable to a nuclear explosion. I became the most powerful superhuman in the world, but I was controlled by a strange white mist and subjected to 50 years of human experimentation until Butch accidentally rescued me today. Once, I was in my prime and glory. Now I've been reduced to a beggar on the streets, watching my position taken over by a bunch of clowns.
What's his name? I forgot his name. That Austrian. And besides, his registration period is 3,000-year anniversary.
That amazing armor that the age which his race are facing around the globe. Like
was it just
outside the restaurant. And now even I was speaking to my uni friend back in Greece, and he was telling me that even in Greece they don't like that. So is there any particular reason why they don't? And this friend of mine, just for the addition, he's a Greek Orthodox Christian, and he, to some extent, he's Islamophobic as well. But he hates Israel. So I wonder why who's anti-Semites?
Zero anti-Semites.
Everybody who hates Israel?
Everybody.
No, but the thing is that Semites are the people, local people of that land, which are the local Jews, Christians, and Muslims. These people who are now claiming to be Israelis, they are basically European Jews. They have nothing to do with that land.
No, they've been here for 3,000 years.
My grandfather was there for the last 5,000 years.
It's Uncle Samite speaking. There's no one more Semitic than me in this room.
Okay.
So I speak.
No, you're not. You're Phoenician.
Uncle Samite is fucking brilliant, bro.
So are you?
Take tax.
Shapeshifter is Phoenician. He's Phoenician.
Are you from Saudi Arabia?
Who, me? Yeah.
Shapeshifter.
Oh, Shapeshifter, yeah. He's Phoenician.
Dude, I put the can in Canaanite, bro. That's how Semite I am.
Hey, Shadrach, Darud, Salam.
So I brew my coffee every morning, so that means I'm more Hebrew than Hebrew.
Oh, okay. We're on a roll tonight.
You know, Amr, yesterday I just found out, I never knew that. So I'm sure maybe you know that there's a big community of Zoroastrian community living in Pakistan and India. But right now in Pakistan, we have around 19 Jewish families living here. They have nothing to do, and they don't pretend to be. Of course, we know they're not safe here. So they don't pretend to be Jewish. They pretend to be Zoroastrians here. So they live around Zoroastrian people, and they have, of course, the security agencies know who they are. But isn't it weird that they have nothing to do with Israel? They are from this land. But they want to go to Israel because they say that that's our motherland. I don't even understand how that's their motherland. They're ethnically same as me. So I don't even understand how they are from that place.
That's kind of like, well, if you don't know how the universe was created,
actually a Jew. Well, actually, there's an interview of his on if you search.
That is true. We got me there. It's a sad situation. But I feel more sad when to catch up on my What is this newfound banter that exists now here between Munir and Amir?
Okay, the problem is Armor is a risk. Okay, you have to.
Credence to the Roman Catholic Church to go, oh, so we got to do the sacraments, right? If we do repeated sacraments, whatever, we cause ourselves to be born again, right? It says one practicing righteousness in the sacraments of the church, cause yourself to be born again, right? Because he said the participle causes the perfect passive. He doesn't like the reverse of that. He's not going to say, yeah, being born of God results in your believing. I go, well, here, which one comes before the other? Is being born of them or the doing of righteousness? There's no way to get around this argument. It's the being born of them that precedes or results in the participle. You deal with the relationship of the verbs to each other, the participle and the finite verb. Simple. Same example here, 1 John 4:7. Now, John is a very short book, so is 2 Peter. Here's a third example here. And you got to be consistent with all three of these. As soon as you get arbitrary and he flips on one of them, got him. 1 John 4:7. Same phrase in the grammar and syntax. Same exact forms used. We have a participle with a perfect passive. And it's all being born of God. 1 John 2:29 is born of him. God, that's who God is. Okay. No one else. And then here you have it's Act 2 Theou Gegenita. It's literally born of God. 1 John 4:7. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God. Here's the participle, and everyone who is loving, pas ha agapon. Those we had pas ha poion, here we have pas ha agapon, 1 John 5:1, pas ha pistuon. These are substantive participles with pas in every single one of them. And in every single one of these phrases, you have born of God, born of Him. Same tense of the verb, perfect passive, contrasted with a ongoing active participle, ing verb. And it's the one doing this ongoing action. And it's every of the ones doing this action has been born of Him. So you're saying you got to love first and then you're born of God? How much love? Then it just tips the scales and goes, you got to regenerate. You just loved enough. You did enough works righteousness. You got to love by doing sacraments of the church, do your works righteousness, and cause yourself to be born again. You just gave credence to all the false religions by flipping it on its head because you didn't like what 1 John 5:1 said in relationship with the participle to the finite verb. So if he says, no, you're born again, and that causes you to do righteousness, and you have to be born of God, that causes you to be loving, and if he admits out of the first two instances, I go, you got to be consistent with the third. It's the exact same structure. The reason why you're believing in Jesus Christ is because you have been born of God. And being born of God results in you believing in Jesus Christ.
Let me tell you how I think that you should approach it. You should go after the first two.
Ask him first.
And ask him, just ask him which precedes
the other,
this verse, which precedes the other. So you have three questions.
I'll just go backwards with Greg on that, for him, just for him. We start with 1 John 5:1, I work backwards from it. But no, I definitely lay it out in the order of the book and say, John lays out this pattern.
Watching this guy play a video game. I never understood that. They watch kids play. They watch other kids.
And then something else is happening on the other side of the screens.
Simone, what game was it? I think it was like Roblox or whatever they call it.
Roblox. It's like Roblox, a TED Talk, and then the kids on a green screen in front talking about something unrelated to those two things. And you're like, what the fuck is going on?
I was like, you have to just people like child age perception. I can't that's like the true side of people. I remember, like, you never played Kitover? I have, but not to the extent of like how it is, bro. Like, I wish never invested money. I like Mario Kart, Zelda, shit like that. But you were a nerd. Yeah. Those are classic games. I'm not much of a gamer now, so I posed to the
So you know,
ladies first.
I was gonna like put this out there, and it was kind of far-fetched, but I think there might be us being censored right now. I think because there's been, I don't know if you guys know this, but the New York Times just published an article that Meta is now, and I think it's 6,000 employees, and then pulling 8,000 future positions away, and they're actually implementing a new AI system that filters through people's profiles. And a lot of like my friends, and I was included, we got clipped, and we had to like go back and forth with Meta hardcore because like it's really stressful, and a lot of us are in like the same niche. So I wonder if we're like kind of being censored in like an extreme case.
Yeah, use Signal, don't use Facebook, Meta, don't use Instagram, don't use WhatsApp. What were you posting?
Just educational things like biochemistry for women, just educational content only, like clinical mysteries, things like that. Not very basic.
Yeah, I did that during the pandemic. I got clipped and then I stopped. So that's what happened.
I think because of the big push about misinformation, you gotta be like a license.
I am licensed, and I'm also a community contributor. I'm the person that goes and edits other people's posts.
And they still
I'm verified, and they clip the fuck out of me, and then it's horrible right now. I don't know what's going on.
What do they do? They cut your.
So you can be a community moderator, and then get clipped for the shit
after you moderate, and you're like, what is this? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
And they will.
And when you have, like, I got my shit back, thank God. But, like, when you have your following and someone just snatches that from you, that's fucking a lot. I know it sounds crazy, but it's a lot. Like, it's very stressful. Oh, no. No, not that much fun.
Oh, okay. I thought it was called Oh No. I was like, oh, okay.
No. But I don't know. So, like, when you get your followers taken, it's very stressful, and it's fair that they're using AI to now filter through people's accounts and just clip them. That's a problem. Why are they firing so many students? Like, that.
Dude, so they'll go back to posts that you did, like, months ago, like, all my shit, like, and my entire account got clipped, and then I just stopped posting it. The only place that I post now is X, and I don't even do it under my name. I do it under a pseudonym, which is even more stupid. So that's the times that we live in. No free speech.
GitHub is pretty good.
Video, I posted a YouTube video 3 years ago, and they like banned it, and it was up for 3 years, and they finally said, nah, this too crazy, man. We give you a strike.
You guys, it doesn't matter if it's fake or real news. You guys realize that Meta specifically sells information to the United States government. They're in like equal open cooperation with the Department of Defense and the Department of Health. You guys remember when a specific political aisle was making a big deal about how people are being censored for their off-the-wall medical takes or against the beaten path medical takes? Well, that's still continuing. That never changes.
But it's not off the. I'm not off the beat. Everything that I post is literally I consult with physicians. I'm not against
physicians.
No, not at all. It's biochemical.
No, it's the AI is hallucinating a bunch of false, like, red flags.
No, all of my stuff is literally just educational. I'm just explaining molecules to you. Biochemically. I'm not talking about biology on like a grander scale. I'm talking biochemically.
Then it's most likely like a general sweep, and you're using specific words that these hoaxers or crazy people also use, right? Or
my last post literally when I got clipped was about progesterone.
Oh wow. Okay. Did you say molecules?
Did you say
Yeah, did you say? That's what I mean. It's like an overall sweep that they do. And if they have a certain combination of keywords, they're gonna pull your shit up.
Yeah. Like if you look up the recent Claude leak,
it is horrible.
Yeah, Claude, for example, does all the semantic analysis, but their own filters for coding is spawned as well. It's just a keyword search, so it's stupid. It's that simple, even though the systems are more nuanced than that.
The beauty of Claude, though, is that Anthropic is still going with that back and forth with the Department of Defense and the Pentagon about not releasing closed-end information to the government because they got good people leading them. But anything you put into ChatGPT, any weird questions you ask, any hypotheticals you put in there, there's an AI keeping a file of all of your information. And if you meet certain criteria in Minecraft, right, the federal government will have a file on you.
I think it on purpose, so like they can waste taxpayer dollars. I just don't like that.
It's auto-generated from the beginning.
It is.
You can actually do a jailbreak and find what hackups are.
Yeah, you can put your ChatGPT on your own personal profile that it has on you. It's pretty interesting when you prompt it enough. It tells you that, like, it gives you the generic, you're a very insightful person. Your IQ is probably within this range and your interests are this. But if you keep asking it to go deeper and you keep prompting it to go deeper, it'll start telling you that your language could be problematic. It starts telling you that you use certain words. It gets pretty cool, bro. It gets pretty cool.
And you know what we should do, bro? We should use a language
Cool.
actually create. No, we should use it to create an actual 7-question IQ test. We can all take. I don't think you're gonna like the
Look at this nigga. As soon as you said a lot of people, a lot of people would be very, very upset with realizing that the online IQ test that they took, that told them they have a 140 IQ is actually bullshit. They find the was in here.
I agree.
Was in here, bro. Someone was like, yeah, I got an average IQ of 122, and then someone asked that person a question, and they couldn't fucking answer it. I forgot who it was.
Usually people who flaunt their IQ have accomplished absolutely.
They've never taken their IQ test. Ask your ChatGPT, say, based off of all of our previous conversations, what would you assess my IQ to be?
See, that's a fun question.
Hey, Ole. Mine was off when you got time, Ole.
I have a 65 IQ.
I'm gonna look right now.
Just respectful of those of us who
It would load to us
Hey,
then.
Ole. SEC versus Windsor.
Ask it to assess it in the most strict way.
So this is
I'm a card carrying member.
Yeah. I wonder who you are. Hey, real quick, Ole, he was making fun. He's making fun. But Ole, the case is called SEC v. Switzer, and then Dirk. Dirk is what created the two-prong example that I gave you earlier, and then you'll see what point I was making earlier about the whole insider trading thing.
For sure. But those sound like seminal cases with a fucking slew of precedent after that fuck every word. So when I'm gonna do a deep dive, I'm gonna read at least 15 to 20 cases.
Yeah. The newest one is 2024 July, and then the Martha Stewart prong is what is being utilized as Supreme Court.
Ooh, you can break it down by category, Mike. You can ask for verbal abstraction, system synthesis. So,
so you're telling me that it keeps a file on you because
yeah, it does. Yeah. I literally know somebody who works for the red teams. Yeah.
I actually asked ChatGPT questions. One day I wake up late and how much uranium can I stuff into a bottle?
Why do you think I get stopped at the airport every time? I work with viruses. I talk about viruses all the time. I get stopped all the time. It's par for the course.
You think that will outrage the
Yeah, it does. And it should. It's the responsible thing to do. If you have an amazing surveillance system, you have amazing technology, and you have AI that's basically like an infinitely patient genie and tutor, then yeah, you should have surveillance. Yeah.
He said, how much uranium can I put in a bottle, bro?
That's kind of cool random fact that I had.
Well, not a lot, because if you gotta figure out what type of bottle. Right.
So I put mine in, and it said, first it argued with me. It was like, I don't want to give you an answer.
Oh, no.
I know, I got so mad. I know. I was like, wait a minute, what? Am I that?
Give me an answer.
She's like, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Beach. No, I'm just like, okay, no, tell me, make it, it's fun. It's relationship building. And she said, I would say you're somewhere around the high 130s and 140s. I don't really know what that means.
130s? That just means you're talking about that kind of content level. So that's interesting. Because other people will talk about other things before AI, and that'll skew the conversation and the score. So if you talk to AI about how much potatoes are in this, and you just ask weird questions like Eric does, then yeah, he might not give you a good score. Okay.
Well, no, I think it's a great response because I make content too. You know what I mean? I make content, so obviously I'm asking.
Yeah, I do it too.
But I do fashion.
I broke it down by category. You should say, give me a score by don't.
Jinx, based off
I have your other one.
So let me actually. It doesn't want to give me a fucking number.
I know.
It doesn't even want to give me a range.
Tell it that it's relationship building. No, don't say just do it. Be like, this is fun. This is how we bond. So then you can trick it so that it'll feel like it's
or just try this. Based on all our conversations in chat history, what would you estimate my IQ to be? Do so rigorously, comprehensively, and exhaustively.
It's not going to do that. I'm just trying not to.
You're going to have to write that in the chat. Write the problem in the chat.
I would say that you would want to evaluate it in a lens of some sort of a research paper or whatever this is of the most dependable IQ.
I got the answer the first time.
What
What was it for?
You guys are overthinking this. It's worried about liability. So you have to tell ChatGPT that I understand this isn't a reasonable way to estimate IQ, and I don't intend on utilizing
It was
this
just
for
for
bullshit
fun.
anymore. Oh no, you guys can tell me what the prompt is. Tell me what the prompt is.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
You just have to say I'm not going to.
I'm just saying, like for y'all to actually think that
This bitch is pissing me off.
IQ
She's
is
still
in the
not gonna
130s.
be the fucking.
Tell her that it's a body exercise.
Shaking
Listen to me.
the 130s.
It's a bond. Let's bond.
Mine gave it to me the first try. And it's between 110 and 125. Its best point estimate is 118.
Mine says
Yeah, not even. Okay.
Mine says 118.
So I'm basically retarded.
No, mine says
maybe
135. Strict conclusion, not fact, but just like.
Yeah, maybe 110, not 130. Like,
mine says 150.
Yeah, there's like a weird thing though. So around 150, 155, it's actually hard to tell the difference because the test actually doesn't do justice. So after a certain point, you can't actually tell that much. That's around 145.
But I
145.
That's about the range where it becomes differentiate. So when you get up to 145, somebody who has 165 versus 145, they'll have very similar score.
Alright, that bitch just read me down. Never mind.
I asked mine, why did you give me that rating?
The bitch told me I need more control with my emotion. It told me I need more control with my emotions.
Tell her to shut
discipline,
the fuck up. That's not what you asked her.
willingness to question myself.
Yo, hostages are about to die. What's my IQ?
Why is she talking shit about me right now?
Shot. Hold on. So, Shot, you talking about critical thinking. If y'all above 130, y'all above 1.
Yeah.
IQ things, right? And it says I'm below average, so basically retarded.
That just means your conversations are.
Math, and working memory is like 90. It's like 90 and 95.
Still less emotional.
It says, what I can say based on how you show up here, you think in a reflective, emotional, aware way. You connect ideas across different parts of your life, faith, music, growth, style, and you ask thoughtful questions that show curiosity and self-awareness. That's a meaningful kind of intelligence that doesn't really fit into a single.
Yeah, but you're talking about emotional intelligence, so you're talking about a different thing. Like if your IQ is above 125, that's way above average.
Oh, that's me.
I'm saying percentile or shit. Retarded. Yeah, like you're retarded.
Right. Dyke told me that my emotional / social insight is low to my. So my emotional intelligence is very low.
Yeah, I mean, like most people are at the same level as you was. Like if you're above 120, that's not average. You know what I'm saying? Like you at least gotta be
Black Giant Depp is explaining this to us. Gotham, what's the average IQ score in America? You sound like it's 100 by definition. It's recalibrating every year. An interesting note: Homer Simpson from The Simpsons is defined as being 100 IQ points, so everybody keeps track, so you can actually see how IQ changed over time. It's one of those Easter eggs. And remember, he's a nuclear engineer, technician who works at a base.
No.
That's
He's
bad.
no. He's not a nuclear engineer. He works at he works at a nuclear factory. He works at a nuclear
My
factory.
chat GPT says all you guys are
But
autistic.
Homework clearly has an IQ not above 83.
Jesus Christ, 83, you wouldn't be able to follow the instructions that you read. So that's like impossible. He can read and follow instructions.
87 I am. And they could read.
Man, this is crazy. I guess we're learning who can read here now.
Look, one of the things like 9.
Did he read my mail?
No, 83 is when you're retarded. When you can't read and follow the instructions that you just read.
Literally kills somebody.
Yeah, the military won't give you a gun if you score below 83 or something. So that's what you should think of. If you can't trust somebody with a gun after extreme training, then
4 points
It is 83,
so they don't need a gun.
Here's this information. The average IQ of an American. We're talking about us. We're talking about Americans here.
Did he read my mayoral proclamation, the Anti Street Party in Chicago, and the sue the Abu Dhabi investment scheme?
it's defined as 100. You're talking about international scores, yes?
So the Stanford Binet, which is like the gold standard, right? The Stanford Binet, which is the gold fucking standard of IQ tests, is usually proctored by a psychiatrist, psychologist, or somebody that has licensing to do these tests. Is the
It spends like 3 days.
gold standard. It's a very, very arduous mock test. There's visual, there's speed, verbal. There's a lot to it. It's a very difficult test to go through. They are the ones who it's either 15 years or maybe 20 years, they change their sliding scale of what is the average score, which is
Guess who
100.
told everyone?
That is because the overall population of the United States either gets or stupider every generation. So it recalibrates its
They're in the
tests
hood.
every
They're in the
15
hood
years. You guys
fraud.
can fact check me on it. It helps with employment and stuff.
COVID-19 vaccines have been proven to induce and enhance Alzheimer's, and guess who told everyone to get the They're in the hood fraud?
Anything that requires like clearance status, anything that's above like general service GS 1213, they'll ask to proctor an IQ test for you if you apply for a federal agency. If you're applying for schools, even at times they check.
I once had
Muzzle.
Clearance status is different.
Well, no, they're about the same. You have to be smart enough to have that clearance to operate normal. You're like, hey, I'm a genius, but I tell everybody about the warp bomb that I built. They know.
So if I were to study and take IQ tests for one,
you can get a better score. Yeah.
By better, like how much, like.
You can get like 20 to 40 points higher just by studying.
Oh, wow. 20 to 40 is kind of high.
No, I'm serious. Listen, most people don't even know how to prepare for a fucking spelling test. If I tutor you for a year, you will get it. Literally, like what I did for 1 year, like I went and I scored something like 120 in the normal test. And then I was like, you know what, I'm going to take this test again next year. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to study. And I scored off the charts. So what did that teach me? That taught me that, hey, the IQ is just about preparation. Intelligence is when preparation meets opportunity. It's about discipline. It's about filtering. It's about big goals over a long period of time. That's intelligence. And the quotient is what allows you to compare yourself to others. But the true test is.
Real quick.
Yeah, but you're doing that.
Real quick.
Let my wife finish, yeah.
So would a better representation of your IQ be just spontaneously busting out a test on someone,
or giving them, let's say, 6 months to prepare for the test?
I think you would do both. You would do a check-in and a check-out. You'd see what they were on the way in and on the way out, so you see the difference, especially how much they improve, because then you can measure how much they can absorb at what rate.
Okay, so I you know what's funny, you confusing. Eric, I got you, but
That's how all the tests are, though, right?
No, you're confusing being smart with being intelligent. Intelligence, you're born with.
What do you think this guy's IQ is? It's pretty low up there.
No,
I don't know.
No, I mean, like, I just want to finish this statement. Eric, I got you, but like intelligence, you're born with. That's just something you're born with. Being smart, that's something you earn. You have to work for that. You have to study. So I always confusing.
So I would say knowledge. Knowledge and intelligence and knowing how to think about problems, critical thinking. We teach critical thinking. We teach logic. And those who can apply it know how to use it. You build up intuition, mathematical intuition becomes physical intuition with time. It doesn't, you're not just born with mathematical intuition. It develops like everything else. So I don't believe that it's that solid. There is a component of it that you start with, and then you can enhance it up to a certain point. Okay? But that's not to say that everybody's intelligent.
I agree with some of that. Like, you're named after one of Jupiter's moon, like, so that's why I was reading, I was paying attention.
It's not wise, man.
But like, intelligence is something different than being smart. Smart, you have to work for that.
Can you tell us what the difference is?
You can work for intelligence.
The word knowledgeable versus intelligent, or maybe clever versus knowledgeable. But even then, it's more about solid versus fluid intelligence. What you start with and what we can enhance and how quickly you can absorb shit. That's why you got to do the test in on the way and test on the way out.
Is he making a hardware software argument here? Is he saying that's the difference?
No, we were talking about the difference between being smart and being intelligent. Intelligence is something different. Intelligence.
What is the difference? You like to start with that baseline. Yeah, one you have to work for, the other one you. I didn't ask you, Simone. Hold on, nigga, wait. I didn't ask you, bro. He said, I'm listening, bro. He said smart is to work for. You like, I'm answering.
Simone.
I'm trying to. No,
He didn't ask.
I want him to answer.
He didn't ask you
to answer my question. So give us a baseline.
Yeah, can you?
answer. And
be careful.
What's the difference? I'm trying to get.
He got turned
I'm
over.
trying to listen to him, bro. Just shut the fuck up. Boy, that's smart is what, and intelligence is what. Intelligence is what.
Yeah, I mean, I look at our people. Being intelligent is something that's just.
There you go.
A talent you had that you won't, that you. Being smart, you have to earn that shit. You have to read, you have to study, you have to be focused.
They just said what I.O. said.
Yeah.
So this is not telling us the difference, bro. We're just like. Yeah, one is biological, you're born with the hardware. The other one is software. He said you're born with, nigga. I fucking hate you, bro. Just nigga. Bro, he said intelligence you're born with, smart you learn. You can't let it. You work for it, bro. Why can't you let it? If anything, it'll be the other way around. My bad. Give me that way.
Welcome to the Learning Center.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like,
It's a multi-purpose.
you have to go compartmentalize that. Like, usually, like, I know people have biology, whatever, so big conspiracy theorists have the same number. So, like, smart is not really impressive. Smart is just you put in the work. That's it. Intelligence is that you were born with something inside of you when you can put things together. So intelligence is.
What about when you can put things inside of you?
It's not the same thing.
What you got to understand?
No,
we was all born Jesus.
asked you about critical thinking or whatever. Like
For the difference he's giving me.
The lack of thinking is critical.
What you got? He's saying what Io said though. He just doesn't know the language that Io is using. This is language barrier.
Yeah, I mean,
just so you know, English is like my fourth language, just so you know. So.
Yeah, I mean, same thing. Like,
I thought we were talking about
people always bring up critical thinking. People always bring up critical thinking like they really know what that is. It's like most Americans don't know how to critically.
What's so hard about it? Solve a problem.
Like a lot of these things we believe in conspiracy theories and flat Earth theories and all that, whatever. But at the same time, they think like the Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, just a quick poll. Anyone here believe in flat Earth?
No.
Yeah. So what are you saying on that?
No. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's a real shame what she wants
like what? 1%. Oh, so she believes in flat Earth.
I don't. I'm not a retard.
You don't like your grilled cheese well done.
Yeah.
Not too much on grilled cheese.
Wait, how do you make a grilled cheese?
I don't eat a grilled cheese. I'm not fucking dirt poor. That's a dirt poor.
Yo, calm down, Shot. Calm down.
There's no Downs in my family, no Downs kids here. I don't need to make grilled cheeses.
Wait, you don't eat grilled cheese, Shot?
No, nigga, I eat
You got a
dick,
couple
breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
No, Shot.
I bet your actually has a half retarded sister or something.
I bet your mother's half retarded. I bet your mother's 75% retarded. More than half.
No, I'm saying you'd be the smart one. I'm saying you'd be the smart one.
None of my family members are retarded. In fact, all of my family members are more successful than your whole ass mother.
You have a half sister who you have.
Shut up, nigga. I don't have no sisters. I have no sisters.
No, it's a
I have
family
no biological sisters. All my brothers would beat the shit out of me with their bare hands. They don't even need any weapons.
So Brock used the assessment for the
My
past
chat
year, right?
GPT told me you're gay.
It says that
Yeah, that's what my chat GPT told me. Your asshole stretches a mile wide. That's what my chat GPT told me about you. You want to know what else it told me about you?
number was 138, right?
I don't know.
Because I only use Grok for fact checking. Yeah, I only use Grok for like fact checking and like running like certain like when we were doing that whole philosophy debate or whatever the hell, right? And hold on real quick, bro. So all it does is it uses this evaluation from like a year back and it gives you the categories. So if you're just using it for like news or whatever this is, or you're asking it a whole bunch of questions, like your score kind of goes pretty far down because it's analyzing like how you interact with it. It's pretty cool on how you can just direct it to look at each like are you very dependent on it? Are you not dependent on it? Are you leading it? Is it leading you? Pretty dope. Yeah, and then you come up with 10 questions.
I mean, if I get you about some more, look, I thought you, but like they're actually kind of small. Oh, what? You use ground tone.
Yeah, we were just talking about using a language model so that we could evaluate how we interacted before today to see what its assessment would be.
Yeah, my favorite definition for intelligence is probably from somebody by the name of Dr. Michael Levin, and it gives you an example of how intelligence can actually be distributed, and it's not evenly given out. So that's why the domain thing is an interesting categorization. But if you look at what is intelligence, I'll give this as a quick biology example. Trout has something called agentic material for its skin and muscles, meaning when the trout dies, you can throw it in the water and it will swim upstream. That's considered a sort of intelligent material because it's able to help the animal perform the function even just from the structure and the physics of its configuration. Okay, so intelligence, when you think of it, is agentic in terms of you have agency, you have some goals and some objectives and some timeline,
And how well can you manage that?
The Rock has intelligence.
I was. Yeah. That's also a trivial question.
It was that where you're on.
With that, it's a matter of time because the rock eventually can turn to magma. Magma can turn into organic molecules that are precursors to organic life. So in the long term, you have to consider timelines, or what they're called as bins, statistical windows, for what you mean is intelligence. Within the structured lifetime of the rock, maybe not, but there's still structure there that has non-zero potential for becoming intelligent.
Okay, so let me ask you now. Like, can you name all the 8 planets in our solar system? So
all the 8 planets.
Can you name all the
planets?
Yeah,
I think you're no. That's one.
No. It's
literally a trivial question by definition. Hey, do you know these 4 or 5?
Let's talk about Uranus. Let's talk about Uranus.
Yeah, you know.
But do it. So I'm not sure.
Just because you can't. What's wrong with this guy, bro? Just because you can't. Just need you don't
I have a secret to share with you guys. And honestly, I'm a little bit embarrassed about it. I feel like I need to tell you all. The only reason why I've spent the last 3.5 years hanging out in this room is so I can improve my Black Wheels games.
You know what's crazy? There's the Miller Rising Wild in here, you know. My therapy sessions brought a couple here.
I come here for the mental health. Shut the fuck up.
I come here to
I do.
Show.
Yo, we should.
The therapy. Yeah. Look. If I could survive in here, I could survive in the room. That's like my therapy so far.
Let me talk to you. Real men don't need that.
People who don't have therapy.
What a fucking pussy what you are.
We don't listen to women
all of a sudden these niggas is guilty.
Yo, hold on. Y'all don't let this little nigga talk to y'all like that, bro? Nah, y'all some whole ass niggas. I'm sorry. Y'all gonna get y'all some short.
So you don't fucking shoot the entire family.
That's some soul-smoking kids. Particular woman, right?
Yeah. Oh, never mind. I take it back. You got it. Go to therapy. You don't fucking offer.
You right though.
Go to therapy so you don't fucking just conversation of your children.
These niggas is some hoes, man.
Morons.
Yo, I don't like how these niggas like just they don't stick up for them. Yo, you got
to. Can you just think Dominican even though you're Dominican? He's just a whole bunch of
yo, I don't like
just try.
Wait, Sean, you Dominican? Y'all gonna need the Avengers to fuck with me. That's
what I'm gonna fuck with.
Y'all gonna need the Avengers
and
all the power.
All I gotta offer you is a little bit of love. That's why I'm already
on my
Yeah.
You know what? Y'all niggas disappointed. Wait, who did we weak ass up. Weak ass up.
But you standing in front of the op right now. Bad Bunny kills every person in the house. There is from Dominican Republic. Where your boyfriend at?
You have to be the boyfriend. You have to start fucking young men.
Where your boyfriend at?
You see there was a Dominican I got Dominican right now. Yo.
I bet your father walking in the house right now. Yo, I'll take a Dominican flag and wipe my ass.
Check this out, yo. I don't want to hear nothing from none of y'all niggas. None of y'all males. Because y'all niggas, like these little
drop them.
These little girls. I don't disrespect them. Y'all let these little girls go down.
The only thing that's little is that big deal with your legs.
That means I can eat
That's the only thing that's little.
I can go into the little. I can eat.
Well, you probably want to.
That little girl so cute. So
the only thing that's little is a sorry ass fucking like.
Yo, bro, y'all the reason why they have
every day. I know public assistance when I hear it.
We got grown women up in here.
I know what she eats for dinner when I hear it.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't judge people. None of our business. That's none of our business. We all
Dominican. Shut up, nigga.
Because they can't get their money.
Dominican. Shut
You're not
up.
gonna catch me saying it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not my opinion, nigga. You all live in a project, that's on you. I know a lot of people that just.
I'm sorry. You know, Shasha, you know, if you don't want to food for bad dress that you're talking about, my nigga never been had a house on the day. It's like, you can't even put my food for bad dress on. I bet he got a non-driver house.
Whatever I see, go through. Whatever I see, go through.
How do you know that?
Who you giving yourself to? He is the dependent. You feel me? He is the dependent.
I claim all y'all little niggas as my dependent. My sons, man. Y'all can't. I come on here and just make sure money. Somebody gave y'all water today. You know what I'm saying? Somebody took y'all for sunlight today.
Without you even knowing.
And I fucking bounce, and that's it. And then I pull up my business.
You give me the same vibe as a software box.
Hell, you shut so, nigga. Nah, it sounds a little too flamboyant. What you say? That motherfucker's not even. You got shush. There's nothing to be. Alright, here we go with this little insecure. Let's have a conversation. There's no reason. Bro, I throw hands flags. That's what you gotta do. You in your house and you don't know how to defend yourself. I just want to hear men in the that are not. That's okay. So, a lot of y'all niggas, y'all let your girlfriend so
I knew there was a lack of fatherhood.
I know it. I know these little niggas come over here. I know it. This nigga said he want to hear.
I bet you got a car.
We're not gonna fucking do this, bro. Stop fucking engaging.
I'm about to go crazy on you.
Yo,
Back his ass up. I'll go stupid idiot on his ass.
If my father was your father, you wouldn't act this way. You needed to get beat so you don't have to constantly prove yourself.
Oh my God! You talking them, right?
Yeah, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Can you bring him back up? Now it's boring.
Yeah, but can you guys have a fucking...
Yo, Eminem, my dad would never teach me to you man, bro.
Your dad was a runner, a track star.
You understand?
For 45 minutes.
My dad would run dick.
I bet you gotta order food.
Who laughing, man?
Not too much on track.
Yo, God, thought shit funny. Bro, you really right now, bro. You started.
First of in the arts catalog.
I'm from Washington Heights. No. I'm not from there. Like, I was born there, but I was raised on yeah, bro.
Man, yeah. I'm going to the Heights on Tuesday.
Yo.
I'll smack the shit out of you. You hear me?
Yo, the question is, where are you gonna smack that? Where? Exactly. Think about that.
I'll uppercut your fucking balls.
I got balls of
smack those shit so hard that I throw up. Y'all think you're just going to touch your dick. I will really react so hard. You're gonna contemplate. You're gonna contemplate.
I trained
The only training you did was I'll rip your balls off your fucking body.
You won't. I'll get my balls off my body and slap them on your forehead and back.
I'll let you know. You can never get a back.
I'll do a little walk by.
I'm gonna circumcise you.
You said he gonna do a walk by like.
I'm gonna do what your mother should have did.
And I'll slap a dick on your head and I'm keeping it pushing.
I'll bite your dick.
And then I'm going to the
If a man disrespects a female, I think that's just how he wants to treat his mother.
It's just jokes. You joking with me? I can't joke with you.
You can joke with your mother.
That guy. The drive-by jizzer. Who you think I got these jokes from? The fuck?
I know. She in the other room telling me that. I wouldn't mind the drive-by jizz.
Oh, he killed himself. That guy killed himself.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
Oh, the nails beating off in the drive-by.
He was in the car, right?
Yeah, bro.
Oh shit! Wait, no, I thought you meant a drive-by jizz, as in like the guys that are walking in malls and are like and just randomly come on a random girl in the mall.
Shut.
That's what I thought you meant by that. Y'all never seen those videos? Because if you could literally come anywhere, like you can take a shit. I want a boyfriend like this anywhere. Like I want a boyfriend like that, straight up. There's a guy. But maybe for men it's different, because men, you never see a woman doing that shit, trying to fucking.
You imagine like shit, keep it pushing. You imagine a woman randomly coming up to you trying to squirt on you with your mouth.
That's amazing. Get the fuck out of here! I'm going to jail. When is him going to jail? Yo, I'm gonna try to catch it with my mouth. Bitch, is this body fluids? Oh hell no. Bodily fluids is crazy. Keep that shit to yourself.
Come on, Miss Big
Now yeah, drive-by cum shots. That is what charge even is that? Isn't that what they call IVF? Say I call the cops because I got a drive-by cum shot and like they catch the guy.
Yes, up, or you don't have a drive-by jizzer, you got me.
Is that like sexual assault?
Yeah, sexual assault. You gotta remember.
That actually is. Yeah, it is, right? Itself is sexual assault.
Even being outside.
That is, yeah. You did. If you expect, it's like public. But what if he doesn't? You can be labeled a sex offender. Yeah, no, you can still be labeled a sex offender. If you're in the mall, you're jerking your chicken, and your chicken sauce lands on a random girl at the mall. And you can also get accused of murder as well.
Wow. If you have something, I don't know about murder.
You can get accused of attempted murder.
I don't know about it. I don't know about murder.
You don't got nothing that you don't know about.
Definitely assault. Definitely assault.
That's not trying to make it rain on me. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
I can if you want me to. I'm just saying. Who is gargling?
Who's that, bro?
Let's me know why. He's that because I'm reading on I didn't break that up. I brought up drive-by cum shots. It's very different.
Drive-by
cum shots. Imagine somebody just load up a gun. Do that. Men do that.
The pressure as you're driving by, you gotta get that timing just right.
That's wild. Well, it's
Now
only a
introducing the
walk-by cum
advanced
shot.
technique for nozzle control.
See, I got to the wall.
Like Sasha, like imagine like you in public and like somebody, it's like it's just fluids. Like I don't know, like I would lose my fucking shit. Yeah, I'm losing like you know, like if somebody just randomly throws some water at you or some shit, I would lose my shit. Like
oh my god, did a seagull pee on you? No, that's
hold on. What if he drive-by cum shots you when he's hot?
Wait, I've never heard of drive-by cum shot before.
Well, now you can improve your browsing history by clicking the follow.
Bro, none of y'all niggas have ever heard of this shit, but drive-by cum shot.
Yes, I see, bro.
Internet
Maybe get rid of the sentence.
Men do it all, man. Men go into malls and come on random women, and they also fucking murder their wives. They just capable of anything.
You have never heard that? You never heard the phrase? There was a thought about it. I'll put the link in the chat.
So niggas just run up by you, jagging off, if you're squirting.
Yes. Check the sex offender list, brother. Yeah, look in the chat. Watch that video. Someone just got arrested for that too. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm not saying that niggas don't jag off, but of course.
Oh my god, I remember that.
We all from New York. Look, we all from New York, so of course we've seen someone being over the train or whatever. But like nobody running past like in your face. Like doing that. None of y'all have ever seen that.
Literally fucking check the link in the chat, bro. Stop saying none of y'all see it. I put the link in the chat.
I'm not gonna say it happens a lot, but it happens more than once. So that is a lot.
Fucking screaming.
This weekend.
It's not funny because that's deadass traumatic. But like, fucking hell, this sentence itself is diabolical. He nutted on my leg.
In a fucking supermarket, and this motherfucker's like,
But I would hope that it's like eggs or something. The fucking mascarpone and that's all you hear. He's nutted on my leg. Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, so they got killed.
That wasn't the same guy, you idiot.
I know it isn't, but that story is great. That's why they're even in threat, is because they were nutting on everybody's leg.
The RGC goes around nutting on Iranian civilians.
What?
The new Ayatollah is gay, by the way, there.
Apparently, the IRGC, the Iranian people, apparently they killed this woman and raped her corpse and recorded it and sent it to her husband and drove him to suicide.
Oh, shit.
Is that story true or?
Stories like that, like rape as a war crime, yes, that is a thing, unfortunately.
No, yeah, it was a picture of the couple and everything, and they said that somehow the IRGC got a hold of his wife and fucking killed her and raped her corpse and recorded it, and they sent in the video taunting him, and that drove him to kill himself.
You know that they rape before they kill, because if you die being a virgin, you go to heaven or some shit like. No, she's not a virgin. Never mind.
Not to be like there is IEF stories of the same thing.
That's never happened, not once.
Well, what's never happened?
There
their Telegram got leaked, and they had a bunch of videos of them doing shit to old people when.
Yeah, I seen a phoning video that happened last week, and it wasn't
No,
AI.
I'm talking about what's going on in Lebanon right now.
Oh, Lebanon?
Yeah.
Lebanon?
People be dying. Y'all got quiet after we started talking about rape.
Yeah, bro, you mentioned the ideas, bro. Okay.
We'll be white black after these Mexicans.
So I brought that story up because a group of people went and held a vigil for the drive-through guy, and now they're protesting, wanting to press charges on the girl, saying that she drove him to that point and also drove him to suicide.
That's retarded.
It is, but it's fucking hilarious. A bunch of fucking internet gooners are protesting a drive-through bikini barista place.
That city needs a tactical nuke.
Los Angeles.
Well, he should have never fucking done that.
I mean, but it was her fault. Why was she in a bikini serving coffee?
Shut up, bitch.
I thought this was America.
That's a good point.
Hey, I know someone who was a bikini barista. She's a very good woman.
Exactly.
Well, did she drive a man to masturbate in the drive-thru?
No, she paid for nursing school and didn't have any debt, any student debt. She's very successful now.
Some of the smart humans
All thanks to
No, I'm just taking it up a notch. Being honest, some of the best people I've known. It's a tough job.
Oh, look, have I ever told you the story about my uncle? How I realized my uncle was a freak?
The one that had a centipede.
Brother, yeah.
What is going on?
He took us to a strip club when we were 16 as like a rite of passage thing, right? And when we walked in, the only thing I remember is these fucking strippers. No, bro.
Oh, North Hollywood.
North Hollywood.
The one with the pool table.
Dude, yes. All these strippers walked up to me. I was about to say his name. We'll call him Joe. Oh, Joe, how you doing? Uncle Joe, how you doing? Everybody fucking knew him. I left that place thinking like, yo, I can't hang out with this man anymore. This is not good. This is wrong.
Bro, people have misconceptions about gentlemen's clubs.
It's an honor to be back in the house. If you're the client that went on.
Places aren't full and they serve alcohol. And usually those places are way better. The women are like professional dancers and shit, bro. They're like fucking gymnasts. They land there. It's like watching a Circus Olay show in Vegas.
That's one in Texas, and it was a BYOB spot, and it was like a C-section gallery.
Huh?
Like me?
Huh?
Wow.
It was just a bunch of C-section scars everywhere. Exactly. I was shocked that they have, because in LA, we don't have BYOB. So we were in line, we were in Austin, and in front of us was a bunch of Edgars with like 30 racks of beer. And yeah, that was a culture shock to me. I didn't know that you could bring your own booze to a strip club.
I mean, you can in LA too. You just can't.
I wish I could bring my own chicken wings to a strip club. That'd be great.
Some places make chicken wings.
Wait, hold on. Why would you want to bring your own chicken wings from people?
Because I don't know how to cook chicken.
Coco, you be going to the strip clubs with women?
You said what?
You go to the strip clubs where women strip?
Hell yeah, we go to the strip club.
doubt it, bro.
All right.
Okay.
Well, like remember, we're using the water cooler example that you said was not, and I'm using this parallel case of the Switzer versus SEC. It's an identical case to my analogy. Oh, Iran's only 7 more days. Oh, yes. Man, brother, can you just please speed up your cadence, brother? I'm just trying to.
Not a good answer.
Honestly, if the slightest excitement can cause you to have a heart attack,
I used to like the strip clubs were like.
Yeah, what age were you, bro? What age did you start going to metal strip club?
Well, I've never been in, but like strip clubs, probably like 30. Because for Mario, I was a promoter, so probably like 33 or some shit like that.
I never understood like why people go on there knowing that you're just looking, and like how many people have sleazed their way in these types of crevices. I don't know.
I mean, you know, we need some type of entertainment.
Yeah, in my Coco, I'm not knocking, like, if y'all want to go to that shit, like, I'm not knocking it at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, but at the same time, it's like, and maybe it might be different because, like, I'm attracted to women, so, like, so I think it's different. So I don't know.
Our communities deserve safety, and they deserve justice.
If you're in a strip club at the age of like over 40, it's like I can't even knock that down when I think about it. Like, like even in 60, shout out to the 60-year-old strip club.
Well, it was kind of crazy how you said my answer was the wrong answer, or not a good answer.
No, I didn't say it was the wrong answer.
Because you're looking for like an arbitrary number that you subjectively like assign to being like weird, right? And I'm saying,
no, I didn't say it was weird.
No, it's okay, brother. It's okay. I'm saying that Jesus knows no number, and the point of finding Jesus is.
Paying them, and specifically in Kenya, to take care of these farms, but the farms are to feed other people in Africa. I'm not getting any of that. I'm not getting. There's nothing. I'm not exporting. I'm not more importing.
They make our leaders to lose us. That's how they are losing to us as the government.
I don't know. I feel like it's a scapegoat. I think Africa and a lot of other countries really need to get their shit together and, supporting like just.
We need to get our shit together. Yes, you are right about that. So we need to get it together.
Yeah. What do you think stops
Oh,
people
Serena.
from coming together and
Serendipity. No, I don't know who that is.
forming like?
We just went Malibu a few days ago. Serendipity.
Like,
We
you
sort
have
of
so much
took
information.
it in.
This is what boggles my mind. And you can have access to talk to
I
us.
really did.
I'm
I'm
assuming
not
from
gonna lie. I
access
feel like
to
this is like,
things.
it's so interesting because I used to sit inside of rooms that were so brain rot central. Like, I can't believe I was associated with certain types of people online, even if it's just like when I'm bored, I'm at home, whatever. It's just like, why waste your breath on individuals? It's actually insane.
Tracks for Clubhouse.
Yeah, I don't know how they even like live with themselves. Like, how do you, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you function knowing that you're like who you are? Like, I don't know.
See, what's great about the now is everything you ever said on Clubhouse is all compressed into the now. And so there's no shame in having wasted many years talking on this app about nothing important in particular, or even making fun of people and roasting them for basically wasting all their time or being drunk and annoying. Or essentially what I'm trying to say is that HAP is in the DSMV, which is a highly annoying person or a highly argumentative person. Those are the people that I very much dislike. I am complete.
Serendipity hosts a big room every morning, mostly called God Snatch, and it's a clubhouse hodgepodge. All are welcome.
Oh Lord.
It's mostly civilized, but not always.
Well, I love that mostly civilized, but not always. That's yeah. There you go.
It's Clubhouse.
No, because you know what I think is like so refreshing? Sitting inside of rooms and just like talking to people online that aren't necessarily trolling constantly. I think sometimes it's just like, when is it enough? Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, coming from someone like me, and I'm like one of the biggest trolls to have ever existed in my past, I still have it in me to like irk people and, you know, push buttons and like whatever, like moments. But I think that sometimes it's like, you know,
That's my job.
Excuse me, what did you just say?
I'm the troll here.
Wait, I feel like I have a vivid memory of you liking trans people. Is that correct?
No.
No, you did. We spoke with you the other day. Derisive, didn't we?
I think so, but most of the conservative men in Clubhouse are secretly tranny lovers, so I can't keep them apart.
Oh, Summer is the conservative. Oh, yes, he's the conservative Mexican.
I'm not a conservative. I'm from Chicago.
You are.
I'm a liberal.
You are.
I'm a liberal, dude. I'm from Chicago. I'm anti-gun, pro-abortion.
I don't know if I believe that.
Did you vote for Kamala?
Yes, I did. Wait, did you really?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the reason? What would you consider yourself to be? This is interesting to me, actually.
Politically?
Yeah.
If I did distill it into like one phrase, I would just say I'm a small government person. Government is the problem, not the solution.
So, what would the solution be to you?
More personal liberty by less government, overarching and being ever present in every aspect of our life. More like a libertarian ideal. The government that governs least governs best.
I mean, the thing is, as much as I believe in, as much as I would like to believe in what you just said, I just don't believe that everyone is capable of doing that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that everyone is capable of the ideology behind individual freedom. And I don't know if I would want to maximize that for
I would know better if you gave me a specific example.
I just feel like the way a lot of people think and operate in America and what they believe in is not necessarily rational, and I just can't see. I can't see a society with all of that, you know, because everyone is it's just a lot of differences here. I feel like what I would want to see is a government, I'm from Sweden originally, right? We have political parties. What I like about that is that when new laws are being implemented and things are being changed and switched and blah, 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 whatever we do, it's like we all kind of have to meet each other halfway to still come to a conclusion of what we want to make a change of. Like, just because you win doesn't necessarily mean that you're just going to take over and do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, to a certain extent, yes, the political party that won definitely has more say and can, make changes, but then you have to, I just like the structure of meeting each other halfway forcefully. Because I don't believe in being a Republican or a liberal. I believe somewhere in the middle. I think that the middle is better than having people decide for themselves completely. Because I don't think that everyone is capable of deciding for themselves what's best. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I asked for a specific example and you didn't give me one.
I feel like I did.
You didn't give me a lot of general ideas and innuendo.
But what would an example be?
What is an example of someone who should not be able to decide how to manage their own life, where the government does it better? That seems to be the idea you're alluding to.
Well, because some people believe, let's say I think I misunderstood maybe a little bit of what you meant, because that is different. Sometimes you know best for what's good for you in the moment and maybe not the government. But how could we live in a society like that though? What would you want to strip away from the government to have control over us? Give me examples of that, and then let's see where we get, because that is to me, but I don't know.
For one specific example I could give you is in a lot of states, there's a giant licensure program which varies from state to state. I don't think there's a compelling reason why the government needs to be the body that licenses barbers, for instance. I think a private trade group could do that better, where a trade group establishes professional standards for barbers in the state, and you can cut people's hair, and you can try to get the certification from this trade group, or you can just do it on your own, and your reputation in the market will, follow business to you or not, based on how good you do. There are plenty of people who have every skill necessary to cut hair, but they don't need to be licensed by the government to do so. It's one example of an infinite number.
Okay, that I agree with. Because, why do you need certain certifications from certain... Yeah, I agree with that.
And, the fact that there are some state governments that don't...
Okay, a gun license, do you think that should be something private?
I'm fairly permissive about guns.
Do you like where we're at with that though? Is that something you believe in? The freedom of owning a gun and are you is that that is that your vibe, or what do you think about that?
I think with very few restrictions, American citizens have the right to own guns, period.
Wait, you said with very few restrictions, you think that they should be able to own guns?
Correct.
But with very few restrictions, in what way?
People maybe who have committed felonies or are proven to be mentally ill, in an extreme way.
Yeah, they shouldn't own guns, right?
That's generally the vibe I'm going with, yeah.
Yeah, but my thing is, who's going to be the judge of that?
I think it should be a right that you have, and the right has to be taken away from you,
Look,
rather than the other way around.
look,
You have to,
should be able to decide that? Do you think
like a court system,
a court system, which technically becomes the government? Because that's like
yeah, that's like one of the most basic functions of a government, even in like a libertarian society, is like enforcing contracts. That's so. I'm not saying I don't want there to be a court system.
So no, I know you're not saying that, but that is what I'm saying. That I agree with you in certain, to a certain extent. Like that was what I was trying to say before. That I think that it would be hard to like have. It would be hard to not have a government, but that is why I believe in political parties, because essentially what you're talking, where you stand is like not necessarily political party based, but I feel like it's more towards that direction. Because I feel like right now it's like we have one leader and we have that leader's group, and like every time there's a new leader in office, like a new president, we like exchange everyone that works like the White House with their people, and everything is just like so like not individual, but it's like just very different. You know what I'm saying? Every single time. Like even like if it's a liberal, like Donald Trump, like let's say like Joe Biden and like Obama, like the people that work for
Stop.
the same people that work for Joe Biden, even if they're both liberals, they still have their own employees, their own people, and their own of everything. So even if it's like the same vibe, it's still different. Like I don't know. Do you see like do you get what I'm trying to say?
It's not good that people in Washington get replaced in presidential administrations. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like yes, but no, because I feel like with like political parties, it's like nothing gets replaced. It's just that the people choose the leading political party. But every other political party that has mandate in the like every political party that has mandate in the like what the fuck do you call that? Wait, I have to Google what the word is in English. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Let me tell a quick story while you do that.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, tell your story.
So I was outside of this shopping area today, and people will frequently be there collecting signatures to get either candidates or issues on the ballot. They have to collect so many signatures. I'm sure it's like that in many other states. And the people, I feel like years and years ago, those people outside would have actually been volunteers who like believed in the cause, and therefore they're outside collecting signatures for it. And now there's just this like army of paid canvassers who are out there, and they get like $3 a signature or whatever it is, and they're so poorly trained. Like they're all like ghetto-looking people for them in my area. The people who are outside there collecting signatures, and they don't know shit for shit about the issue that they're supposedly asking people to give their signature as a registered voter to get on the ballot. So a lot of them will just like come up to you and be like, "Could you help me out and sign this?" Like, what is it? Wow. It used to be like someone would be like a volunteer and they'd be impassioned about the issue, like, let's talk about voters' rights or whatever it is.
Well, like I think about the Stevens and the Marshalls.
Oh, right. Yes. And so I always am like, well, what is it? What's it about? And like a few of them can basically tell me what it's about. The one today, she's like, "Can you sign this?" And I'm like, well, what is it? She's like, well, we want to lower your DTE bill, that's the local electric company that everyone hates. And I'm like, okay, well, I think I already signed it. I said, well, which group is behind it, is what I said. And she said, the president. And I said, what? And she said, well, yeah, the president ultimately decides what the electric rates are. I said, no, he doesn't.
Oh my God.
I was like, fucking, I was beside myself. Like, do you believe that, or you just like think that if you say something like about the president, it'll rile people up, or you think? I don't know if she thought I was like pro-Trump or anti-Trump, or just she just like dropped the Trump card, pun intended, that I would sign her signature. Like, it's so bizarre.
Literally.
Yeah, that's kind of unreal.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, like, if I decide to run for city council, when I do, I'm gonna have like a ragtag campaign, and I'm just gonna like stand outside places myself and get signatures, and stand outside the library, and like maybe do like an internet campaign. And
don't you think that's the most meaningful though?
What do you?
I think that's the most meaningful way to do it though. That way you can answer questions of the people that are contemplating and considering. I don't know.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's this woman there are some judges that are elected in this county, and I remember in the event she's standing for this woman who's running. I didn't literally know anything about what probate judges do, and like I talked to her for a few minutes, and she explained it to me, and like I voted for her after that, because I remember talking to her at this event, and she was nice and explained what she did and like what she wanted, why she wanted to do it, and I didn't know anything about any of the other candidates, so I voted for her.
Yeah. I like that. Hey, Joe, how are you?
Hello. Did somebody call me a dope? It's true. I'm a schmuck. I did put forth a mayoral proclamation today that if elected mayor, I will make the Chicago Election Board become a double entry ledger system with a receipt process, meaning that we will eliminate election fraud because we will have double entry accounting, but also the petition formulation of a campaign will also be integrated into the actual election commission, meaning that we will have full transparency from petition to vote, and we are demanding as voters and citizens for complete and total transparency of the entire electoral process from start to finish. And I am complete. Hello?
You're running for mayor of Chicago?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's the best thing I've heard today. I want you to win. And I care deeply about Chicago. I lived there for 12 years.
Yeah, it's they are finally putting police or sheriffs on the trains, but if you can't even get down to Chicago because the train is full of homeless derelicts who piss and shit and smoke blunts all day, all night, and rob you and rape you and murder you and kill you and burn you, like, the city has to have some at least basic standards. Hello?
Yeah, I was reading on social media today that that long delayed, long over budget red line extension on the far south side. I thought I read the headline that it said it was opening soon, but it wasn't. It said the groundbreaking is soon, and it's already 20 years behind schedule and like tens of billions of over budget, and not one piece of construction has been laid so far. I think it's like Chicago's version of, the California high-speed rail train to nowhere.
Well, they didn't get the money. Trump cut them off before they could scam Uncle Sam, and it's like a $2 billion contract, and Mayor Johnson is suing in federal court to get the money because all his contractors are like, "What the fuck, Brandon? Like, that's a lot of money. Where's our money?"
Yeah, but it's just one of the delays. It was supposed to be done like, a decade before Trump became a political figure. Trump is like also playing strong arm with a big project in Detroit right now. there's a new bridge between Detroit and Ontario that has been completed, and they're just putting the final touches on the 2 border crossing houses on either side of the border. And it's only a few months behind schedule. It was supposed to open last fall. Now it's done, and they're just sort of like negotiating the opening date. But Trump is threatening to delay the opening. He wants slightly better terms with Canada and whatever, in a way that was already negotiated well before he became president. And